What's going on, Conscious Crew? I'm sitting here stuffing my face. I'm eating a vegetarian chicken Alfredo. The chicken is plant-based. It's not actually chicken. You guys know I'm on my green-ish. Boo. Okay, still going strong. One of the best decisions, hands down, that I made in 2023 that bled over with me to 2024, girl, is being on a plant-based diet. Nails popping, hair popping, skin popping, just overall quality of health. It's just popping, girl. Okay, popping 10. Okay, don't need to be on no meds, no nothing, girl. Just flowing. Okay, because I'm eating off of God's green earth. Okay, our food is growing right out of the dirt, and it's mostly all green. And it's other fantastical colors. It's orange, it's red, it's purple. Okay, you know, things that don't have fur on them. And if you need help, just watch What the Health Girl. A documentary will also change your life if you need like just an extra kick in your ass to, you know, make some necessary dietary changes. You'll be surprised at how many of your issues, health-wise, come from your dietary choices. You'll be surprised how much your insomnia, tension headaches, sleep disorders, how much constipation, how much you know, your high blood, cholesterol, all that stuff is just connected to your health. You also be shocked. I'm talking about shocked at the miracles and the power and the medicine of a plant-based diet. The fact that plant-based diet research has literally been linked to curing diabetes, autism, Alzheimer's, reversing cancer, curing up diabetic blindness. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. You can damn near regrow your limbs, girl. But we ain't here to get into all that, okay? I'm just telling y'all a little bit about my business and why I be so pretty, honey. Okay, why I be glowing, as y'all be saying. CTV, you be glowing, girl. You're glowing. Well, for one, I got all the raggedy hoes out of my life. That's partially responsible for the glow. For two, I'm just a pretty bitch, okay? You know, favor ain't fair, but it is what it is, okay? So that's variable number two. But then three, girl, to add insult the injury, I messed around and done put all of the necessary things to keep me young, to keep my ass fat, to keep that extra aura, to give that aura an extra boost, honey, boostiana, which is a plant-based diet, girl. So I encourage you, girl, figure it out, okay? You see what we're here to get into, girl. This is a complete improv topic, girl. I have a guest in the green room. You guys know him as no other than Tyrus. All right. He is a moderator, a gatekeeper, a usher board member on this platform. He's also a friend. And we were having a conversation that had nothing to do with this topic that led into this topic. And then we both came up with the genius idea to just talk out loud. All right. So that's what we're going to do here tonight. So before we even get into that, go ahead and run those thumbs up until they are absolutely stuck. You guys know that thumbing up helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up the notification system. So when you are thumbing up a video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of a Conscious crew member and telling them to get their artists into the sanctuary. Also, make sure that you guys share. Make sure that your notification bell is set to all. And last but not, I done fucked around and found out how to mess my damn background up. And last but not least, well, there ain't no last and there ain't no least. Let's go ahead and push on through. Okay.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I need to be in bed because I got church in the morning. But let me go ahead and speak to my folk in the building. What's going on, TST? Hey, Jay Goody, the T Lounge, Adora. What's going on, Marsha Robinson? What's going on, Ian Gardner, Jackie, Monica, Island Rose. What's going on, Queen Pisces? Hey, Keeny. What's going on, Sabayan? I'll probably be fucking your name up, Sabayan. So I'm just going to call you Kali by your last name. Who says, I damn near had a heart attack and died during my 49th. Okay. Don't fuck around and have a massive stroke, all right, over there messing around with them 49ers, Kali. What's going on, Cynthia? Hey, Rajon. Hey, Boo. What's going on, Erica and Octavia? Hey, Yoa. What's going on, Vala? What's going on, Sideways? All right, y'all. So you guys know what we here to get into, girl. Y'all know I pride myself over here on having, the real conversations, not being afraid of any subject matter. You guys know we love to intellectualize, we love to unpack, we love to analyze, we love to understand, understand, overstand it all, honey. Okay, we are just overall truth seekers. Okay, and there is no subject matter that we shall not explore. As a result of all the things that are happening in current pop culture news when it comes to, Jeffrey Epstein's flight log, when it comes to all the stuff around Jake's and predatorial grooming and, the R. Kelly phenomenon, it's clear to me that we're living in this era where so many public figures are being exposed, okay, for, once again, grooming or essay against young people. And there's clearly a dialogue that needs to be had on our end so that we can better respond and prevent these acts from occurring to our children and the young people we love. We are not clearly getting anywhere by being reactive alone. So there's going to have to be some sincere and passionate strides made to correct the variables that contribute to this phenomenon that still baffles psychologists to this day. Girl, we got to talk about it, and I'm going to do that with my co-host, no other than the greatest troll in the Manosphere today, Taurus the Warlock. What's going on, Red Man?
How you doing?
I am fantabulous. How are you? Is the better question.
I'm good, man. We was on the phone for like 2 hours. It was like
rolling in the deep.
Yeah, we was deep. Yeah,
deep in that thing. And you know what? We both. I'm on the last little bite of this vegetarian, plant-based chicken fettuccine alfredo or whatever the hell it is. It's just delicious. But yes, we were knee deep into dialogue, and one conversation led to another conversation that led to another conversation that led to us coming up with the genius idea to have the rest of this conversation out loud. So we were largely talking about the Manosphere and its dynamics and how they like to gaslight, and the Democrats and the Republicans and the liberals and the conservatives in these sectors. And I end up talking to you about how, I wish women could be just as on code as men are, because men stick together for better and for worse, which is not necessarily a good thing. because the for worse part ends up looking like also their ability, and I don't know why I say they are almost speaking third person when speaking about men, but I'm going to go ahead and let all the homophobes have it, right? Because I'm not a man as a gay man, so I don't even have to necessarily identify as man, so I can, talk about men in the third person because, I'm not a real man. I'm not actually a damn man, and I think that's a good thing, especially with the conversation we're about to have. Okay, great. I'm happy to not be a damn man, okay? So, I was talking to you about how, men's community have this ability to gorilla glue themselves together for better or for worse. And some of the worst about that is how men will also protect abusers. They will call for the freeing of R. Kelly, the freeing of Mystical, the freeing of Freddy Krueger, the freeing of Jason Voorhees, the freeing of Michael Myers, that men will be pouring out that liquor, for the worst, members of society, so to speak. And it also led us into having a conversation about all the reasons why men sometimes rally behind those men who sensually abuse young people, minor people, underage people. And me and you kind of had some interesting theories as it relates to the psychology behind men who support the R. Kellys and the mysticals of the community. Now, before we go any further in this dialogue, Tyrus, I think we need kind of a code word because you know how things get very censored and shadow banned on the internet. So what's going to be our code word for the P word? Is it going to be the P word? Are we going to shorten it, abbreviate it?
Yeah, we could say the P word. That should be doable.
Is it going to be practical though? Like, you know, like
we'll figure it out. We'll freestyle it. We'll figure it out. Okay.
And I also want to censor the sex word. I personally prefer sensual as a synonym for the sex. Sensual abusers or SA, things like that. Just anything that just curves, anything that just substitutes certain words that will get this live stream shadow banned for sure. Because we want this conversation to go out into the masses. We want, you know, people to have a safe space to unpack these topics, etc. So I don't want to see this live stream shadow banned as a result of the subject matter. So how we navigate it is going to largely determine whether YouTube recommends this damn content or not. So whatever words you comfortable with aside from the mainstream words to substitute sex and the P word.
Conscious, with all due respect, please use the mute button on me when you feel the need to. It's all good.
Because you're going to forget to do.
Yeah, I'm going to forget.
Okay, well, you know, you might need to pull out a big permanent marker and write it across your damn computer monitor because I know that computer monitor wide as hell. Okay, I know it's expensive and it's wide as all hell.
Got it on sale, man. Bargain shop.
If you don't remember it, the damage already gonna be done. So ain't gonna be no point in me correcting you. You know, the cat already be out the bag. The P will be already out the pedophile. Yeah, you know. So
we're gonna try though. We're gonna
hold on. Maybe I'll create a banner. Let me create a banner. Since you're looking at the screen, you'll see this banner constantly. I'm gonna create a banner. Okay. Don't say the let me see the edophile word. Don't say the edophile word. Don't say the, and you know, this is probably going to make it come out of your mouth even more profusely because that inner rebel, that unconscious inner rebel is just going to be like working against those censors, Tyrus. I know how you work.
Oh no. I could start coming up with synonyms for sex.
See, you already said the word.
Oh, but like a cringy dad though. See, you gotta give me that one.
See, you already said the word. You already said the word. That's my point. You just said the word. This is starting off to it. This is a terrible start, you guys. Terrible start. Okay. All right. What do you think we should start at? We should just pick up where we left off at, or should we have a more formal introduction? Maybe reference some information that I pulled up real quick to give us a footing, or what you think?
Let's start off with around where we left off at, and that was like mainly the R. Kelly situation, how it relates to how guys like rally around behind certain figures that don't deserve it, like to a fault, right? And yeah, I think we should start there.
All right. So actually, I know a great place for us to start. So in us talking about, okay, well, I guess we can start there. So my question to you is like, because you feel like it's probably two different groups that rally behind R. Kelly. I largely believe that a lot of men rally behind the essayers of the community because a lot of men participate in essay behavior, participate in P-word behavior. And I think when I hear like men's community, which is really heavy in the Manosphere community, like stand behind the R. Kellys of the community, it makes me feel like these men are trying to rationalize or justify their own behavior by trying to make R. Kelly innocent, and they deflect from his behavior by focusing on either the girls themselves or the parents of those girls, etc. It seems to me that they major in the parents' roles and in the teenagers' roles, and they minor in R. Kelly's role and responsibility, etc. But you also believe that there is also another train of thought at work too.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Which is,
And that's the innocent until proven guilty guys, to a fault. I want to be clear, to a fault, because this was not one but two major accusations that came out with R. Kelly before all this. You know what I mean? Like this wasn't a one-timer. And a lot of the guys is not defending or condoning what R. Kelly does. What a lot of the guys that I hear defend R. Kelly say is, okay, well, R. Kelly couldn't have done this by himself. Right. And what guys logically do is, okay, you showed me who got caught. Who's all the other people that were involved? Because we already know he's guilty. You get what I mean? Or we already know he's alleged. Okay, what about everyone else? Okay, these are minors. Okay, we're gonna charge the parents too, right? We're gonna, you're gonna go down the line, and then it just seems like then at some point it turns into a witch hunt from that perspective sometimes. Now, unfortunately, not unfortunately, but differently, I have a different opinion. I think dude's a creep. I definitely think he's guilty, and I'm glad he's in prison. But a lot of the guys will use well, okay, why didn't nobody bring charges? This happened a while ago. It has nothing to do with guys condoning sexual assault. Like I know a lot of men like that who have made those arguments, and they're normal dudes. They don't condone that crap. It's just a different argument.
I recently, like as in last year, Master P was live in concert talking about Free Mystical. Mystical is in prison for multiple grape accounts against various women. And here it is, he's on stage performing, talking about Free Mystical. And that's why I be equating what these dudes be saying and doing to Free Jason, Free Godzilla. It's just like, what does that mean? Like, what do you, free for what? Free to come back out and terrorize the community and to SA the hell out of the damn community? Like,
keep them in prison.
It's the cognitive dissonance for me, but I don't even know if it's cognitive, because once again, it seemed like it is that men largely do not look at what other men do as wrong, because most men are committing and adhering to the same ideologies and the same behaviors. So
but it's just like, unfortunately, victims of SA or people or women who haven't gone through it but know victims of SA, like guys relate to dudes who've been alleged of something happening either by first or secondhand experience. Like maybe my homeboy was accused of that or something like that. And so especially when we automatically know we're going to be judged by public opinion in the system, there's automatically that corroborative of like, yo, man, you're so innocent until proven guilty when it comes to the law.
But that's
what it is.
But that'd be my issue. These men be pouring out liquor and freeing convicted SAers. They don't men who are accused per se, men who've been found guilty in a court of law, serving out their sentencing, and here it is, they're talking about free so and so and free so and so. literally boycotting, and you can't even get these niggas to get out here in a Black Lives Matter protest, but you can get their asses to rally and boycott the criminal justice system to let out somebody who has abused factually someone or other persons.
Yeah, I want to be clear here. Anybody convicted of that, or anybody trying to,
which R. Kelly and people are.
Yeah, the people that try to advocate for convicted felons like R. Kelly and these kind of people, like I want to be associated with them anyway, because that's just like disgusting. If you're defending him after he's been found guilty, like there's no doubt he's a P word, right? You know what I mean? But people still listening to his music, still getting royalty checks, still getting them commissary privileges, still living it up in prison. He probably living it up better than people on the outside living right now.
I remember there was a situation that took place about 2 years ago between Monique and D.L. Hughley, because Monique had brought up the fact that she wasn't surprised that D.L. Hughley couldn't protect her as it relates to, you know, their pay gap issue when it came to headlining a show, a tour together, because he was the same man who protected the young man who essayed his own daughter. And when D.L. Hughley had spoke about the situation, he said that he did not penalize the boy or take action because, well, first, he had a hard time even believing his daughter because he liked the dude. How do you like a young boy who's not even your own young boy over your own fucking daughter?
That's delusional. That's negligence. That's disgusting.
So there seems to be a disconnect in men's community. This like ability to stand in solidarity together is at an extreme, Tyrus. You have fathers who can't even penalize the men that essay their fiancés or girlfriends, or essay their sons and daughters because of likability, especially if the perpetrator is a male. Like, we're seeing this allegiance across the board, and it's extreme. It's over the top, as you say. It is delusional. It's deeply culturally delusional.
Yeah, like for me, Conscious, I'm never going to disrespect and demean the guys that defend the innocent until proven guilty narrative. My smoke is for the guys who, yo, this dude's guilty in prison. We know he did it. There's plenty of evidence, and you still, you just won't stop. Like, now, that's where it gets to. It's like when somebody doesn't stop, Conscious, then I go, okay, what's going on here? That's when I get to the point where it's like, yeah, what do you got in the closet? What you been doing? Like, you going this hard in the paint for somebody who would probably do that to your own daughter if given the chance. That's crazy. Like, this is not alleged. You know what I mean? And, you know, at some point, I think that some guys have a hard time understanding which hills to die on and which ones not to, man. Do I think there's a percentage of what you said that, hey, they do have some skeletons in the closet? Yeah. But I think for the majority of us, man, we more argue with the system because damn what public opinion says, if the system convicts us, we know we're done. Right? Because whatever we do, they're going to make an example out of us from that or a traffic ticket. And so, but these known guys, like, keep them in prison. As a matter of fact, like, I don't understand how some of these guys you know their P words on the list, and they still walking around free around all these dudes who claim they don't tolerate that. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, well, if you are willing to tolerate that, maybe because they paid their debt to society, you know, they've been to prison, they got out, they did their time. What are you doing to prevent this from happening? Like, what are we doing as a society to get ahead of this? Because we was going down the conversation of preventative measures.
We're gonna get there for sure.
Yeah. My bad. It was just, it's deep, man. We ain't gonna
get there just yet, but we're gonna get there. So, you know, because something else, because it's some of the layers of this that I want us to peel back. Because I said to you also that, you know, obviously, like I'm saying, gender loving, but I'm still a male. So I was still raised, you know, in male spaces. I had access to male spaces. I have uncles. I had, you know, biological father, stepfather, a grandfather. You know, I ran with the boy. I was, you know, afforded to be in men's spaces and to hear, you know, the way that the men spoke about women. And, you know, looking at my experience and what I still hear today in men's spaces as it relates to men's rhetoric, feelings, perceptions, attitudes toward women's bodies, toward women's existence, is that it seems to me that a lot of men struggle to classify SA as SA because patriarchy has commodified female existence to such a degree that a lot of men see females as women, including underage females, that they don't actually acknowledge the prepubescent or the pubescent, or they don't even see or perceive the youth, the innocence. Matter of fact, even that's commodified, because, you know, there is a insatiable appetite generally amongst men's community that if a woman or a female has the audacity to be virgin, that revs up the attraction, that revs up the predatorial impulse, etc. What do you think about that?
I think we need to be careful because it's always, this would be classified locker room talk where dudes would joke around, oh, she's a virgin, that means I cracked her first. Like, we got to make sure we're not, you know what I mean, throwing that into the same category as dudes who be purposely going after younger women and worse, you know what I mean? Like, purposely, because the likelihood of her being a virgin and a lot of times underage is sky high. Like, that's what we got to focus on.
Because, you know, we are exploring the P word nature and what all maybe contributes to it. And I was just going to say that maybe one of the fundamental attractive points when it comes to female minors is the fact that they are virgins, that they are untouched, or they are pure in this way, whatever that's supposed to mean, which I guess from a patriarchal component as well, if you also insert the idea that men are socialized to be competitors and to be hunters, and to pursue that this idea of a woman or of a female being untouched, that there's pride that you're saying that men will take in kind of being a female's first, that there is somewhat some maybe some unconscious impulse to be the first to conquer and divide that woman, to not come behind another male, but to have first dibs, that there's something that rewards men about that sense of dominance, or it's even looked at as an achievement? Like, can you unpack what you believe is behind the virgin thing? Because you kind of hinted to a little bit of it.
So vaguely, there can be some inherent, like, component as far as male mammals go, right? If we want to go there. For me, I can just simply look at history and go, or hell, I could look at now and go, if you look at society as a world, when have you not heard about child brides? And that's not a justification. That's to let people know we got a shit ton of work to do on this issue. Because while we're talking about the predatory effects here in America, and we're going to keep it here, we got to remember that there's still countries where it's legal to wed them off. And some dudes can have multiples if they want. And they don't consider that the P word.
And it's illegal even in this country. I believe that New York had just passed laws a year or two ago that gave child brides even more autonomy, that you could actually hand off your underage teenager in marriage as long as it was of parental consent.
Yeah, I think there's always been a parental consent if they were 16. I think the thing with New York or the state you mentioned, I think the big controversy was that they tried to lower the age to that's, and unfortunately we have a history in America on this topic of, sometimes that abuse comes from within the family or the church or something crazy, and then they try to marry them off so that nobody catch any, like, criminal charges. It's or like it's even worse, like the cults, like some of the ones you see in like Utah and Idaho and stuff like that. That's a lot of horrible things going on, and it's just, I think there's an old school mentality because human history says, yo, we weren't that far off from 13, 14-year-olds having children at a regular basis, right? They were women were baby factories the moment they could. As jacked up as that is from a today's standard, we can't change history. That's what it was. You know what I mean?
Did you know that before legislation was passed in 2017 in New York, that raised the age of consent to 18? Guess how low it was prior to 2017?
12?
14. That a 14-year-old could be auctioned off, sold off, permitted off into a adult via marriage, long as they had the consent of their parents.
Right. And we need to do everything to clean up all of these laws. We have to but in order to clean them up properly, just like I got that pinch in my stomach, we got to be able to take a step back. And I look at that conscious and go, okay, where did these laws probably originate from? Because we're not experts, right? I can imagine this really originates from old school laws back when you still did the traditional, married your daughter off to keep the assets within the family. Because even today, if you look at agriculture laws, there's still specific child labor laws dealing with farmers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's some sort of connection or origin point dating back to that. We have to clean it up, but we got to understand where these beliefs or social constructs and infrastructure, where it comes from.
And like you said, it came from the agricultural reality. It came from an older patriarchal model. It came from, as I stated before, the fact that women are a commodity in this system is what afforded them to be looked at as goods that can be exchanged for land, exchanged
Property.
for power, exchange for property, exchange for cattle, exchange, etc. And these are, some of the deepest ills for females living under a patriarchal model, because it has led to so much systemic abuse of the feminine in this system. So when I see like the feminine raging kind of now in this era, this age of Aquarius, and I see the fight for equality, I even see like the feminism movement, I understand that grief is almost justifiable. That pain and that anger is there, because a lot of those, because of that patriarchal structure, it also created social norms and taboos that actually really informed women's lives. And it also informed men about the way they could treat, injure women. And it ultimately allowed for women to be deeply exploited generationally. It left for no safety for women other than to live alongside this patriarchal force. But getting back to why we're here, so in talking about all of this, we started getting into a very interesting conversation around what is the P word. Like, what is it? Is it a sexual orientation? Oh, I should have said sensual. Is it a sensual orientation? Is it a disorder? Is it a mental illness? Once again, psychologists are even still baffled. This is still a growing study. So I want to reference some things here, which define the P word. Hold on here. Thumbs up, you guys, if you're in the building, because me and Taru, baby, we're working. We are working.
And shout out to anybody who's listening who unfortunately has been on the wrong end of this and is pushing through this talk with us, because we're getting deep and we appreciate you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So according to some studies, the development of P impulses and desires emerged before or during puberty and is stabilized over time. It is self-discovered, not chosen. For these reasons, the P word has been described as a disorder of sensual preference, phenomenologically similar to a heterosexual or a homosexual orientation. Which is interesting to me, right? Because I remember on the phone saying to you, like, when I have tried to like understand where would this come from? What is this? Because like, if you're not a P word, right, we can't know for sure what this feels like from the inside out. We can only observe it from the outside in. I said, I can only imagine that something like this would be similar maybe to an orientation, is how it's experienced, because it's hard for me personally to imagine that people choose to be this way. I don't think necessarily anybody in their right mind would just wake up and choose to perpetuate something like this against young people if they could not. And what's interesting about being a same gender loving person is that, I know all too well as a gay man what it's like to have people speak for my orientation, people speak for my sexuality. They're religious, have their attitudes and narratives, etc. they half the time don't even make no damn distinction between the P words and the LGBT community, etc. You know, and so when it comes to setting emotions aside and just unpacking this mentally and from an academic perspective, you know, I'm clear with myself that I'm not these people. So I can't say for sure what this experience feels like, but I would imagine that these are impulses and feelings and desires that involuntarily show up in them, just as anybody else's impulses. Like for you as a man to a woman, from a knockout, you know, from me toward a man, you know, that it would be experienced this way, and that there are various circumstances that can contribute maybe to the development. Like in some cases, it can be argued environmental, you know, maybe abuse of all kinds can trigger this. We know that according to psychological studies that sensual abuse can also create perverse stunt the development of the brain and cause a person to also be a victimizer. Now, if sensual abuse can do that, I also have to make the logical leap that it's possible that all other forms of abuse, as far as, you know, I'm concerned, can also cause this as well. You know, could physical abuse cause something like this? Could extreme emotional abuse, extreme psychological abuse also create these type of distortions within the soul, within the mind, within consciousness, etc.? And I want to welcome Knockout Media to the platform before we go any further. Hi, Knockout.
Hey, how y'all?
We are well. I'm liking that selfie there. So that's a mighty nice senior picture. Yourself.
Yeah, it's a glorified senior picture.
How you feeling? How you doing? How your Sunday morning going?
Not bad. I just got off of playing some Grand Theft Auto role play, so you know that's always fun. But other than that, you know, I was just I had cooked for me and the fiance, and you know, been chilling really. You know, I had to join in on the conversation because you know I was like, you know, especially just with what you had just said, right? I feel like we speak about that on the phone a lot, you know, when it comes to you know, people's desires, right? Like ultimately like what people's how people's like psychology, I guess, plays into what they like as far as, you know, their sexuality or as far as friendships or whatever, right? I think, you know, what you were speaking to as far as like the orientation side of things, I think it gets like misconstrued because and this is just me assuming that you were, you know, speaking about, you know, somebody I guess being attracted to younger people, right? So my thing is that when we look at let's say older celebrity couples, let's say back in the day, even when it comes to like Jay-Z, Dame Dash and them, right? When we look at Aaliyah, she was much younger than them. A lot more women, video vixens from back in the day. A lot of I was looking at Irv Gotti the other day. His relationships a lot of times with his artists, or you know, whatever he wants to call them, situationships, whatever, you know, will be with women that are 20, 30 years younger than him. So I think it's kind of like a thing where, you know, like the older generation, it's like it was like a thing for them to you know, want to go and date and talk to and find and have sex with younger women because I guess they felt like, you know, that was like their way into manipulating somebody who was, I guess, fresh into being an adult rather than having to go and compete with somebody who probably already has kids, has been there, already done that, you know, all that stuff. So I think that's really more so what it is, which is sad. And I think that's sick, to be honest with you. But, you know, it's just how some people are, I guess.
Okay, because we're gonna get even deeper off into this conversation. I want to also respond to Miss McGee. Respectfully to you, Miss McGee, there isn't much that psychologists do agree upon. We're talking about these are areas of study. So most psychologists, doctors, MDs, etc., are independent researchers. So you don't get much of a general consensus about most of the things. Most of the things in the psychology world exist in the middle, and they are interpretive and are anecdotal and subjective, etc. So it ain't gonna be much of a general consensus, which is why the research around all of this is, so to speak, all over the place, but not for me all over the place. That is confusing, but it just goes to show that people are applying their own understanding of things that they are observing in their clients, various factors, etc. Things that are showing up in their research, etc., which broadens the scope in which we can unpack these topics, because
it's still uncharted waters, right?
Yeah, like, because it's not a one shoe fits all. So that, and it shouldn't be that way, because we are human beings, and we are once again discovering that all types of environmental and psychological and emotional stimuli can placate and manifest these things. Now I want to continue to so this is from the National Library of Medicine here, and I want to read their introduction, which has a lot of interesting tidbits in it as well. I'm going to share my screen here. So, in the light of frightening and emotionally disturbing sensual offenses against children, experts have focused more on the level of sensual behavior referred to as subsequently as offenses, while not differentiating the causes for that behavior in an appropriate and adequate way. Concerning sensual offending against children, two groups can be distinguished. First, those who show no sensual preference disorder, but whom for various reasons sensually abuse children nonetheless. Reasons include sensually inexperienced adolescents, mentally retarded persons, and those with antisocial personality disorders, or perpetrators within general traumatizing family constellations which seek surrogate partners in children. These individuals are likely diagnosed with various impulse control disorders, accounting for their engaging in sensual abuse, also known as CSA, without a specific sensual preference for prepubescent children. Second, there are those who do display a sensual preference disorder, namely the P word, the sensual preference for prepubescent minors, and or hebephilia, the sensual preference for pubescent minors. Although this preference increases the risk of engaging in CSA, only about 50% of all individuals who do sensually abuse children are the P word, and not every P individual actually has abused children. The other 50% of individuals that have abused children are those who do so without a sensual attraction to children. They lack the necessary social skills to develop and maintain emotional and sensual relationships with appropriately aged peers, and look to replacement partners in children as a kind of surrogate. Overall, there is a great consensus regarding the negative consequences of victimized children. The number of known cases of CSA in Germany, for example, was an average 14,000 in the last 5 years. The estimated incidence is far greater than what we reported to authorities. In the United States, the National Center for Victims of Crimes, as reported in Finticoher, states that 1 in 5 girls and 1 in 20 boys are victims of CSA. Additionally, CSA has important economical aspects. The estimated burden for the particular countries is enormous, including childhood healthcare costs, adult medical costs, productivity losses, criminal justice costs, and special education costs, which results in an estimated lifetime cost per victim of non-fatal child maltreatment in general of $210,000 in the US. In this article, we discuss the P word with a focus on recent findings of the definition, neuropsychology, and neurobiology of the P word as a specific phenotype within the spectrum of human sexual preference. For that purpose, the article highlights the current gaps in literature and offers suggestions as to where the field of P research should head in order to close these gaps. Now, that was interesting to learn, fellas, that not all persons who abuse children are necessarily classified as P words, and that not all P words abuse children, which is where me and your conversation, Tyrus, was kind of going into, because we started talking about some preventions and what we could better do as a society to help these people afflicted with these feelings and impulses and desires, because the more infrastructure there is for individuals with this affliction to be able to get help, to seek the proper shelter, to have access to rehabilitation, the better off our society will be, because we will have less of this abuse manifesting. We will be able to better trust those who have the closest proximity to our children, such as our daycare providers, our teachers, our coaches, our ministers, our babysitters, etc. And then me and you also began to talk about what's difficult about a conversation like this, which I want to also refer to USA Today before we start again. And this article is titled "The Complicated Research Behind the P Word." The P word is viewed as among the most horrifying social ills, but scientists who study the sensual disorder say it is almost amongst the most misunderstood. When most of the public thinks of the P word, they assume it's synonymous with CSA, a pervasive social problem that has exploded to crisis levels online. Researchers who study the P word say that the term describes an attraction, not an action, and using it interchangeably with abuse fuels misperceptions. The American Psychiatric Association's Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders say the P word is defined by recurrent, intense, sensually arousing fantasies, urges, or behaviors involving sensual activity with a prepubescent child or children. Scientists have in recent decades improved their understanding of the P's causes, prenatal and early childhood risk factors, as well as how P's can better control impulses. One of the most significant findings is that scientists who study the disorder say that the P is determined in the womb, though environmental factors may influence whether someone acts on an urge to abuse. Quote, "The evidence suggests it is inborn, it's neurological," says James Cantor, a clinical psychologist, SEX researcher, and former editor-in-chief of Sensual Abuse, a journal of research and treatment. Quote, The P word is the attraction to children, regardless of whether the person ever harms. Not all people who sensually abuse children are P words. Some P words never abuse children, experts say. And some people who sensually abuse children do not sensually prefer them, but use them as a surrogate for an adult partner. They may be disinhibited and antisocial with impulse control problems. There are child molesters and P words. If you think of Venn diagrams, there's a lot of overlap, says Anna Salter, a psychologist, author, and internationally recognized expert who has done over 500 evaluations of high-risk sensual offenders. There are the people who are sensually attracted to children, and then there are some people who sensually abuse kids who are not P words. They molest kids because of anger. They molest kids because they're scared of adult women. They molest kids to get revenge, but they don't actually have an age preference for prepubescent children. This is not something that most people choose. Michael Seto, forensic researcher director at the Royal Ottawa Healthcare Group in Canada, says that there is more neuroscientific knowledge of the P word than ever before. MRI research is showing how sensual interests develop in the brain. I'm going to pause there. What do y'all think of some of that?
You want to go first?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, man. Woof. This is a lot. A lot of new information. I think this is why we shouldn't be labeling it as a sexual orientation yet, if we already have varying, literature on it. You know what I mean? We got researchers, we got studies, they go in different directions. And so, especially at this level, I don't know what to label it. I would keep it as a sickness, a mental disease. You know what I mean? I think there should be a lot more research done. I understand, based on the readings, though, I understand the difference between a pedophile and a child molester.
P word, there you go.
Oh, man. the P word and a child molester, right? And so the way I related it is this. In the things I'm really interested in, like sub speakers, hi-fi kind of stuff, they kind of some in the community call it audiophiles, right? We're just attracted to the speakers and the subs, right? But once we buy it, that's what makes us like impulse control. You get what I mean? So the pedophile, the P word, they just have an attraction, which means they haven't done anything yet, or they haven't done anything. I don't want to say yet. I don't want to be the doom and gloom.
It's only an attraction. It's not an action. Right.
The child molesters are the ones who've actually gone out there and done it. And based on the reasonings why, all of those reasons to me sounds like the guillotine. Especially out of anger, yeah, you gotta go. You gotta get off this planet. Because you've acted it out. You knew what you was doing, and you still won't actually take responsibility. Like, it's disgusting. So there's hope for the P words. For me, there's no hope for the child molesters, because they've actually done it. There is no preventive, you know what I mean?
But we don't really know that, right? Because
I'm just saying in general, like, just putting that together in a little bit of time. Yeah.
I would say that there probably is. I think that people, because what I've learned, especially living as an American, I can't speak for any other system because I'm not in any other system. And I kind of want to contain this to just the American system, because that's the one in which we all live in. What I notice about Americans is that most Americans lack discipline in general, which is why we live in a microwavable generation. which is why you see a quantification in the cosmetic world where people getting cosmetic procedures in order to substitute things and substitute results that it can get from the gym. We have a obesity issue. We have a diabetes issue. We have a hypertension issue. We have issues in the red galore as it relates to our health, not only because there's an outward system that is actually at war with us chemically, that there's a biochemical war that Americans are in the middle of. Phone might be looking, okay. Phone might be looking for, okay. But there's also a self-control issue that Americans have. We're lazy. We strive to, we struggle to not be hypocrites. Most Christians are. Most people who want to be on a diet struggle. Most people who want to be more financially balanced struggle, you know, with their finances, that we have a self-control issue. So I'm going to lend an argument to even those who have committed these offenses possibly can be redeemed through the process of being self-disciplined and learning discipline. Because even these articles talk about how there are ways for people afflicted with these feelings to manage their feelings, which I think is why we also use the orientation word, because it's not like you can be cured per se of this, but you can manage it. And there are preventive tools and forms of therapy that you can adhere to that can keep you from causing harm and for making victims or continuing in victimization of individuals. But because we aren't a society that really deals with this in a real way, I mean, aside from the experts who specialize in these fields, etc., I think there is an approach societally that we take that makes this issue worse than make it better. But we're going to talk about that in this dialogue. Naka, I don't know if you're back or not, but I know you had also wanted to speak to some of the things that were stated before I also refer back to this article.
Well, yeah. So my first point I kind of wanted to bring into you know, to note was like, look at all of these teachers that are getting caught with students, right? I really feel like, you know, when we're speaking about an orientation versus more of like a, you know, impulse and a you know, mental health disorder, I think, you know, I'm leaning more towards that side, because I don't think that it is that these teachers are necessarily attracted to younger people, but I think they get caught into a situation to where, you know, again, impulse kind of becomes the thing. We, you know, as a society, we deal with impulse all the time. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's definitely something to speak to. Two, I remember when I was younger, like when I was 7, we moved into a new neighborhood, and you know, there was a bunch of kids. I'm talking about like a bunch of kids that were younger than me, some that were older than me, and it was found out that we had a S offender living on the block. And I can't tell you how quick that man had left from that house. And I don't know exactly what his charges were, but you know, if you land on that list, which is like, you know, how your those articles are describing a difference, I think, you know, that's fine and all, but I think if you do anything that will land you on the registry, then, you know, you have to really start considering you know, like the severity of, you know, what it is overall, because that is a scary thing, especially if you know, have children or just have a family. You know, you don't want to be surrounded by people that, you know, have impulse problems. And you know, my third point before my phone dies is you know, I think so when it comes to talking about, you know, the whole orientation thing, I wouldn't want to put that into a category to where, you know, it's you know, they can look for any type of like legislature or any type of like protections, you know what I'm saying? Because I think every orientation has that, you know, to a certain degree, some more than others, of course, but I just wouldn't want to lump that into a category to where, you know, they can start looking for any type of like, I guess, you know, quote unquote justices or any type of equality when it comes to other people. Because again, I think that's a sickness that, you know, like you said, there's really not a cure for it, but it's like they have to have ways to manage it and ways to cope. And a lot of these people have families, you know, especially the men have like kids, have a wife, you know, everything like that. So, you know, it's like really it's to help them, you know, not harm anybody. And therefore, I think that prevents a lot of people from getting harmed, if that makes sense.
Yeah. As I was reading through the research, it seems to me that a lot of the some of the researchers are experts, and like our media phone died. He may be back up once he get a charger. That they use the term orientation as a way to, because see, for us just having a flippant conversation about this, you know, like we kind of have the luxury of having a flippant conversation, but these are the experts, so they want to be very matter of a fact and clear in what they're trying to illustrate. So for them, because this is their actual field, it seems that some of them use orientation because it's a way to combat this ideal that these people are choosing this. And the best way
Conscious from their perspective, no matter which direction they go, they're wrong. You know how public opinion is. No matter where they go, they're wrong.
No, but all of that is fine. But we're here like trying to have an educated dialogue, you know, about the subject. We know that the public, that's kind of the problem as well, is the public. So that's why we like, you know, also trying to understand, because there is a role that society is going to have to play in also cleaning this up and making this better for all of us. And that comes by way of education and knowledge. Because I don't know about y'all, but I know for me, I am very clear about the fact that I want to live in a society where people can confess and have the space to admit and to acknowledge something like this, because I want to know. My children and my nieces and nephews are going to live alongside adults by way of just living in a goddamn society. They're going to have teachers. They're going to have tutors. They're going to have coaches. If they play in sports, they're going to exist outside of my custody. I would like to know who people are who are going to indirectly or directly come into contact with my children, who are going to have some type of temporary custody. And I would also like to live in a society that is intentional about creating systems that help people to rehabilitate and to have impulse control, so that I can also sleep better at night as a parent, knowing that we have a society where people can get the help that they need, where people have access to the greatest of resources to not abuse young people, to not abuse your children or my children or anybody else's children. This is not an issue that we are dealing with properly, because if we were, this issue wouldn't be so fucking pervasive. Every day in the news now, this is all that you're hearing about. Every day, whether it's Hollywood, whether it's the politicians, whether it's the church. So clearly, we are missing the mark gravely. And it's not enough to just be outraged at its existence. It's not enough to just hoot and holler and be sad and to, oh my God, just lock them all up. How the fuck you gonna know who the fuck to lock up? Because we're locking up people after the fact. Matter of fact, long after the fact. There are now hundreds and thousands of victims at this point in the aftermath. So, you know, talking about prevention is serious, and you can't. We as a people have to set aside our feelings and understand the severity of this issue and be interested in approaching this topic in a real way that can lead to some very serious preventive measures being put in place for people who are also being victimized by their own afflictions, because I think that's something that also goes missing from this subject, is that these people are also living alongside something they don't understand, something that they did not ask for, especially for people, as the research says, not the people who like abuse children out of revenge for their ex, or who abuse children for like these non-sensual reasons, but for those who are actual P words, who have this as a desire, have it as a feeling, has it as an impulse, that these people, are inserted, kind of like any other person with a mental health condition, any person born blind or deaf. These are things that you don't ask for, and once again, I think for a practical sake, I like to utilize the term orientation, because we are dealing with the dim-witted society that already doesn't understand the issue. So this helps them to have a reference point for what people are living alongside, which are feelings ultimately they did not ask for. And I think that that's the way that some of these researchers are also using the term orientation, is to illustrate that part, that this is not something people are choosing. But with that being said, the article is about to go into a little bit of that. So I want to reference this super quick too. P words and the choice to abuse. Expert Salter says that when she conducts training, she often asks the audience, how many of you have ever had an inappropriate sensual thought? If no one raises their hand, she tells them that they're in denial. Quote, of course, people have inappropriate sensual thoughts. You may be attracted to your wife's sister. You may be attracted to a 16-year-old post-pubescent babysitter. It doesn't mean you act on it, she said. P words may not have control over the fact that they are attracted to kids, but they are responsible for whether they do or don't act on it. Salter's conceptualization of the dynamics of sensual abuse involves a motor and brakes. Many people experience inappropriate sensual thoughts, the motor, but there are brakes. Empathy, for example, that keeps someone from acting on them. For a P word, the motor is their sensual attraction to children, but they can still use brakes to stop from abusing. Salter said more research is needed to understand why P words do not act on their attractions, but her clinical observations suggest at least some P words with bad brakes are raised in homes where they were mistreated or neglected. There's also a genetic component, as some P words show psychopathic traits. An academic at Old Dominion University in Norfolk, Virginia, who talked about destigmatizing the P word and referred to P words as minor attracted people, resigned in November following outcry over the phrase. Alan Walter argued that destigmatizing the attraction would allow more people to seek help and ultimately prevent CSA. There is growing support in the field for Walter's point of view. While Cantor said there's no treatment that can turn a P word into a non-P word, P words can be taught self-control and compensatory strategies, which he said is more likely if they're under the care of a professional. He argues that P words need to be able to assess therapy, which can be difficult since those afflicted may be ashamed to seek help or worried about being reported to the authorities if they do. Now, this damn man was ran off of his damn profession, out of his job, out of his career, because he was speaking to a system that was more emotional reactive and not being practical as it relates to resolve, long-term resolve about the issue. This man was focused on prevention, while these people couldn't get past the polarization of these people's very existence in and of themselves. But once again, do you want to be a society that responds after the fact, or do you want to be a society that is lucid and awakened and responsible and preventive enough to prohibit, to stop, to discourage this behavior from happening to begin with. That's the predicament that we're in as a people. Which society do we want? Do we want to learn 20 years from now how many people were abused on a red casting couch? Or do we want to prevent people being abused on a red casting couch? Do we want to be a people who have to hear about things that our children and our nieces and our nephews have endured at the hands of family friends, of their own uncles and aunties, of their teachers, while we're now well into our 70s and 80s, as my grandmother was when she became aware that her daughters had been SA'd. And because my grandmother had no resources to prevent this from occurring or protecting her daughters from this, and neither did the daughters themselves have the resources to protect themselves from this, my grandmother's posture as a 85-year-old woman learning that her daughters were abused during their childhood was, what you want me to do about it now?
That's tough. This, man, there's so much complexity that we have to untangle here. That, again, we're not experts. We're just out here, thinking about the topic, and it's like, okay, I keep hearing a recurring pattern with the research saying there's a lot of environmental factors. So me being the optimist wants to really believe that if we eliminate, in a hypothetical ant farm where we got, godlike power, if we can eliminate whatever that desire is or affliction is, then it solves the problem. You get what I mean? But when the researchers are saying that there is some sort of genetic component, that gets me wondering, okay, is this like how we see people who abuse drugs during the pregnancy, and that's the genetic component? Or does it go way deeper than that? And for the sake of society and just this general conversation, just speaking as a dad, I really hope it's more environmental that we can solve, because that means there's a solution. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So let's refer back to,
and I hate to say this, but as me, a solution that I can like quantify, because this is, yeah.
So that researcher who was ran out of his profession because he had the audacity to be a preventionalist. Am I saying that word? A preventionalist? Is that a word? Preventionalist?
Let's rock with it.
I'm rocking with it. Hell, the white man can make up his word, so can I. That researcher, a quote, says, "Where do you want the person? Therapy is where he should be going. And all we've done is make it very difficult for a P word to get that," Cantor said, which is to me insane. It makes the problem worse. Salter said that while P words do not choose their attractions, she does not believe those who offend are being punished unfairly. I think that's a great distinction to make as well. Treatment should be encouraged, but without minimizing the impact abuse has on victims' lives. And I think that's what makes conversations like this so difficult for a lot of people to have, because a lot of things get conflated, etc. So I'm glad that this article clears that up, that we have to do better in research and prevention as it comes to this issue, but that also people who are victimized, particularly young people in this case, that justice for them is also appropriate when these acts have been committed, and being a P word does not justify the actions, because those actions can be prevented. Quote, It's a choice to act on child molestation, she said. We don't need to say offending isn't so bad. It really isn't your fault. You really couldn't control it. You are a victim of a punitive society. We need to say offending is devastated. It damages the lives of victims. It has damaged your life. You can learn to control yourself. You have the capacity to do better. Now, and speaking of that, so me and you started talking about this utopian world where society was ready to also do its part to help to alleviate the world of this issue. And we started talking about what that world would look like. So obviously that world would be one where people could have the space to say to someone who represents their support group, whether that be their parents, whether that be a friend, whether that be a therapist, a counselor, etc., who can also have the means to access this healthcare, to be able to say that without a witch hunt, and that would lead to the proper channels being employed. Now, if that society was to become the society of today, we know that the dilemma around a person's privacy as it relates to their healthcare, and what I know will be the argument of people who identify this way or who confess or who are afflicted with this, should be deemed as a threat to society, and therefore their condition should be made public. What are your thoughts about rather people who are afflicted with this should be able to have some sense of autonomy, some sense of agency, or should their condition, because once again, I want to be clear, as the article and the experts are clear, that to be a P word is only an attraction, not an action. Not all P words take action, as the experts say. They are people who are afflicted with this, who never cause harm, who are never going to cause harm, who are never going to violate young people because of their own ethics and morals, and their own convictions, their own empathy that would disallow them from acting on those feelings despite having those feelings. So with that being said, what are your thoughts on whether this condition should be made public? Would you want to know that someone has this affliction in a society where your young people are going to come into contact possibly with someone with this affliction? Do you think that they should have the right to
if you are convicted and on a list, you damn right I got a right to know. If you are just a P word and you are out here seeking some sort of medical or mental health, no, you should not be outed. The same way that most people don't want any of their affliction or mental illnesses, because if we call it an affliction, that's what I'm considering a mental illness. Then a lot of people don't like their mental illnesses being put out there in public. That's between, that's doctor-patient privilege, right? Especially, again, you haven't committed any crimes. So you're being preventative. You're trying to do something about this, right? Because you feel like it's something that you might be able to have control over. You shouldn't be demonized for that. And so it's tough, but in general, no, you should not be outed for that. Now, if again, right, you got convicted, you're a felon, you on the list, yeah, I need to know all that.
Yeah, which is already the current system in this society, that those who commit and are caught in the act are put on a registry that is made public, that it can inform the neighborhood, etc. But once again, you are being clear about the fact that if you're talking about somebody who simply has this condition, who has not afflicted anyone, who has not perpetrated harm against anyone, they should not be forced to have their condition publicized just because of their condition, but only in the opportunity of them causing harm should then their condition be known
Right.
to the public.
And just in general principle, I'm sure, right? There's in this hypothetical, there will be some sort of checks and balances where it says, okay, while you're going through treatment, here's a list of jobs you shouldn't be working at. You're right.
Like,
There's got to
right, because we talked about this too in our Sims, a simulation that people who are seeking help, that they won't be able to occupy jobs that bring them into close proximity to other people's children, such as being a teacher, being a coach, etc., that they won't be able to occupy those spaces until they have successfully completed said programs and rehabilitation. And more than likely, we'll probably have to be. And see, well, here's what's going to be interesting, Tyrus, is even though the experts are also clear that they haven't gotten to the period of this thing yet, that this is a developing research, that they still have massive research to do in this area. But from the research they have now, there seems to be this air of a person will have to remain in therapy more than likely, which makes sense to me, right? Because most people's orientations are going to remain with them their whole life. Most people's mental conditions and disorders are going to remain with them their whole lives. So will there ever come an opportunity for a person to ever qualify for those positions? Or will that just be the consequence, for the sake of them and everybody else, for them not to be able to align with certain occupations because this condition makes it more likely or probable for them to give in to those desires?
Social contracts, right? In a country, in a nation, amongst people, it's a give and take. Yes, this issue should be studied. Yes, it should be, doctor-patient privilege. If you haven't committed a crime, whatever. But
if they have to be in some type of therapy for the rest of their life, then
well, you know what's funny about that? I'm thinking about therapy, right? And I told you, because I was in the army, I'm mental health regular. I take therapy regular. One thing my therapist tells me a lot is called in vivo exposure. I can never say it right, but basically she tells me essentially go outside more, right? Get exposed to your environment more. Don't be cooped up. If essentially, just spitballing here, isn't one of the therapies and restricting these jobs with access to kids, your therapy is being exposed to nothing but adults, which, by the way, I believe in one of the symptoms or afflictions was their inability to to do whatever with adults, right? Their ability to get along. Maybe they display some of that psychopathic behavior. That therapy right there is exposure. Like, yo, you're going to have to work in an environment where you're surrounded by nothing but people in your age group. Or you end up on the list the moment you ask for help. It's a give and take, man.
Now, this nuanced the conversation a lot more, Tyrus, because in that case, if for the P words to have an affliction that could lead to the endangerment of young people, should P words be permitted to even procreate and have custody of their procreation?
I'm not even prepared to. Oof.
I told you it was gonna get thick.
Because now we're talking about euthanizing people, man. That's oof.
Well, I mean, we ain't even talking about. I mean, it ain't got to even be that they're euthanized, even though I mean that can also be something put on the table. But that, I mean, it also could look as non-physically invasive as them not being able to have custody.
But I like this, Conscious. When the research starts getting more, I guess, streamlined, and they really settle down on a true genetic component that they can measure, as far as that. Okay,
What?
I think.
This is just a think. This is just a think tank. This is a think
know.
tank on a, and the researchers are having to face off like with these very questions, the fine lines between law and ethics and constitutional rights and etc. Like, for instance, Nicki Minaj's husband, Kenneth Petty, is a registered SA. Yet he has a son with Nicki Minaj. Now, he's not allowed to be within a certain amount of feet of other young people or to be within certain feet of schools, etc., all of that good jazz. But however, he has his own children. But if we are also, even though he's not necessarily registered as a P word, he is registered as a essayer because he apparently raped a young lady and he was convicted for that rape. But if the P word condition is one that targets minors, are their own children in danger of them being validated?
And this is why my default position is right. Like, what is your intention? What are you seeking out? And just let the expert decide. Because when we're talking about I keep getting scared because now we're starting to be, or like that will start getting into like the thought police, right? Like the minority, I think it was the Minority Report, where they start trying to arrest you for things you might do in the future. Like that gets scary to me. And not because it's the P word, it's because, again, I don't trust the government. So, when you start trying to get people for what might happen, man, that's going to be tough.
Miss McGee, I'm not really sure what dimension you exist in, but it seemed like your brain is really struggling here. You don't even understand the complexities. The experts don't understand the complexities. We're talking about a complex issue. The articles and the readings, and according to the experts, the issue is complex. So we're having a conversation around the complexity of such a thing. I don't like, you can either participate in this conversation and actually add something of value, or just like move around, but you're not really adding anything. Like, the dialogue is a think piece dialogue based upon the complexity of the subject matter. So you get to deal with the questions of what type of society you want to live in, one that prevents such matters or one that acts in the aftermath of them. And what do both of those worlds look like? And what do we need to do as it relates to research and as it relates to being a society that can encourage prevention? Because that does put responsibility on us as well. for those of us who are interested in preventing this matter and not whining and crying and reacting and going berserk in the aftermath of it.
So, can you pull up Z's comment real quick?
This one here,
please? Yeah.
you can
They
abuse.
can abuse. Oh, go.
Go ahead.
They can abuse kids they have access to, so it's always a risk. Some women are so desperate to not be alone that they turn a blind eye to it. You hear this a lot in some of these stories and articles. And that gets to the danger, because there's a lot of this stuff that doesn't get reported. So it's like, wait, this guy's a creep, but he hasn't been charged with anything. You get what I mean? But unfortunately, when we're talking about infrastructure, we are talking hard facts, right? Even in the speculation, whatever society gets built or policy gets built is going to be based on hard facts. And so this is a big thing, because like in the Army, Conscious, they revamped the way they report SA, and the numbers went up, right? Of women reporting SA in the military. And people were thinking that it was happening, like it just increased. What sucked is, no, it didn't increase. What's happening is that women are now more comfortable actually reporting this crap when it happens. So you're seeing the real number. And once we see the real number, that's what we got to decrease. You get what I mean? And that's sort of where we're at, especially with preventive measures. Just again, when we're talking about the P word and seeking help, there's a responsibility that licensed professional has to go, okay, we still need to limit your access to, or just for the sake of not the pissing the local public off. Hey, some of these jobs you probably shouldn't be getting. You know what I mean? I think that's a reasonable ask in general. And Hood Hacks TV, the women don't want to be alone. Again, this goes a lot with underreporting. This goes up. I get it that you hear that, it's somewhat common. Hey, they're in a domestic violence dispute. The women just, I think they call it's a version of, correct me if I'm wrong, Stockholm syndrome. It's like almost like you fall in love with your abuser, your kidnapper, something like that. And that's a real thing with SA victims. Like, they're used to that. They're almost groomed to where they don't, anything else is just completely foreign to them, man. I don't even begin to know how we get to the bottom, or like to start with that.
With what exactly? The women's issue?
Yeah, as far as what Hoodstack's talking about, like, women don't want to be alone, and like the underreporting, because it's easy for me over here to be like, well, just report it. Like, that's so.
Well, I think the answer is right there in the issue. If you ask me, I feel like the American curriculum has really failed Americans in general, and the American people are also suffering because they are not emphasizing like the power of, or the importance of things like emotional intelligence. I feel like just as much as math and history and world history and English and being literate is significant, that our emotionality and emotional and mental discipline is just as significant. And you would think that this would be something that is as integral to the American curriculum as learning any other subject is, because we are actual biological chemical entities that have emotional range. We have feelings. We're not AI. We actually have hormone levels. We have chemical responses. We have a brain. We have a inner world that informs our behavior, that results as our behavior. And I don't know why the priority also isn't to educate people on their emotional anatomy, on their mental anatomy. I don't know why, you know, we not looking at look at certain parts of Asia where they have strong disciplines just outside of academic ones. You know, like these people, these young people get trained in I was watching a reel the other day of some Asian classroom where like exercise, like where the kids have to exercise in every class because they have found research regarding breathing, oxygen levels, and dopamine levels increase, you know, as a result of exercise, which also leads to better learning. So no wonder the Asians are kicking our asses. You know, they actually implement these studies they incorporate these things into their everyday lives. You know, it's not like these fringe ass studies that you can just go personally veer off and go, you know, integrate into your life, but they are actually integrated. They are institutionalized. I think America could learn from that but because America isn't doing that, that's what leads me to believe that this is by design. The system is this way by design. They want it this way. They know that this system could be better. They know that people could be better. As bringing it back to the situation that Hood Hats is talking about, you cure up loneliness by emotional intelligence. You have people who don't know how to cope with themselves. You have people who don't know how to be productive as a single individual. You have people placating to these romantic novel ideals about togetherness and partnership. And when that's not achieved, it leads to a destruction of their self-esteem. You have all of these fallacies manifested in a system where people don't even have a solid grip over themselves first before they even indulge in these idealisms, you know? So obviously the way to cure loneliness is by rising and increasing and deepening people's self-awareness and giving them the tools to do that so that they can be okay no matter what circumstance they find themselves in life. Whether they're going through a breakup, they know how to transition properly from heartbreak. They know how to be productive with their sadness, with their anger, with their frustration, rather than just responding to these stimuli. That they understand the information and the opportunity that these emotional states create in their lives. These are things that you learn when you are a student of emotional intelligence, but these are things that are largely not a priority to, you know, everyday life for Americans who are put into a mouse and wheel dynamic. You know, we're just white lap rats on a damn wheel. We work, we go to school to learn a bunch of dumb shit we don't utilize, and we get trapped in this capitalistic ass system.
Well, everything you just named, I learned from my parents because that's supposed to be the people that teaches those things. Children.
I'm gonna tell you what parents, with the exception of yours, generally parents are teaching. Parents are because I'm serious. You know, like I didn't just have my parents. I was the result of other people's parenting as well. You know, I had to deal with bullying at the hands of other kids who didn't have parents who were teaching them emotional intelligence. Most parents are teaching their children obedience to them. They're not necessarily instilling in you autonomy. They're not instilling in you how to deal with adversity or diversity in your life. Your parents largely are also trapped in a capitalistic system. So their first incentive is to be able to control you so that they don't have to also worry about you as they're worrying about keeping the lights on and having to worry about bringing food and putting it on the table and having to worry about all the other things that this capitalistic system has in place. So most parents themselves are not even emotional intelligence. If that was the case, they wouldn't be beating the hell out of their kids. They wouldn't be abusing their own children, neglecting their own children, largely emotionally unavailable to their children, overbearing to their damn children. Most people in this country, unfortunately, have childhood trauma because the parents themselves don't even know what the fuck is to do. And, you know, they are a byproduct of a broken system, and their parents are a byproduct of a broken system. But to your point, you know, there are lucid people who are doing a great job, but that unfortunately is just not the general. Like, most parents are not lucid and awake and healthy in and of themselves and transferring that healthiness into their children, unfortunately.
Right, but there's a difference between essentially being glorified babysitters for these kids and preventing SA. You know, like at some point we can't. There's not going to be a policy that stops parents from being bad parents. You get what I mean? Like, and they're like, our teachers are already overworked as it is. They already are massively disrespected to make more teachers essentially therapists as well. It's like, man, our education numbers are declining and declining. And you know, you talk about China, you know what they also doing? They learning math and science. You know, the Europeans doing, they learning math and science too. You know, it's not just one thing. And so,
and that's the issue with America. It's not a two. We're learning math and sciences, but we're not learning anything about our own human condition.
What do you mean? We're not even learning that. Have you looked at our numbers? We're not even learning that.
Well, I'm not surprised, because once again, when you're not even when people are not even properly regulated, I mean, how do you expect them to be great learners? How do you expect them to even be interested in a bunch of shit that they are distracted from because they're dealing with starvation and poverty? They're dealing with in-home abuse. They're dealing with DV in their house. They're dealing with the turmoil that's going on in their communities. They're dealing with the gunshots every night, the drug, the pillaging. They're dealing with the prostitutes. They're dealing with all of this shit. And you want them to be able to go to school and be riveting learners. It's just it's a very unrealistic expectation. You just cannot.
I agree, and it's unrealistic to think the school system in its dire state as it is could support something like that. That has to be, like, I hate to say it, its own separate thing. You get what I mean? I agree that there needs to be some sort of like a program or institution. I just don't agree with putting it on already an overworked school district.
A loving government is what could alleviate a lot of this, and I know that by way
that's
of
an oxymoron. Loving government?
No, it's not, because I'm not
trusting government.
I just said a loving government, and the reason why I'm saying that is for the reasons why I've said it a trillion times on this platform throughout the years. Most of y'all who don't know the impact of what a loving government can do to an entire society need to take the time to look at the documentary Where to Invade Next. You are going to have your damn wig cap blown the fuck off when you actually go and take. I want everybody here listening to this in the replay, in the live stream, Tyrus, you as well, to sit down with your families, or if you're lonely as hell and got nothing but a cat, you and your damn cat, sit down and look at the documentary Where to Invade Next, and then we'll see what this conversation looks like afterwards, because there's no question, there's no doubt about it, the power of government when government itself is interested in the actual well-being and health of its citizens. Yeah, that may be something unfathomable to us for obvious reasons, because our government is ran by a bunch of fucking Luciferians.
What does it typically take for a government to have that much control, Conscious? What typically happens in history that a government has that much power, ends up with that much power? Bunch of people died, right?
But we're
Did I
not.
need to, did I need to remind you who General Mao is
Oh, you don't have to.
or Chairman Mao? Yeah.
What you're talking. I mean, if you want to make the conversation hopeful and focus on, once again, a bunch of governments that have gotten this wrong, I mean, you can do that. I'm not
I
interested in
want to focus on the ones that got it right.
I'm talking about honorable, revered governments whose societies are intact and their people are healthy from the inside out, who have alleviated all of the statistical issues that are overflowing in this country.
Mm.
And I'm not going to spend my time arguing that when you guys can go and look at it for your fucking selves, and we can have a conversation in the aftermath of that by going to check out the documentary Where to Invade to Next. It's going to inspire you to great leaps, and it's going to cause you to either come to one or two conclusions about the current American system that we're in, which is that this is either by design or the people running the fucking country are just flat out fucking morons. But that is only one of the two of those goddamn things. It's not that we're talking about something that's unrealistic. It's not that we're talking about something that can't be done. It's not that we're talking about something that is just the hopes of Christians. It's not a Christian worldview. It's not none of that shit. It's a fucking reality, and it's a reality all over the goddamn world. And this documentary makes it fucking plain. The same director and producer of Fahrenheit 9/11 put his fucking foot off into Where to Invade Next in order to emphasize the corruption of the American government, who are putting its citizens under the impression that this is just the way things are, and this is just the way things have to be. And it's not the case. This is either by fucking design, or the country is simply ran by a bunch of fucking idiots with propeller hats on.
Well, I mean, yeah, they're all Ivy League, silver spoon, fucking 1%er children running the country. You know, I believe there's hope too, Conscious. I'm just saying, like,
those privileged bastards.
Yeah, you know, there's even with privilege, there's ranks, there's levels to it. It's just, I guess, to keep it going, you know where I would invade if I was America, Conscious?
Where?
I would invade China. You want to know why?
Why?
Because through all of those social and mental health studies, they came up with the one-child policy that now, if you look at the statistics, there are 30 million more men than women. Conscious, do you see a problem with that statistic at all?
Sure.
Yeah. I would invade China because that's so much real estate. I would just, that'd be just pure 2024 colonization at its best. Because think about all the ghost towns they have. They have built so much infrastructure, and Conscious, no one lives there. So it's not like they need it. You know about all those ghost towns, right? The highways that lead to absolutely nowhere. Right? They don't need all that land. That's where I would invade in next. That's free real estate. Like, you know how many Americans would get housing on the low? Like, yo, here, 10, 20K. Happy birthday. That's where I would invade. That'd be a layup. Because all you got to do, like on some super villain stuff, all you got to do is wipe out the women, and they'll never be able to repopulate or regrow their numbers. And they'll just die off.
One of the most impressive things about the Where to Invade Next documentary, and I am dead ass serious. By the time this documentary came to an end, I'd had fucking tears running down my eyes as if I had just watched a fantastical, uplifting conclusion to the Titanic movie. Was the sheer I'm dead ass serious because I can even feel it revving up in me now, because
that's a high bar.
And what brought me to tears is the fact that some governments and some systems actually met that fucking bar. And had I not looked outside of this system, and somebody not have illustrated and demonstrated and emphasized the fact that there are entire other worlds happening on this landmass, where people are safe, people are sane, people are healthy, where crime is damn near at a zero, where I mean, before I saw this documentary, I used to actually be insecure about being hopeful because I had to look forward to pessimistic people in this system telling me that a orderly, decent upbringing and way of life was just way too much to ask for. But I had to look outside this system, not look at the people in this system, but look outside of this system and look into other worlds. And
what did you find?
I found what I just said, that this system here is either by design or it's ran by maniacs. But it's not that this is just how it is. It ain't that everything everything that we are experiencing is either the result of organized and structured chaos or is the result of unregulated chaos. But it's not because it just is. This country isn't fucked up because it just is fucked up. It's not that these issues don't have practical resolves. All these issues can be resolved, but we have a literal governmental system that keeps the system in a state of chaos. Either because the people running the system are in a state of chaos, or the chaos is, once again, is man-made. It's intentional. Every country is not fucked up. Every nation isn't fucked up. Every system ain't fucked up. There are countries where if a pregnant woman was to get pregnant, not only could she take 6 months to 9 months of vacation, but her husband can too, to support her. There are systems where the obesity rates, the high blood pressure rates, the etc., almost non-existent. Gun violence, non-existent. Marriage rates through the roof. Teen pregnancy, almost non-existent. Healthcare, free. College education, free.
A lot of Scandinavian countries.
We're talking about systems that have all of these things in them at once. In once.
Conscious.
We're talking about systems where people can leave their front doors practically open.
Yeah.
People can leave their windows wide open. People can send their children out into the world without as much of a care. Because they have a government that actually fucking loves the people and use the resources to enforce the inner and outer well-being of the people, and therefore the people remain glorious. In all these areas that if you look at any American statistic, we're getting a fucking F- in.
You don't remember, I'm sure you do, the panel a few days ago. I asked Will and Mary? I asked them, would you sign that hypothetical contract? What they answer with, Conscious?
Oh, it was a what happened?
I asked that question. I was like, well, if we can have this society where everything's fixed, but you got to sacrifice, would you sign it?
I said, yeah.
Yeah, you said, yeah. The other two said no.
Monica said, hell no, but I ain't Monica.
Yeah, Monica said no. Will said, and it's like, again, I gotta get our own people out the way, bro.
But you're talking about people who rightfully so are going to say hell no because they currently exist in a system that's dog eat dog.
Yeah.
You know, people, it's hard for people to conceptualize outside of their own experiences. People are largely informed by their own lived experience. So, yeah, you got people who are going to make decisions based upon, the only reality they know, unfortunately. But you know, the great thing about change is that just like our government is made up of 1%.
Yep.
Change has never been brought about by the majority. It's always been brought about by the very few. So we don't even need to be. It don't even need to be that everybody is involved. Everybody don't have to make one collective choice. It just needs to be the right people in the right positions making the right decisions. That can change everything for everyone and for generations to come. My hope is rooted in that. Thank God it doesn't take me, you, Monica, Phyllis, Pangala, Hood Hacks, J99, and the whole damn chat to agree. Thank God it doesn't. Because we would be in a never-ending cycle of shit if it required.
I think we get it done real quick. I think if you gave us that wand, Conscious, we get this shit done in about a year. Say a solid year. We get all this shit cleaned up. What do you think?
I think that there's great work to do.
But it's not hopeless, like you said.
Now government has and requires great reform, but so does society that has been damaged.
If you could write the first piece of legislation to execute your plan, what would it be?
I don't know what it would be. I don't know what my first piece of legislation would be. Maybe that let me think about that. What would my first piece of legislation be? Oh, mandatory health care for every motherfucker in the system, and most definitely reinforced by those who sit in positions of power.
Oh yeah, you make the congressman have to buy the same health insurance everyone else does. Yeah, for sure.
Well, I would make them adhere to mental health services. Absolutely. You have to, bitch.
Oh, you make that mandatory.
It's it's no if it comes with the premium package, baby. Of being at the top, you're gonna get the greatest healthcare your motherfucking ass could have ever dreamed of, baby. It's gonna be in your life 4 to 5 days a goddamn week. Because if you're gonna run this shit for the rest of us, bitch, you gonna be in the most stable mental and emotional health that you can be in, baby. Oh yeah, we're gonna get rid of all that toxic ass, racist, sexist, trans, homo, xenophobic as the root of all your fuckery, your loneliness, your perversion. Well, yes, baby. Welcome to the good side of the fence, Congressman. Welcome to the great side of the fence, President. You done fucked around and entered into your road to Damascus, child. We about to change your life before you change ours, bitch. Matter of fact, before the position even starts, mental health services and evaluations and rehabilitation is going to already be on its way before you even get to executing orders and pressing the missile launch button. So free mental health care for every motherfucker in the system. Mandatory for every motherfucker in the system, just like it's mandatory for our ass to go to school and to have some form of education or whatever the mandatories are in this system. But absolutely, that's going to be doubled down because I believe that heavy is the head that wears the crown. So I believe that power should also be met with equal accountability. So if there's any motherfucker who needs more infrastructure than anybody else, it is certainly those with power and great wealth and influence. They would not be able to be left to their own fucking devices. They would not be able to just exist with all of this resource without great deep supervision. Yeah, we're going to create a very kind system that's going to start with making everybody kind by challenging everybody's bullshit. giving people the tools to treat their neighbors better, giving the government tools to treat its citizens better, giving just so mental health would be my first priority in terms of changing this system. Because I'm gonna start from the inside out. I'm a spiritualist, so I work from the inside out any damn way. I really don't fix anything from the outward end. So I will start that way when it comes to the world. We're gonna fix this thing from within. And then whatever we have to undo that we resurrected and made in the image of our trauma, and we made in the image of our racism, and we made in the image of our materialism, and we made in the image of all of our fuckery, we will demolition those things accordingly, because, enlightenment leads to change. Change is reform. And then before you know it, the world just slowly becomes better. It gets better and better every decade. Every generation comes into a better version of society as the work continues to be done from the inside out, and we correct our outward reality, which was largely made in the image of all of that fuck shit that we either were conscious or unconscious of. How that sound to you, Tyrus?
Oh, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
I think you thought you asked me a trick question.
No, absolutely not. That was legitimate.
Mm-hmm. Now what? Now I'm a boomerang it back to you. What would be your old nasty piece of legislation that you would prioritize?
Just in general, I'm gonna try to do something to get the American people like a boost, like on a trampoline, if you will, like a quick boost. And so I'm gonna restore the child tax credit, except I'm gonna make that permanent, like they do in some Western European countries like Germany. They call it Kindergeld. Yeah, I'm gonna restore the child tax credit because I believe that took 45 million children out of poverty. Yeah, I'm gonna run that back permanently. After that, I'm gonna restore diplomatic relations and do trade deals with Western Africa and our neighbors in the Caribbean, South America. And when those trade deals are, I guess implemented and everything, then I will pass a piece of legislation to implement single parent healthcare. That's what I would do, like first thing.
I'm gonna remix my first piece of legislation first. I'm gonna go with Shauna's first. Yes, all basic human needs provided to every American first and foremost. Then my mental health legislation passed in place so that we can start building. Oh, CTV for president. I like the sound of that. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. Do you think we should drop the link?
Yeah, go ahead. It should be.
Do you feel complete first on the on where you wanted to go with the subject?
I think so. Like, I mean, we were still vibing off the phone call, and plus, like, especially when you pulled up the studies, we were learning a lot about what the researchers say. So I thought it was real productive. What about you?
I think it's pretty productive.
All right.
I feel good about it. I'm gonna drop the link and we can read some comments as folk. I did drop the link, you guys. Jackie says start with money, quit financing politicians and term limits.
Good. Yeah, that's good. I like that. Oh, my bad.
Oh, go ahead.
I like Jackie's comment too, and that's why I want the child tax credit restored, because, let's be clear, we all need that grocery money, right? That was nice, especially if you got multiple mouths to feed. That was cool. I mean, fortunately, I'm not gonna get it, but I don't care. I don't hate as long as a bunch of people get it. It's cool with me. And what they call it, Citizens United. Yeah, we got to get rid of that crap. There's too much corporate and foreign bread being like, oh my God. I can't stop thinking about how the Russians were funneling millions through the NRA, conscious, right? The biggest gun lobbying firm in this country, or lobbyists in this country. They had a whole spy in there and everything like that. we really got to get rid of that dark money. And so, Jackie, I agree, and term limits as well. Yeah. Can't afford reparations, healthcare, housing, but we can afford to be involved in. Agreed. Justin, I am a firm believer as a combat veteran, sir. I am a firm believer that we can do both. I have been stationed in Germany for 5 years. I've been to the shithole Middle Eastern war zone, Iraq, twice. And I can tell you, Justin, we have enough money to do fucking both in this country. We just never feel like it.
Oh,
We
yeah.
just don't feel like it.
Because anytime any other system is in need of a big ass cash dump, we ain't have no reason finding which hole in our ass we want to pull it out of in order to support.
Oh my God, Conscious. This is like really relative. So my second deployment, we was doing convoy security. It was Operation New Dawn. Like we was withdrawing from Iraq. This is why I kind of laugh at people with the Afghanistan criticism, because I'm like, guys, y'all know how much bullshit we left over there? Because it's been sitting in sand for 20 fucking years. Most of that stuff doesn't work, and any of the sensitive equipment has long been taken out. Most of this fucking equipment isn't even going to work. You know what I mean? Like, we already replaced that on the back end. Like the stuff we give in Ukraine right now to fight Russia, that's respectfully, that's US hand-me-downs. You know what I mean? We got way better shit. And that's also evidence to say we got money to pass reparations or at least get rid of student loans and shit like that. Like we got, I'm sorry, bro. I could go on forever with the shit we could do. It's like,
Do you think that descendants of slaves or that black and brown people in this country deserve reparations?
Yeah. I just think it should come from a place of opportunity. I think a good program would be an opt-in program, but I don't have any problem with the people who say just cut the fucking check. You know what I mean? So that's the more nuanced discussion we can have, but overall, yeah.
Yeah, because this system had made black and brown people just cut the fucking label, so just cut the fucking check.
We got to remember that slavery was free labor in order for them to sell off resources for funding, right? Do we not I really need my fellow Americans to understand, like, especially when it comes to reparations, they was using slavery to fund their genocide against the Native Americans. You get what I mean? Like, we live literally blood-stained country everywhere we step, bro. And we are the only demographic, the people that can trace our ancestry back to slavery. We're the only demographic that did not come here by choice. Everyone else was either here or came here voluntarily. We were the only ones that came over in chains. So, and there's a whole big nuanced discussion, but yeah, cut the check.
What do you think about those who don't believe that there should be a cut, that there should be a check cut, that the system has done away with racism and everybody has equal opportunity to be and do whatever they want in this great country?
I don't have any animosity toward people who think like that. I get it. We're all mixed up. For example, I'm mixed, right? Unfortunately, I could probably make the best argument for reparations out of anybody, but you know, when it comes to the qualifications, people are gonna remind me, "Hey, bro, you're not black. You're mixed," and I'm gonna be like, "Okay." But then, conscious, there are gonna be plenty of mixed people who don't view it like that. They're gonna be like, "Well, I'm black. And then that's when you start realizing, oh shit, we are a melting pot. And that's why I say it's a nuanced discussion. It's going to be dicey if, in theory, if we ever got to that level federally.
And let's be clear, the mulattoes were also slaves.
Yeah.
Mixed race people who were also enslaved.
Yeah. But then
they were subjected.
What about the ones who are mixed with black and white? That's because like for me, right? I'm black, Puerto Rican, and white, but that's mainly because of Puerto Rican, right? Puerto Ricans, the indigenous people on that island were enslaved. So it sucks. It's like the legacy of two demographics, you know what I mean? But what if you're mixed race and you're actually just black and white? How does that work? You see, because that's what's going to get dicey is
it's not,
who qualifies.
For me, mixed race people will also largely the results. A lot of the blending of the genetics and DNA was also forced labor also involved grape. Also forcibly merged.
Yeah, I just think right now, like especially when you look at oh my bad, when you look at California's reparation committee, I think it's kind of like a general consensus maybe, but typically you can trace those with that ancestry typically about 1870, I believe. And so it's actually relatively easy for people to, it's just, again, a lot of the people on the other side, that's the argument they're going to make. You know what I mean?
Those are the same people who believe in a one-drop rule. Now all of a sudden now.
And those are the same people that we're going to have to convince to vote on, to vote for people who will pass something like this. We got to be able to come with a coherent argument. You know what I mean? Because that's the unfortunate thing about being 14.
I think that the coherent argument could be okay. So this is when we can finally weaponize all of those statistics that they like to bring up about black on black crime. Well, how about if you give black people the means and the opportunity and the financial resources and educational resources to actually improve their circumstances, then guess what you alleviate? You alleviate the gang violence. You alleviate the ghettos. You alleviate the poverty. You alleviate the thuggery. You alleviate all of these things.
And when one of these black conservatives starts doing a live interview on Fox News saying that these entitled blacks are just looking for a handout, what is our response going to be? Because once again, we got to convince white people to go along with this. And at least white conservatives are going to go, see, this black guy agrees with us too. That's the game we got to play. You know what I mean? It sucks.
It's not even a game though. If this country was molded off the backs of forced labor, so our people have not largely still reaped the direct benefits.
I agree.
The direct benefits, the entitled wages as a result of that labor.
Yeah.
That unaccounted blood in history is still in the land, and every issue in the black and brown community can be traced right back to a single source, which is white patriarchal capitalism, which weaponize and utilize slavery.
Cut the check.
Cut it all. The check can be one aspect of the reparations. Cut
Nah,
the free.
I don't need no feel good policies. Just cut the check.
The free health care. Cut the free health care.
That's not
Also,
reparations. Those are things
cut-
government should be doing.
Cut
That's different from
well,
reparations,
well,
Conscious.
look, if we making the gifts,
The gift.
yeah, if we making the payback specifically tailored to the people, you never taught you never taught these people how to read and write. You just set their asses free and then they fend it for themselves.
Yep. No plan. By the way, fended for themselves and then had to deal with literal domestic terrorism right after.
Shout out to the Black Wall Street. Bombed it right down from the skies. Hell, we ain't even got just slavery to look at for reparations. You can go to any part in history.
Well, where you got slavery, then you have Reconstruction, then you got Jim Crow, then you got segregation, and then you can make the argument about freedom around the civil rights era, right? But people can then make the argument with the anti-drug laws, but again, typically the argument ends, we weren't free after slavery. We were just, not in bondage, if you will, metaphorically anyway.
Shauna, welcome to the platform.
Hello. The reparations, the cutting the check, I have no problem with the cutting the check, but the majority of it should be education and land. Because I don't know why this doesn't get brought up. Maybe people forget, but what it was done for the Native American people that's the blueprint of what they can do for the government can do for Black people. They get education and they get land. So in their own society, legally their own society. So it's not like it's impossible. We have a model for it and it can be tailored to Black people. And the whole, what you're saying about being mixed and you don't know how that would work. Well, it works just like it does with Native Americans. There's a certain percentage that you have to account for. And it's not like Black people are 75% of the country.
I forgot about the excellent point, Shauna.
Yeah. It's easy to forget, but there is a model. And it's a broken model, but there's still a model, and there's still things that can be fixed with it. But the basic blueprint of reparations is what they have done, what the government has done for Native American people. Free education. I just moved to Oklahoma, and I'd lived most of my life in Ohio, and then I moved to Dallas. But I live in Oklahoma now, and I have never grown up around Native American people, which are just I feel. I don't even know what the word, so appreciative that I could see. I've never lived around Native American people, beautiful people with culture. And I almost feel jealous of that because they're still, what they went through is similar to what African American Black people went through, but they still have their, some semblance of their culture and their identity. And that's something that a lot of us do not have. So, just understanding or just coming in contact with coworkers, and I'd never ask. I think it's rude. It's none of my business when someone has brought up that they are Native American and they're going to school for free. And I was like, well, goddamn. So it's not like it's impossible. It's not. There's certain quote unquote entitlements, rightfully so. Definitely, they definitely deserve it. But so do Black people, and I don't. Numbers escape me. I don't know what percentage you would have to prove, or do you have to take a DNA? I don't know the logistics of it, but it's possible, and it's happened, and it is happening. Because money is fleeting and it's unstable.
This is just easier than me. How about just cut the goddamn check to everybody who checks Black on the census?
But I think it has to be a little bit more defined, because then you got that okay, prime example, you have two mixed parents, or a white parent and a mixed parent.
If you ain't identifying as Black prior, I mean Case closed. I give the check to everybody who checks black. They clear about they black. They clear about they mix. They clear about the blackness in they mix. They clear about that they black. They just if we try to just simplify the shit, easy. I ain't worried about all the motherfuckers who wasn't worried about being black.
Right.
Prior, because now it's gonna be convenient.
But
right?
And we open the door for that too. It's convenient. It's what's going to get you whatever kind of benefits, and that has to be allowed, because that's why it should be a percentage that can be. I guess I've never researched it, and that's something, you know, on the list of things I want to understand as the guidelines for the Native American people to get services. I think that's like a lot of black people need to be spouting that out from the mountaintop. This is what happens, and instead of being like, oh, this is what we need. Money is fleeting. It's unstable. What is not fleeting and unstable is an education. Once you got it, you got it. And then also land. It's like give us land, and that's how you build generational wealth. It's not just money. It's what you're doing with the money. And if you're buying property and land and education, you can't strip people of that.
So in general, I agree, but I would like to push back on tying it in education wise. And the reason why I just go with cut the check, Shauna, is because the moment we start getting into and then this as well, is the moment you start the moment other people go and start, well, that's an American problem, that's not a black specific problem. You get what I mean? Like when we start talking about education, well, at least your community college, I would love for that to be free for all Americans. You know what I mean? If you cut the check, guess what? People then are allowed to spend it however the hell they want. Because Shauna, what about the people who don't want to go to college? Well, that's just nothing.
What?
But guess what? But Shauna, if you cut the check, then again, I have faith in my fellow black men and women that the majority will do the right thing. If people want to go to college, guess what? They got more than enough cash to completely pay for. If they want to buy a house with that, they can do that. If they want to spend it however, they can, but it's their choice to spend that reparation.
I agree. And I want to say cut the check as well, because you just don't get to make put those type of stipulations on what people are entitled to. You enslaved people, you pillaged those people, you raped those people, and those people and the descendants of those people still live largely in a institutionalized, racial oriented system to this day. So we're still making an argument that racism has not, as far as I'm concerned, enslavement has not went away. Enslavement just has taken on other forms. It's just taken on political oppression, economic oppression, etc. That Black Americans are still slaves unto the system to this day, which is why we're still fighting, which is why there's Black, female, pay disparity, wage issues. There's still legislation issues. You still have communities like Flint, which are being experimented on and abandoned by its governmental forces and principalities. I mean, Black people today just don't have a single plantation to be bound to, because the entire country is a goddamn active plantation. That's just what creates the illusion of freedom. Minority folks still ain't, but to Tyru's point as well, we know that everybody in the system ultimately is a damn slave. But when we're talking about a particular type of abuse, one that is well documented historically, one that was brutal in nature, cut the damn check, because y'all wasn't concerned about whether we needed an education when you forced our asses into the predicaments that we were forced into. So simply pay us for our pain, and then allow the community and its leaders to then occupy spaces and yell from the bullhorn what we should do next. But I agree that should be by choice, not by force. Or I'm even arguing that reparations should constitute as a lot of things.
That's my point.
I think
That's exactly my point.
And it should be free healthcare and free education.
Yeah.
Black people have to go, but that is free if they want to go.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying either or. I don't think we're robbed of education. We're robbed of land. So those right there should be free to whoever wants to.
Our bodies and our culture and our minds. So.
And healthcare, yes. Who wants to participate. That's my point. No, because there are Native American people get money too. I mean, they're getting it all. That's my point. Reparations includes all of it. I'm not saying, oh, you have to go to school. If you want to go to school, go to school. But if I want to go to school, it's free. And if I'm entitled to this amount of land, and if I don't want any of it, then maybe some other things you can be compensated. And we're also given money. I'm telling you right now, that's what is occurring right now at this moment for Native American people. They are getting money, they're getting land, and they're definitely getting education, and they're also getting health care. They have their own hospitals to go to. They are the model. And the reason why we're not getting it is because they don't want to give it to us, not for any other reason.
Guys, we're not the Native Americans.
Oh, I know.
Our systems, however this happens.
Well, some of us are too, because.
Well, thank you.
Right. But I'm talking strictly from.
Also a Black indigenous American.
Thank you.
We're also enslaved as well, and we're mistaken for Negroes.
Right.
Right. But what I'm saying is for this specific issue, right, the way the program or whatever that policy looks like is not going to be the same as Native Americans, or it's not going to be the same as the Japanese Americans, right?
He only said that it's a reference, that it can be refined.
Right, but
it's a model.
What I'm scared about is, Shauna, everything you mentioned is going to be spent going through government bureaucracy. So how much money actually ends up directly affecting us? That's what scares me. Whereas if we just cut the check, guess what? We are individual Americans with the right to do whatever the fuck we want with our own money. You know what I mean? Because what I'm scared about is feel-good policies that lead to nothing. And in government, we already got a lot of those. But when it's cut the check, hey, we shake hands and we on our way. You know what I mean?
But I don't understand what part of what you're not understanding. It's all of it, not just cutting the check. If you give us all $100,000 plus, if you want to go to school, you go to school for free. If you want, you definitely get free healthcare. If you want to utilize healthcare, you can. It's free. And if you want to acquire this property, this is the one you want. It's not. No one has claim to it. Yes, you get. I'm talking about all of it. We're owed all of it.
Yeah, I just want the opportunity. I mean, again, I agree that reparations should be
it sounds like Harold is trying to make it easy on the government by just giving them as little.
That's what I'm saying. No shit, you owe us fucking land, you owe us education.
But
period.
But they do owe us all of that. They stripped that from us. They kept us from being literate. They literally kept that from They owe that too. That should be. I agree. That should be.
Money. Yes, money too.
Yeah. And Black people should be in the luxurious position to choose whether they want to utilize the things that they will now inherit, and they will be rewarded back with them back pay.
And you know what that? Sorry. What that does, it levels the playing field, because what we are owed, education and property and money, is what white people are already getting right now. So it's like, we just want that. We're at a deficit. So we don't have that opportunity, or we didn't have the opportunity to create that generational wealth. That's why, through land and education. So that's why it's owed to us. If you don't choose to take that opportunity, that's on you. Nobody's saying, oh, well, you know, that whatever. You don't have to. We can all get the same amount of money, and we can all get the opportunity to go to school and to have this kind of land. And if you don't want to do that, you just want to sit on your money, then sit on your money.
So then
But-
why don't you just pile up all the cost and then put it in one check?
No.
Like, because the check would be like 500 to 750K. That will cover everything.
Okay,
Happy
500K plus, guess what? You can go to school for free.
Right.
And you can also, if you want to buy this land with your 500K, you can do that too. I'm saying all of it, Tarus. What? I don't understand why you want to
fine.
simplify it to just cutting a check. No,
Because,
I want
Shauna,
the
there's
check,
less-
I want the
there's less
land,
red
and I want
tape.
the education.
But Shauna, if I again hypothetically, if I gave you $750,000, do you really need my fucking help with healthcare?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
No, you don't. Stop it.
No,
No, you're
hold
stop
on.
Do you need my help with
What team
education,
is it?
Shauna?
Please,
You
please,
cover
please,
that.
please.
Hold on.
Come on, guys.
Hold on. See, this is the mistake we're making. It's the problem for me is semantically. It's not about what I need you for. It's about what I'm fucking owed.
Thank you.
Whether I need it or not is irrelevant. If
So
you
take
owe me,
everything
hold on. This is a simple analogy. A simple analogy, boo. If you owe me $500, Tyrus, because I came and did some landscaping work for your property, and you owed me $500. Let's say you couldn't pay me that $500 at the time. Let's say a year from now, I done hit the lottery and I now am a millionaire. Guess what the fuck you still owe me? $500 motherfucking dollars, and I want it down to the cent.
Right, but if you get that money from the government, that's different than winning the lottery. You see what I mean? Like that's the thing.
The government
we gotta
owns it.
Shauna, that's okay. Conscious, Shauna. That's all I'm saying is
The government is what
up,
institutionalizing slavery. They owe it.
Streamline it, guys. Just that's all I'm saying is streamline it. Add it all up.
Okay, so this is where the other
Guys, we are
DNA
depending on the dysfunctional government to get it.
It was a
Guys,
black
I don't
a few
trust.
minutes ago.
Yes.
Guys, I don't.
But
trust
now
a
it's that other
dysfunctional-
DNA that's talking now.
Guys, I don't trust a dysfunctional government to do the right thing with reparations. Cut the check. That's literally it, guys. So however much it costs, Shauna, all those programs you mentioned, you know what? If I want to go to O State for 4 years, add up all the tuition plus dorm room for O State. Guess what? That gets added into the check, Shauna. If I want healthcare, you know what? Average it out as if I was an athlete. That gets put into the check. And so if it's added up to 500,000, Shauna, and it's streamlined, isn't that better?
No,
Because
I think
get to dictate how you spend it.
I think you're looking. I see the way you're looking at it, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, if the government decides every black person with this percentage of black is owed $750,000, I'm going to give everybody $750,000, and guess what? You can go to school for free. Your healthcare is free. Like that's not even in the bank. That has nothing to do with the bank. I'm owed an education and I'm owed land, period. And $750,000. You get what I'm saying?
I understand.
You're reducing everything to money. So you're almost pigeonholing yourself. Well, this is all what's that?
Cash rolls everything around me.
But if they're telling you they're going to give you $750,000 and the opportunity. We're saying opportunity to go to college.
Is that in total per person, or is that like a yearly quota? What is that? Like what is
per person?
So I'm saying $750,000, and you could say
a lifetime or a year.
No, just like the lottery, you could take it as a chunk or you can get it monthly. They even offer that. So it's like it's equal.
Hold on. I want to make sure I understand. So 750 per person.
Yeah. Yeah. Over a lifetime.
One 750 deposit.
Yeah, you can monthly, like the lottery, kind of like the lottery. Pay it over a lifetime, or deposit that shit in the bank. Yes, that's what you can get.
Tomorrow it's $750K in your account.
Yes, that's if you choose, or you can get a monthly, just like the lottery. But what I'm trying to tell you is, you're entitled to the money, but you're also entitled to property. This is and not or. There's no or. It's and. Get it? Hello?
Tyrus, I just want to be a Puerto Rican.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, what? See, you're like I said, you're pigeonholed to a dollar amount. And I'm saying, don't say just a dollar amount. You want it all. You owe me all of it. Money and education, healthcare, and fucking land. That's what reparations is.
Yo, I can imagine y'all now with a bunch of land you're not familiar with and have no idea what the fuck you're gonna do with it. That's just gonna be hilarious.
That's what people deal with on a daily basis when their parents die and they inherit 100 acres.
2024 shot. It's gonna be a disaster. They're gonna give us the shittiest property imaginable.
Come on, bro. You just want to be
negative. I think that's a stereotype.
Off a realtor.
Thank you.
I think that's a stereotype.
Black people are farmers.
Hold on. More black people are successful entrepreneurs today than ever in human history.
Thank you.
I don't know where this idea that black people are running around idiots and wouldn't know what to do with $750,000 and wouldn't have visions when Black people created every fundamental pillar of America, from
Thank you
to its art, to its music, to it. Like it, Black people gave this country the soul that it has today. So I think that, and you know what's so funny? As more and more Black women and Black men become educated and resourceful and become interested in their business, this is largely contributing to the pushback against giving Black people their fucking reparation.
Thank you.
Yep. They know that they're going to be empowering titans who are already empowering themselves.
Look, whatever it looks like, I hope it gets passed.
Free healthcare, free education, and a $750,000 check deposit.
Run it. Let's get started. I'm cool with it. Whatever, man. Hey, as long as people get it, man. As long as it happens one day, bro. Whatever. I mean,
but they're not gonna do it.
You never. Hey, I don't know, Shauna.
Oh no! Hold on. All of a sudden, now you got hope. You just told us how wicked and disinterested Tyrus the government is. Now all of a sudden, now, you never know.
I just gave y'all a whole entire outline about how this would work. Of course,
Can I expand what my point was? My point is, there is a conscious effort.
No pun intended.
No pun intended. To keep Black people oppressed, and we're surviving and we're exceeding. But the fact that we are able to keep it pushing, it gives them more reason not to do it. I'm not saying we're not entitled to it, but the fact that they're dragging their feet, it could be in the future. I mean, I hope so. I hope it's in our lifetime, all three of us. But it may not be, and that is a reality, because there is an obvious, and it's becoming more and more blatant, that the Black people are at the bottom of the sea of people they're willing to help, because America hates Black people, more than they hate any other ethnic group, clearly, because they felt the need to pay out, or consistently pay out and continue to pay out Native Americans, Japanese, even Jewish Americans. So it's like, this is a conscious effort not to give us reparations, because America hates Black people.
So, Shauna, I agree with you, and I think that's probably some of the disconnect we're having, because the reasons you named are exactly the reasons I rather them cut the check, because everything you just described is true. So why are we all of a sudden thinking they're going to change their mentality and do their job correctly just because a piece of legislation passed? There's still, some of those people are still going to be racist, which means they're still going to slow roll the paperwork, which means they're still going to do some crummy crap to put red tape and all that. No, I don't want government who already doesn't, remember, they hate us. So yeah, I don't want government who hates us trying to create another policy. Cut the check and let me figure it out like an equal American.
But do you think they're going to cut the check any faster than they're going to do any of the other things? I mean,
it's a lot more realistic. We see how quick it is for the Federal Reserve and the government to cut anybody a check. They got all our bank accounts. We pay our taxes. You know what I mean? We all file. The IRS know who we are.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so remember the child tax credit. What was that? Right, that was money going directly into the people's pockets. So yes, absolutely. Right now, Shauna, it is a lot easier for government to cut the check than to create all those government.
I disagree. I disagree.
She already
I
said
disagree.
they've already done it for
Thank
other.
you. Thank you.
Done.
What did Valentina just say about the I can't see it. About wait a minute, let me look at the Seminole Indians down here get a fat check every month for themselves and their children for a lifetime.
And a reservation.
And their own healthcare system.
And their own healthcare. And their
own hospitals, just like the VA. They have the exact same thing. They have a, and I'm not saying they have a grade, because there's always going to be corruption. But they,
I know you've seen the reservation, Shauna. Come on.
No, but I'm saying and that would be up to us and how we run it. But there's still going to be the government putting their hands. Right now, there's an issue, and I can't remember where it is in Oklahoma, and they filed a lawsuit or something to that effect, because once you enter as a Native American onto a reservation, outside cops can't do shit to you. So what they were doing is pulling people over in protected territory, and they got to now it's to the point where these people are like, no. Once we cross this line, you get the fuck out and you can't touch us. And literally, that is the law. They can't even cross without asking.
Made it to the line of demarcation, bitch.
Thank you. So it's not like it can't happen. They have everything, Tarus. They have it. They just don't want to give it to us. That's why white pigeonhole say, just give us money. No, you give us all of it because you can. And they do.
And if they won't give it to us, how about we take it by force?
Thank you.
However it looks like, as long as the majority of us take advantage of the majority of most of those opportunities, I know it's going to work out. You know what I mean? I'm down with whatever, man, just as long as we get something. And I mean that.
Still, his mayonnaise ass said the same thing. What reparations? What these people they don't even have, they wouldn't even know what to do with all Oh, well, we know what you guys decided y'all were to do with our ancestors.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Just like y'all figured it out.
And have figured it out.
Because y'all found purpose, and we'll find purpose too. You know,
Shauna, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying, like, I got faith in my fellow people to do the right thing, no matter what it is.
No,
right? I don't need anybody to hold our hand for us. Like,
nobody's saying holding. I don't know why you're not saying it.
Like, no. It's just, again, Shauna, you might have to excuse me. I have a severe distrust of government, so just take what I say with a grain of salt.
No, I agree. But what makes you think they just gonna cut you a check? Just give you your money without any. Oh, I haven't seen it yet, but have you was it the killer of the flower moon, where they cut these Native American people's check, but they say, oh, but the only way you can use your money is by having a white guarantor, basically. So it's like, even if you get a check, you may even lose. So you ask for it all and you deal with it. You don't just say,
I feel it.
You know?
I was just saying, from my perspective, Yo,
Who trusts the government in this chat? No, I don't think anybody.
including the damn Native Americans, but that didn't keep their asses for asking for it all either.
I agree.
Thank you.
I'm just saying more government agencies.
I mean,
just sounds like a train.
We already know that they can't be trusted. Ain't nobody trying to trust them. What our people are trying to do is hold them accountable and creating a system that is sustainable and dependable for our people, because honestly, it does sound weird. You're going to cut me a check in the spirit of, well, this is the sum total of your pain and suffering. You can go do whatever you want to do. Okay, cool. But I
had to imagine our ancestors listening to us and like
here's
coming down and smacking the shit out of us. Like,
no, they're not, because our ancestors wanted it all as well.
Thank you. They sure did.
Everything,
they wanted their own society.
All of it was stripped from them.
Right.
They want it all in return. However, this system played a major role in the system it created. So the problem isn't just a money issue, it's a system issue still. And I think forcing this government's hand in the long haul, and not just allowing them to cut the check, but putting them in a position that also allows us to keep our foot on their fucking neck, because even with that check, we're still subjected to the racist act.
Thank you. That
gives us a better leverage. It allows there to be a direct bridge from us to them, and it allows us to ensure that the system will make space for us even when our money won't. Like, Black people are still living in their system, even with 750,000.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, because we're still a country, right? We still live here.
No, we're not. No, we are not a country. There's a them, and then there's a whole bunch. There's pockets of us that make up our people, whoever the people is, whether it's queer people, Black people, whatever the people, woman people, male people, etc. So with that being said, reparations need to involve the actual dismantling of systemic racism. It needs to actually it needs to target that. It needs to remedy that. There needs to be massive attention brought to that, because if we still got pale people largely in power.
When you level the playing field, there cannot be systemic racism. When we're all got the same thing or the opportunity to have the same thing, there can't be systemic racism. That's why there is, because they don't want
reparation does not change the fact that we're still only 14% of the population.
We're still, and not only are we 14% of the population, we don't even have our own military, which is what they were able to utilize to smash our efforts during the great Reconstruction era.
So it's a factual statement to say that we need the elite to agree to our idea of reparations, because they have all the leverage. All they have to do is say no. You know what I mean? Like that's unfortunately, sometimes I like to dream, but then even with reparations, there's a reality to it. And at the end of the day, we are only 14% of the population. We need white people to pass anything at the federal level that involves us. That is a fact, undeniable, undisputed.
And that's what I mean by there's still a systemic issue, even with 750K in everybody's.
Right, but there's going to be a systemic issue regardless, because again, a lot of these policies, Conscious, unfortunately, sometimes they get wrapped up in red tape and they end up leading to kind of just stagnation.
Well, to that, then the reparations absolutely need to, and people being provided their own lands, a check, and we need to be able to legally authorize and create our own military to protect all of those assets.
Well, militias are already legal in this country. We got the Second Amendment, but yeah, the payment of the land. Yeah, if we want to talk about both like land and property, hey, let's do it. Hell yeah.
Land, property, our own fucking government and military. Pretty much, the United States need to turn into the divided states of America.
It needs to be the United States, like the individual state. That's what it's supposed to be. But they're trying to manipulate the system to further propel a certain type of state. You know,
how are we going to protect these assets?
This country got problems, it could be a lot better.
We have to take into consideration Black Wall Street. The issue isn't just an economic one. What means are we going to have to protect our turf?
We already
education
amendment right.
Education did not.
Legal Black Americans can go buy weapons and do firearm trainings right now. That is not a problem. That's not a problem.
What training is going to do for
protect the communities? That's exactly what you're asking for.
When it comes to bombs and nukes from overhead, what is tactical training going to be of great use to?
Well, then who else are you protecting it from?
It's not like we're just talking about like ground troops on foot.
So you mean you want
they literally bombed Black Wall Street. They bombed it from above. They literally dropped bombs over the community and blew the community into smithereens.
Conscience. They already
own your Glock.
They already
are going to do for a tank coming through the community or a warplane from above.
Conscious. They already own the property. Why would they agree to a policy to give us the property just to nuke it and then take it back? They could just not give us the property.
Why they set black ass people free to begin with and told them to stand for themselves, and then when we did, they smashed our efforts.
Thank you.
So I don't want to own country created.
I do.
That's fine.
You had the Puerto Rican privilege of talking all that shit.
But it doesn't have to be
Puerto Ricans were enslaved as well, Conscious.
You had the Puerto Rican privilege.
It doesn't have to be a country.
Americans too. Puerto Ricans.
What we got a history for if we're not going to fucking adhere to, if we're not going to learn anything from it. We already have been educated. We already have hello. We already have been an educated people. We have already been an economic powerhouse in this country. We have done those things 10 times over, but there's also something that we haven't managed to do, which is to protect the things that we create.
Yeah.
So what's the point of recreating? These white people just ran their ass up into the Capitol.
So
just
you want white America to prop up
just 2 years ago. What we know is that white people have not changed. What we know is that hold on. I'm not I can't even compute a fucking thought. What we know is that pale people have not changed their ideology. These people will put their bodies on the land to protect their ideology. They'll put their blood in the land to protect their ideology. What the fuck are we going to do as a black people who have already pulled ourselves up by our bootstraps before in history, got in control of our own reality, competed economically and in education, and then could not protect any of those things that were able to be blown to smithereens within an hour? Things that it took black people decades to carve out were able to be obliterated within a matter of mere minutes. So what are we going to do? Because the education part is easy. The The directing black dollars part is easy. Buying black is easy. Go make the money is easy. Go start the businesses are easy. Go like competing economic, that is relatively the easy parts. But still living in this corrupted system where Pale America is still very much so disinterested in us, what are we going to do? Because
well, if you had 750K, you can. If it's that dire, you can buy a plane ticket and go live in Europe. You can go live in Australia.
so
you
now
go
I
live
need
in
to go
Tokyo.
live somewhere else. How about a reparation?
Well,
hold on.
But Conscious, you don't want to live in America. That's why you want your own country.
I'm glad you
Like,
said that.
That's
How about
literally what you want. You don't want to be
I'm
American.
glad you said. I am so glad that you brought up plane
Wait,
tickets.
what?
Thank you for saying that. How about reparations involve white people putting their asses on those planes and those Mayflower ships and selling their asses back to their native land? How about that also be a part of the reparation package?
That's 14%
Because
really going to convince them with that kind of
anybody who is, if there's any person less deserving of the American pie, it would be those Europeans. Yes, Cynthia, welcome to the platform.
Hey, y'all. I've been sitting here listening to y'all for hours and journaling. And to rules, I generally like you, baby, but you giving me every ounce of my being to want to hate you tonight, but I'm gonna love you with the love of Jesus Christ. Yeah, but wait a minute, hold on, boo boo. Let me get conscious. You know, if I'm coming up here, I'm get ready to give some context to some things.
Father God.
Number one, I'm gonna go reference what Cedric the Entertainer said in the barbershop. If you gave us just financial, the $750 $1,000 reparations, Cadillac will be the richest damn company in this earth. You got to understand, as a whole and even individually to some degree, we have some very piss poor spending habits. We do need to ask for more than just the money, because once we put it back into the economy, whether we got no land or anything else, what happens when it's all gone and we have no policies to sustain us? We have sold ourselves out for, just like folk, cut the check when they, all the stuff that happened with Christian Keys, and people think that he, sold out and got the check. It's the same principles. You got to understand, once that money is gone, where do we go for? Because especially, they're not going to keep giving it to us. It's going to be a one-time thing. So now we have pigeonholed ourselves to a particular time and a particular dollar amount. That when it's no more, we're now set ourselves further back than where we are even in 2024 on Sunday, January 21st, back in the other direction. As opposed to the Indians, my grandmother was 100% Cherokee. So technically, her children and us, my as a grandchild, can search for her family's name, which was Cheeks, on the Dawes rolls, DAWES. And if we can find and prove that lineage and go to the the offices on the reservations, we can get tribal cards. And even because they know Black Americans are part Indian too, we have to, let them do the math or whatever on the base, I keep saying base, I used to be married to military, on the reservations to tell us what their percentage is and how much it's like we're susceptible to getting that same money a month. Because I had went before my family for the last 15 years, said, hey, we really need to do this, even before our grandmother died, because to look at her pictures and look at the picture of Cochise in the textbooks, you really could have thought we was freaking related to him. So we can still have access to that money, but you got to find that family name under the Dawes rolls. And I couldn't even get through to Cheeks because the listing is so long. I don't mind the reparations as far as the dollar amount. That is a good start. We got to negotiate with the faith that, hey, this is a start. And you got to understand that with the dollar being devalued, hell, it could be by the time we get it, it's not worth anything.
And real
That's
quick,
why with
Cynthia, if
that
that
oil,
number ends up being higher, then so be it. I'm cool with that. That was just like a baseline, you know what I
right?
mean?
I'm
Yeah.
saying, but just money, period. We got to have some other leveraging things that's going to continue. You got kids, right, Taruse? You
Yeah.
want those kids to be able to reap for whatever if they gave it to us tomorrow, because it can be easily ripped from us, because they're so, you got to understand, they're so fucking diabolical that anytime that we're going to get their existence is threatened by us getting even a yard ahead of them, they're going to come and destroy all that shit. Black Wall Street wasn't the only community that happened to. Go and research all the other black lands that were in that time and before, once we were able to get out from under the vestiges of slavery and make our own. They came and either burned it down or put it underwater. I live here in Georgia, i.e. Lake Lanier. I know you know the story. Look it up. This is what I'm saying. I don't like a lot of government overreach when it makes no sense. But if it's going to be to the point that from today until I'm my mother's age at 78, and if I had kids and they were 78, and we could be sustained and hold them to the fire and the straighten this plumb line, and this is what you're going to give us, because really no dollar amount for either, for what we go through today, what our ancestors went through, what our parents went through. Mind you, I'm first generation out of the cotton field, could never begin to assuage anything that happened to us. Because even with the free labor of slavery, with the cost of inflation and how they adjusted, 750 million wouldn't even be the starting number. So we got to be able to have some type of policies, like how quick it was when Asian hate happened, how quick they got their stuff on the books. We got to be able to be just as firm, and hey, this is, you did it for them, it can be done for us. It's just some things inherently in your arguments. No one is wrong, but no one is exactly 100% right. Yes, we do need that healthcare at this free healthcare at this point. That should just be something in this damn country. But no, they're never going to invest in us as black people because they don't want to see us to get ahead. But you got to understand, because the only thing that they think that makes war is keeping people dumb and being the worker bee, to keep people down is being dumb and worker bee, and the only thing that they think is profitable, and this is with any country, is fucking war.
So, Cynthia, respectfully,
yeah, baby,
not once have I made the argument about like the atrocities, the different levels. I'm simply arguing from a utilitarian aspect how we get this policy passed and what it would look like. You get what I mean? Right. And so, Cynthia, every time I hear long-term government policies, I think about the syphilis crap, the STDs, the government experiment on black people, that kind of
that
program.
They're still paying.
I think about the GI Bill that black Americans after World War II were not allowed to access. Government programs. I think about the anti-drug laws that suspiciously targeted black men and devastated our community, amongst other reasons.
A totally failed policy.
How about, like, I'm from Cleveland, Ohio. We had this thing called the Huff Riots because due to gentrification, it squeezed a whole bunch of black people due to like the steel industry shutting down and everything. Mm-hmm. And it ended up just getting chaotic because everyone was squeezed up, but they was trying to protect everyone before white flight. You know what I mean? So like,
how about
I know these things. I know. So when I look at these when I look at these government programs, Cynthia, I look at a bunch of dysfunction and go, why would my reparations involve relying on a dysfunctional government to magically be functional? No, you know what you can do? You can do just like you do these emergency Congress house funding bills, or when they did the child tax credit and they just put a direct deposit, right? That was straight to the point. Because guess what, Cynthia? I have to disagree with you because I have full agency. I'm not pigeonholed. If in theory, if at least 750K entered my account In what world, what universe am I pigeonholed in doing anything? That money, tax-free, is in my account, and I can do whatever I want with no hierarchy man having any agency over my bank account.
They still wouldn't, because once it goes into our bank account, it's ours. What I'm talking about is when
But
you
you
got
don't
a
even
one.
see the money if it goes to a government agency, Cynthia. That's all going to go through government red tape. You know that. All that money that they fund is going to get washed through all these meetings for a meeting to the meeting for this district, for this manager. And by the time it actually gets to any sort of Black American, it's peanuts. It's garbage. It's freaking roadkill. Nah, cut the check. I believe in my Black Americans. We are grown-ass adults. We know what to do with it. We can figure it out.
No,
But
we
baby,
don't.
No,
that's
you
not
just said that they
the
couldn't.
story,
Oh,
No,
though.
we don't, Tarus. Tarus,
No,
here's the thing. We
Tarus,
don't know.
baby,
We
no,
don't.
You
you
just
Tarus,
said that
No,
Black
we don't
people
know.
don't know what they're
No,
gonna do with a bunch of land. You think they're gonna know what to
we
do with a
don't.
bunch of money?
Yeah, we don't
Shauna,
need to do
because
it.
we're
We
not,
don't
Shauna,
know.
we're not going to have any agency on what that land looks like. They're going to give us crap. You understand that a lot of
But
the
you act
acres
like
of
we
land that's
weren't once
available today is
farmers
not
and didn't
even
know how to
usable.
build
And
our
It's
we'll
going to
figure
take,
it out
of
just
this
like we
country.
figured it
okay,
out
but
so
you can
far.
figure it out if you got the money already in your account.
But I'm
Because now you
saying
ain't got to
there's
rely
not
on
just
loans. You ain't
money,
got to do any of
Tarus.
that. I'm just,
It's not just money. Why are you concentrating? Like, it's just, I'm saying, no, we
But
can't
I'm
have any
it's
saying
money.
the
the
easiest
I'm
way
not
to,
saying
Nobody
that.
is. Hold on, hold on,
okay,
hold on, hold on,
that's
hold
all
on,
I'm
y'all.
saying. That's all I'm saying.
I don't. Nobody is debunking the check. Even Shauna is still is in alignment with the check. But I know, Tarus, you are talking about, once again, making everything easy on the government's behalf. Because getting the check alone is going to cause a 100-year war to accomplish by itself. Everything else that we ask the government for is going to be shadow banned and met with a total headache and fought against and filtered out and all of these things, etc. But my whole thing too is that it sounds like a little bit that you are forgetting, like, that us still having our money doesn't take us out of the pale man's grips as well. The entire system is still ran, orchestrated, legislated, infrastructed by the pale man. So I mean, like, we aren't in any better position by not asking for the rest of that, when we're still going to have to do the rest of this, even with $750K in our pockets, against the pale man.
Whatever that reparations bill looks like, I will be happy if it passes.
Okay, Mandrell, get in here.
First of all, Tarus, shout out to you, brother. It's good to see you up here.
How you doing, Mandrell?
Up here conversing with my boy Conscious and everyone else on the panel. Shout out to Consciouztv. How have you been? It's been forever since we've been able to catch up with each other. Yeah. Thank you for having me on your panel.
Of course, this is a second home to you, man.
It is. And my sister loves you, by the way.
I love her
she
even
does.
more, by the way. I love her more than you love her.
I heard that. But Black people, forget about reparations. You're never gonna get it. Does America owe it to us? Absolutely, they owe it. I'm inebriated as well, so excuse the slurred speech. But does America owe it to us? Yes, they do. But are we ever gonna get it? No, we're not gonna get it. They got a new nigga now. The people from South America, south of the border, and they're gonna take care of them. That's how they think they're gonna clear up their karma. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is because Black people, I got into this conversation last night with Black Man on Black Man Unfiltered Network, because I was there last night for the first time in months, literally. Black people have given up. We've conceded the war. We've conceded. The war is over. We get nothing. Well, we get what we got now, at best. No one's fighting for any of the things that we deserve or owed. No one gives a shit. So we're all on our own. And
Or aren't you just a bundle of joy to the conversation?
No, what I'm saying, I'm giving you the real. I'm giving you the real. We don't care. There's not enough of us who care enough to do what it's going to take to get the things that we're owed to make a difference. That's the argument that I made last night, and I won it.
I can agree with it.
I agree too.
I care enough to do what it's going to take to get us to it. Tarus, I have no fucking doubt he's going to be on the front lines right there with me, showing everybody how it's done.
Absolutely.
Okay. But there's not enough Black people who care enough to do what it's going to take, because it's going to be hard still to this day to get what we're owed. But there's not enough of us who care enough to do what it's going to take to make a difference.
But Mandrill. Okay, hold on. First of all, I got some questions. I want Sin to respond to this, to everything that you guys are saying as well. Then I want to get Vala and my girl Bambina in. Okay, for one, Mandrill, we're never going to get anywhere as long as we have Black and brown niggas like you showing up drunk to the town meeting for one. So we're going to have a no liquor policy put in place before anybody can sit at the reparations table.
I'm glad you pulled up, man, Drow. Hell yeah.
That's no fun. That's no
fun. Fully loaded with the dark liquor. Fully loaded.
Listen, I ain't gonna lie. I did. And ladies, I do apologize for my appearance tonight. I'm not normally like this. I'm really not. As Conscious, as Tarus, I'm not normally like this.
I'm shocked.
I'm not normally like this.
That man Drill is in need of an AA meeting in rehab for 2024. I'm surprised.
I'm not normally like this because I normally don't drink. I drink maybe 3, at the absolute most, 4 times a year.
So what inspired tonight? Did something traumatic happen?
No, not traumatic. It's just scary. You know what I'm saying? You know, when your lady tells you, "Hey, I'm late."
Okay, hold on.
Holy shit, bro.
Wait.
Yeah, bro.
Hold on, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hey, Drill, you just said, lady, is this a new lady or the old lady?
No, the lady from oh wait.
Oh.
Hold up.
You're right. Hold up.
Wow.
Yeah, wait, hold up. Let's get straight to here.
Right, because remember, I was aware that you was dating.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
The person from last year is a different person from that.
It's a different person. Okay.
Yeah, this is a person I've known for 14 years. Very well. Known her very well for 14 years, you know, and we started in the middle of last year, you know, and it's something that we both have wanted to do ever since 14 years ago, but for whatever reason, we just, I don't know, being stupid or just enjoying each other as friends or whatever too much, we just never did. And then we finally did, and shit, you know, shit gets wild and crazy. And life just ups and fucks you for no good reason at all.
Wait, you said some fuck. Wait, hold on. We'll get into that. Okay, you just put a pause in that. All right. I just needed a quick synopsis of what.
That's a quick synopsis.
You done went and shot a woman club up in the test. Almost red.
Here's the thing. She hasn't been to the doctor yet, so nothing's actually confirmed. But when a woman tells you that,
menstrual,
women know their body a lot better than men give them credit for. So a woman tells you she's late, it's probably a good idea to get ready for that. You know what I'm saying? It's one of those things.
Have y'all discussed any alternatives if she is pregnant? Have y'all even had the conversation about if we are ready for that?
Well, my thing was, ready or not, here it comes.
Okay, well, that
I mean, luckily for me, I have accumulated a modest amount of resources. Okay. And I mean, as far as financially, that's clown shoes. That's fine.
Has she taken a test? Because you know there are something called at-home pregnancy tests.
Listen, brother, that's coming in the morning. Okay, I just found out about this today.
Oh, that's why you're drinking.
I just found out about this today, and she's a very intuitive woman. Even for a woman, women are very intuitive. Women are very intuitive naturally. Okay, They have very keen instincts. So I'm just like, if
But
a woman
that's
tells
my
you something
point.
like that, it's probably in your best interest to just take it
I
as.
mean, but it's
like,
also common sense that if we do the nasty raw, we're probably going to end up pregnant as well.
yeah, but it's
So
fun.
what was the expectation when you ran up in the club raw and shot it up?
I hate condoms. That was the thing. I hate condoms. But here's
Oh,
the
you
thing.
love
You have to, here's the thing. Here's the
Oh,
thing.
you love STDs then?
But here's the thing. You have to use them. You have to. You know, but this is a person, and it's hard. Conscious, you know, it's hard for me to trust people. It really is. This is a person I trust. You know what I'm saying? And if the case came where she is with child, I have no problem with it. So
I feel it, bro.
Okay.
That was just a night where you couldn't be trusted to pull out of a parking lot, dog.
yeah,
I get it, bro. Yeah.
It's that. It was that one, Tarus. Exactly. Well, at least y'all understand. There are some nights with us men where it's just like, yeah, we ain't pulling it out. We're not. We're just not.
It shouldn't even be in without the glove on.
Listen. People don't understand how much better it feels without the glove. I think
But why not at least be on birth control? Why was she not at least on birth control if
because we okay, when it first happened the first time, it's like, you know, we weren't expecting it to happen. It's like, you know, we always had a thing for each other, you know what I'm saying? Cool, but it never happened. So it's just one of those nights where, you know, we started dating, you know what I'm saying, and getting to know each other on a much more intimate level than we ever have, you know, and swiftly became best friends, very trusting of one another. And, you know, one night, you know, it happened. And then fast forward months later, it's been happening. And then it's like, okay, hey, guess what? It's like, hey, guess what? What? This was supposed to happen earlier this week. Here we are at the end of the week, and we're off schedule. Oh, okay. Well, cool. So it's one of those things, and then that's, you know.
How old are y'all? 17 attending Wednesday?
No, listen, she's 32. She's 32 years old. I am 45.
Oh.
So yeah.
Around here having premarital sex, unprotected, with a baby possibly on the way.
It's not the norm for me. I normally glove up.
And you know why you're not okay? Do you know why you're not as okay with this as you think you are, Mandrell?
Because I'm scared of shit, dude. Like, I mean, let's say
because
she
you got a cup full of brown liquor.
No, let's say she is, and I failed the kid. SpaghettiOs. I can't let that happen.
If I can't trust you to put a dick on your own condom, I don't trust you to also
put a dick on the condom. I thought it was the other way around, but fair enough, I'll let you have that one.
I done empathically Bluetooth into your drunkenness. So I'm also now completely inebriated and intoxicated.
You gotta love Consciouztv, people. You gotta love him. You gotta love him.
You didn't even put. I said I did say it backwards. You didn't even put your dick on a condom.
You said that.
Okay. No, see, I was living in an upside down reality that you and a 32-year-old is living in, because clearly
I'm not 32. She is.
Yeah, what I say, you and the 32-year-old.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but here's the thing: she's a fantastic woman. She really is. I have
She's
nothing.
a fantastic mother as well.
I have nothing but good things to say about her. You know what I mean? If nothing ever changed about her, I would be okay. If she never changed from this moment on as she is today, I'd be fine with it for the rest of my life.
Alicia says, first of all, you are too old for this. I am older than you, so I can say that.
Okay, ma'am. Listen,
you're never too old for an adventure,
right? But and also in December,
Chocolate says 45 and having a baby or clown.
Okay, listen. For the record, ladies,
you getting tore up in the chat.
I am. For the record, ladies, in December, before this conversation ever happened, and before the scare, even if it's just a scare, in December, I did pop the question. She did say yes. Okay, I presented her with a ring with a modest amount of
Wait,
keratin.
so you're talking about your fiance here?
Yes.
Then what is the problem?
Nothing's a problem. Here's the thing. I'm a man, and I don't care who you are. If you're a man and a woman says you're pregnant, no matter how well-intentioned you are, a lot of things run through your mind. You don't want to fail the child. You don't want to fail the mother. You know what I'm saying? And it's just
Is
like,
this your first
bro, you
time,
made it
baby?
seem like
I
y'all
don't,
was in a on and off
I don't
relationship.
have. You think I don't have any? I don't have any children. You know what I mean? This will be my
Well,
first.
okay.
This is a
So
wildly expedited. Y'all just
yeah, and
explored
also
friendship
this
for
is
14 years.
also this
Only
is
been dating for 6 months. Now already engaged and on the way to your first child.
this is also a Consciouztv exclusive. No one else knows this.
Oh, I'm sure.
No one else knows what I've said.
I'm ready for it. Give it to us.
So Consciouztv has the exclusive first take on this news. So Conscious, you're brilliant. I love you to death. My
Yes.
sister loves you. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? Which goes a long way with me.
Yes.
My sister, you know what I mean?
Yes.
So
Am I gonna be the
dude.
godmother?
Yeah, if you want.
Wait a minute now. That changes all my judgment. I'm gonna be the godmother?
If you like, I don't mind that. I'm cool with that.
The godmother.
Yeah, and I'm quite sure she would be cool with that as well.
I'm gonna be the fairy godmother.
The fairy godmother.
Oh my god.
All right. And I think it would
I
be
can
good.
no longer permit any judgment against the vessel that is bringing forth my goddaughter or son, you guys.
And I think it'd be very good for
can't allow
the child to have a fairy godmother. You know
I'm
what I'm saying? And that introduce him or her to many different lifestyles and let them know that there are many different possibilities. You know what I'm saying? And it's okay.
I'm going to be a fairy unctie mandrill.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Precious.
Yes.
Yo, congratulations, bro. When you make it official, like congratulations, dog.
Well, this is now about me, so it's congrats to me. Oh my god. Yes, y'all had questions for the father to be mandrill. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, I don't mind. With that, I wouldn't mind. I really wouldn't. Honestly.
Man,
You know what I'm saying?
forgive me now that I see that you're 45 and this is your first child, that comes with ambivalence that although we normally see it like with 20-year-olds that are not prepared, you have done the work. You said that you have a modest, lifestyle that you can afford her and the baby, and that you recently proposed. You'll be fine, my brother. You're gonna be solid. I know this just probably wasn't what you want to hear at the top of the year, but hey, this is the 2024 week number going on 4 and 5 and shit's just been popping. So be
And here's
careful.
the thing. Here's the thing. It's not that I didn't want to hear it. It's just kind of a surprise. You reached 45 and it hadn't happened yet. You're like, oh, it's just not in the cards for me.
So
But
this is
his thing. Teresa will tell you. I've said this before. I just don't think it's in the cards for me.
so I have
You know
a
what I'm
question
saying?
for all of the heterosexuals.
But now it's like really?
That was just a few months ago, too.
Right.
You
It was
said-
just right. Teresa was just a few months ago. Now it's
So
like wait, really? You think you might be? I think I might be.
So I have a
You know what I'm saying?
question
So
then
it's
for all of the heterosexuals. Why is it y'all are surprised by y'all own reproductive system?
well, if
because
you
it's
like-
Wheel of Fortune, Conscious. That's how
Yeah.
you spin the wheel, man.
Yeah, and like for me, it's like again, I'm 45 and I did everything I was supposed to. I'm the person who's done everything he was supposed to do. I graduated college. The Army, here's how the Army got me. In the recruiting station, they said, "Hey, you got student loans?" I said, "Yeah, we'll pay them off for you." I said, "Well, where do I sign, Sergeant?" So I signed up for the Army. You know what I'm saying? And they held up the end of the bargain. They did pay up my student loans. So I got a degree debt free. I also got the GI Bill. So I got a second degree once I got out. You know what I'm saying? So very educated and got into business and I've done okay to keep it modest. Okay.
Mhm.
And like I said, over time, I've accumulated a modest amount of resources, and the kid's not gonna have to worry about anything financially. There's nothing I'm not gonna be able to afford for the child or the mother. You know what I mean? Nothing. Yeah. So I believe in the nuclear family. So
Wait a
and
minute.
like I said, before I found out that this, I had complete plans to marry her. I popped the question, and it presented her with a ring of modest heritage, and she said yes. And here
You
we
popped
are, a
thing.
month later. Yeah, the next month, here we are. It's like, wow.
Okay. Jen J has a question for the vessel that's carrying my godchild, which is, well, one half of the carrier of my godchild, which is Mandrell has some deep-rooted ass issues, and I'm praying for him. Do you agree with that statement, Mandrell?
Everyone has deep-rooted issues. Everyone does. Well, if you're black and you live in America, you have deep-rooted issues. Now, as far as issues go with this, I don't think so. Having a child is something I've always wanted. Always. You know what I mean? I've always wanted to be a father someday. You know, I just didn't know when or with whom. You know, I've always been careful with if I was going to go in unprotected, I was always careful with that person, with who I did that with. I hate condoms, absolutely hate them, but responsibly, you have to use them. And I always have.
Oh, what a disclaimer now.
Well, I always have, you know, kind of. Yes.
I always and kinda probably a contradiction when used.
Here's the reason why is because there are nights where you don't bother. You know what I'm saying? You're in the heat of passion and you do it. And if it's with a person that you really care about, and
so you don't
it is to me. I always would think about that. Like, okay, let's say that this comes to full regalia. You know what I'm saying? She says she's pregnant. Am I okay with her telling me she's pregnant with my child? Am I okay with this? If the answer is yes, then okay.
Here's the thing, Mandrell. Did you even try? I mean, did you even like tie your balls in a knot before you went? I mean, did you even try any preventive measures? Like,
with her, no. This one was
you didn't even try to tie your balls into a ribbon.
That's because this one was the answer. This one is the answer. So no, I'm perfectly fine with having a child with her. Perfectly fine.
Okay,
no problem whatsoever.
Okay, so it's funny that we're here, you guys. So let's segue a little bit because me and Tyrus was also talking about relationships and marriage and children and all of that in our conversation as well. So it's funny that the universe is bringing all of this subject to the broader conversation, and we are going to get back to the reparations because y'all was about to tear each other's heads off about that dialogue, and I'm still interested in seeing that bloodshed. But speaking of relationships and things, so. Okay. A potential child.
Mm-hmm.
You believe she's the one.
Mm.
You do.
Yep.
Sin, this must be incredible affirmation to you because we were just having a conversation about certain things that are on your vision board. And you are a very hopeful, romantic, and to hear that, how old are you, Mandrell?
45.
A 55-year-old Mandrell
55
has found love.
I'm not that old, dude. I still got 10 years.
No, but okay, Mandrell, if that was me hearing it and I just turned 50 last month, I will be jumping off the very nearest bridge I could get to because I'm not nowhere ready for that or even really a relationship because I'm trying to get my financial house back in order, a job, and get things that are upside down back right side up. But it sounds to me that I think you really are going to be okay. It's the shock of it all, and then of course, You wouldn't be a man if you didn't think, oh my God, have some ambivalence to it. That's okay. That's normal. It's just like cold feet when you're at your, getting ready to walk down the aisle. You're fine. If you didn't have those things in place and you just out here free balling and living in your mama's basement, oh, I'll be running you up one wall and down the other right about now. But I think you're gonna be okay. I really do.
I
Okay,
think so too, but like I said, here's the thing. Like
hold on. But Sin, I mean, it is this affirmation for you. This young man found love at this juncture in his life. Now, man, Dre, I don't how much of your business can I talk about?
Go ahead.
Hold on, I don't have permission. Because Mandrell has struggled in his love life. And after the last breakup, he was just kind of questioning, like, is this going to happen? Like, is this going to happen for me? Am I trash? Are women trash? What's going on here? Like, so, Mandrell, are you shocked to have ended up finding another love in your life? And Sin, I need you to really like sit in this moment. Is this like inspiring to hear that someone who has already lived 75% of his lifespan has found love? Andrea, are you shocked?
I am surprised. I admit that. I am surprised. I mean, because you're right. After that last one, I was like, oh, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? Like, how much more do you have to do? How much more of a man do you have to be before someone's satisfied? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's I'm not hard to get along with. Just don't be a dick. Ladies, ladies, that was my policy. Just don't be an asshole. I'm going to be chivalrous. I'm going to open up doors. I've dated women who I know one woman specifically hated that I opened doors for her. Hated it. Insisted on paying her for certain things like dinners and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, why does this offend you?
Chivalry is dead.
Is it?
No, apparently not. Age, apparently not.
Right. I mean, some women still appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, but being chivalrous is something that I've always been, and I'm always going to be. That's one of the ABCs of me. I'm going to treat a woman like a woman. I'm going to be the man. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to pay the bills. What you do with your money? Okay, we can sit down and talk about that. Let's invest your money in some stuff, and then put some of it in savings. The rest, buy your purses, get your toes and nails done, whatever. If you want to come to me for money and get your toes and nails done, cool, I got it. You know what I'm saying? But some of your money is going to go into investments and savings, just like mine. I'm also going to pay the bills. Okay. My car note and insurance, your car note and insurance, you ain't paying shit. I'm not letting you. That ain't what men do. That's a husband's job to pay this.
Good damn man, Savannah.
Yeah, it's a husband's job. All I should do is let me do my fucking job. Okay. Let me take care of you. That's my thing. Okay. So, you know, but meeting women, they're like, no. You're trying to be controlling. I'm like, no, I'm not controlling. My thing is conscious. I'm like, I'm not trying to control what you do. Do what you do. Here's the thing,
So, are you saying that your fiance has agreed to give up all of her constitutional rights in order to be with you? She is okay?
She has a constitutional rights. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I trust her.
You just said you don't want a damn woman to do not a damn thing but sit there and be a woman.
Look, if she wants to go to work, I salute. Go to work.
Okay.
Cool. I'm not going to stop you from excelling or exceeding in whatever you want to do. Okay. Who am I to tell you not to? My job is to make sure that you're as stress-free, drama-free, financial burden-free as I can make you.
Conscious, we're talking more like we always take care of like the cause
this is
situation.
what the hell I call
this is what the
hell I call a reparations lady. Okay, a man who gonna give y'all the option to be independent. Okay,
right. And that's the thing.
I'll take soft life 4,000, Alex.
That part.
My thing is this, like, and here's the thing, ladies. My father, I grew up in a 2-parent household, right? I watched my father do this to my mother. I watched all of my uncles on both sides of my family do this for their wives. I watched them at first when I was young, you know what I'm saying, firstborn and coming up. I watched the two of them work together to build what they had together. All of them. All the people in my family who are married, which is all of them pretty much, damn near, you know what I'm saying? They built what they have together. You know what I'm saying? And the man did excel more. He makes more because we believe that that's what men do. And you put your wife in a situation where work is an option. You ain't got to, but if you want to, hey, go ahead. Go ahead. You know what I'm saying? Why would you stop her? If you have any idea how much more we will have if both of us work, and you ain't paying no bills, what's the problem? I mean, if I want to be if I presume to be head of household, I have to fucking earn it. I have to be worthy of that. And I think that's what a lot of these guys in these spaces are missing. You have to prove yourself. If you want to be head of household, you want to be head of household, you want to be the alpha dog, you can't just say that you are. You have to be that.
Ass up,
yeah, you have to be that.
Preach.
But you're also talking about another part of the issue. Women are the issue because you said you've been this guy the whole time, and women been acting deaf, dumb, and blind.
Hey, listen, man. I mean, there's some things I'm not going to tolerate, and people, you know, I ran into unfortunately for me, I ran into a lot of people who are just kind of selfish. You know what I'm saying? They want everything that I have to offer, but they don't want to do anything in return.
You know what I hate? See, this is what I'm talking about is all this fucking male allegiance. You see how Tyrus attracted Mandrell, then Mandrell attracted Wody into the chat. But you know what? When I'm up here with all my masculinity, niggas want to be bush babies. But soon as they see one of their leaders and founding fathers, all of a sudden now, the niggas come pouring out like a damn roach infestation, and then got the nerve to come up in here talking about what's good, Mandrell, as if he don't see that this is Consciouztv's platform, who has always been gracious and accommodating and kind and nice and acceptable to him, but gonna not even speak to me in my own motherfucking house as if Mandrell paying these motherfucking bills over here.
Y'all better leave Conscious alone, man. I'll say that much.
Are you paying bills over here, Mandrell?
No.
Oh, okay. So I'm trying to figure out why niggas ain't speaking to me in my own house, first and foremost.
I'm just saying. Y'all better leave
if he paying bills, then rightfully so. This Mandrell shit. This Mandrell TV. I know Tyrus be on somebody other platform, but I ain't name dropping. What's good, CTV? You Hollywood ninja. That's a little bit better.
All right.
I'm just saying that this whole red pill Manosphere, MGTOW thing, man. It's just the guys got it twisted. You earn it as a man. What I was taught and raised to do and raised to be is you earn what you get in life. You earn it. The work comes first. You have to be that. Okay. Now, whatever you decide to be, that's what you be. And you accept the rewards and consequences that come with it. You want more, you do more.
But my question is, if women been claiming they've been looking for a man like you in all these spaces, what the hell been wrong with women then? That it took you to be 45 to finally find one that want to lay it low, spread it wide with you, and let you take care of her. What would you say has been wrong? Well, now you did say that you encountered a lot of selfish people. So are you saying that, I mean, like, what does that mean? Like a lot of selfish, like what does selfishness look like?
Okay, I'm going to be me. I'm going to open doors. I'm gonna pay for dinners. I'm gonna pay for dates. You ain't paying for shit. Period. I won't allow it. Except every once in a blue moon. You know what I'm saying? Once in a blue moon, you offer it. All right, cool, baby. Go ahead. You know what I'm saying?
You
However,
also, though, probably expect her to be very submissive in return because there's
okay, hold on. What is here? I do have an issue with that word.
okay.
As you point the finger, you mean it too.
Right. Submissive. What do you mean by that?
Well, there's probably certain rules and regulations that you have that you want. Like if you are going to take care of a woman and she doesn't have to work and you're going to spoil her and take care of her, you're going to expect something from her in return. Besides, just being your woman, you're going to probably want her to talk to you before she spends money. You're going to probably allot her some type of allowance weekly or monthly to spend. And, I'm not saying you specifically, I'm just talking about men who do that. You're
Right.
going to have some type of control over her world because if she's not working, you're the one providing for her. So she's going to be expected to clean the house, cook dinner. She's probably going to be expected to do some of those things, which she should do if you are taking care of her.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'll give my answer. Okay. I'm looking for a companion. Someone I can tell all my secrets to, all my business to, teach them how to run my businesses, plural. Okay. So that in the event that something happens to me, we don't miss a step. Notice I use the word we, us. We don't miss a step. She can run it just as well as I can. You know what I'm saying?
That's
okay.
Good.
That's what I'm looking for. You know what I'm saying? A person who's willing to learn that. Now, you want to spend your money? I don't care what you spend your money on. If you're not working, of course you're going to need an allowance. Of course you are. But I have to be in a position to give you that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So if I give you an allowance, so let's say, okay, listen, every month, I'll give you $2,800, okay, for the month. Make it work. Okay. I'll take care of everything else.
That doesn't include groceries.
Huh?
That doesn't include groceries for the house, or does it include groceries for the house?
I'm paying half the groceries. I give $500 for groceries.
For a week or for what? Like
for a month. $500 a month for groceries. I give $500 a month for groceries.
You and her, that's not enough.
I was
right, but hold on. I'm giving you 20.
Who the hell has a $500 a month grocery budget to begin with?
But here's the thing: I'm giving you $2,800 plus the $500 for a month for groceries. That's my end for the groceries.
Oh, okay, good.
You know what I'm saying? That's my end for the groceries. I mean, keep in mind, all of this is coming out of my pocket.
The hell y'all in to be
right,
budget
exactly.
For groceries a month.
And listen, we're going to have date nights every week.
Oh, that's amazing.
Of which I will pay at least minimum one date night a week. We're going to do that. It's going to be some you and me time, just us. Okay, with no kids, nothing, just us. I will pay. I'm paying for all those dates unless you decide. Hey, listen.
Does your current fiance work? Does she work?
She does.
And what career field is she in?
She's in the Air Force.
Oh, she's the military. Okay.
Right. She has 2 more years on the contract. So okay, listen. I told her, listen, once you get out, I want you to take about a year, maybe 2. Do nothing. Get your mind right. Decompress. Rebalance, recenter, and rebalance yourself.
Okay? You trying to disable that damn woman?
No. Decompress, rebalance, and recenter yourself because you're going to need it. You're going to need it after you get out of the military. You're going to, as Tarus, you're going to need some time to reacclimate to civilian life and the whole 9 yards. She's going to need that. Sure. Okay, a need. So listen, Here's what's gonna happen after you get out. You know what I'm saying? All your bills and mine, all the bills that we have, period.
What type of childhood trauma
got
you
that
got going on, man, Drill?
I haven't childhood trauma. I don't think. You know what I'm saying? It's just like I got that. Okay.
You
All
have
the
a
bills.
very, very deep desire to want to be trusted and depended upon.
I'm supposed to be. Here's the thing. If I'm to be,
I mean, those aren't necessarily negative traits,
right? But my thing is, here's my thing is with that. My if I'm to presume to be head of household, I should be. I should have that a need to be trusted, a need to be depended on. I'm the head of household. I should hold myself to that standard. This woman is trusting me. Our children or child is trusting me to take care of them. Okay, so what do I need to do to make sure that they have no problems at the minimum, at the bare bones minimum, financial freedom? What can I do to ensure that?
I like it. It sounds like you've been working on being a husband your whole life, the way that women have been working on being wives their whole lives.
Perhaps, you know, but again, I had a father who did that. You know, he and my mother got together. My mother was 19 when they married. My father was like 22. My father was 22. My mother was 19 when they had me, when I was born. No, my mother was, I think when they got married, that's what happened. But I think my mother was like 22 when I was born. You know what I'm saying? Or 21 or something like that. But they had nothing. They both grew up poor. They built what they had together. We didn't move out of our neighborhood, out of our original neighborhood, until I was 17. It was an all-black neighborhood. It wasn't a bad neighborhood at all, by no stretch of the imagination. It was all black neighborhood. But I always went to school with white kids because I grew up in Alabama, and all the white schools had the better curriculums and newer books and all that bullshit. You know, so they wanted me to have the better education.
Even though I done been in Alabama for 2 years, but that's another conversation.
Right, but they wanted me to have the better education and all the opportunities and all that stuff. So they did what they had to do to ensure my sister and I, which there's 6 years in between us, I'm the oldest, so my sister is 6 years behind me. They did everything they could to ensure my sister and I had every advantage that they could afford. That's so to me, that's what a parent does, because every uncle that I have, that's what they did for their children. That's what they did for every uncle that I have on both sides of the family. They all did the same thing. They did everything they could. 2-3 jobs they worked. Some of them.
Okay, so hold on, man. To put a quicker in it right there. I'm curious now to know what the women think about why Mandrell has not been able to snub his life partner until living 85% of his life out. Shauna,
I have a question. Oh, good, good. I would like to know what was your mother's role in the relationship.
Okay, wait a minute, hold on. No, see, y'all asking sideline questions. I want y'all.
No, I think
hold on, wait a minute, because you get to answer that question, but I just want right now for y'all to answer my question. Why do y'all think? Because I constantly am in these spaces, right? We have these conversations all the time. We've been having them for years on this platform. Women have been talking about chivalry is dead. There's no good niggers on the plantation. Black men ain't shit, etc. So my question is: this good, solid, thoroughbred ass wanna be the classic man to any woman that will have it, been out here on the market for 30-something years, ready, willing, and waiting. What the hell been wrong with women? Okay, that somebody ain't hit the lottery until now, and this lottery ticket been out here for decades, just waiting to be cashed out on. Shauna, what's wrong?
Well, my question actually is actually relevant to yours. My question is, he saw his father, he's mimicking his father's role. So he, I guess, his partner, he wants to mimic his mother's role. So what was his mother's role? Because clearly women aren't able to, maybe to his satisfaction, mimic that role because he's trying to
Not true.
have the
Not
relationship
true.
he had with his parents, or what he saw as his parents.
Here's
So
what, I got your answer.
what's that?
Here's what I saw. My mother, along with all my aunts on both sides of my family, both my uncles and all my aunts, my father and my mother, they all got college degrees and worked at the same time. My father and my mother worked 2 jobs with college degrees. Everyone in my family built what they have today together. They both did it together. There's still not one of them are divorced.
That looker got me real passionate as hell.
Yeah, not one of them except one aunt. One aunt's divorced, like
As he should.
like, no, once. She's divorced once. She's divorced once. But all the rest of them on both sides of my family, there's only one aunt who got divorced. Okay, the rest of them built what they got together. I watched these people, all of them with college degrees, worked 2 jobs.
Okay.
And put the work in.
Okay,
and
all right.
What they had together. So my thing is,
okay.
My thing is, they understood that they needed each other to build what they wanted, to build what they want together.
They wanted each other to
But
build.
but my question is if your dad was the breadwinner and he paid all the bills, what was your mother doing with the children?
Here's the thing: my mother would cook once a week minimum. We knew for a fact every Sunday my mother was going to cook. I hated when my dad cooked because good man, my father, fantastic man. Okay, but the poor man couldn't boil water. Okay, I hated when my dad cooked. He couldn't boil water. My mother would cook out fucking standing.
She's asking if your mom was a housewife.
Thank you.
Exactly. Gotcha. My mother worked 2 jobs. She worked at a bank and she worked at UPS at night. Okay. My father was a psychologist in the day and a psychiatrist in the day and a psychologist at night. Okay. He worked with substance abuse people. You know what I'm saying? But again, when I was growing up, my dad was working as a janitor at the VA hospital and going to school at the same time. My mother was working at a car manufacturing plant and going to school at night.
So this was a hard working ass woman, Shauna. So now what does that add to your line of questioning?
Well, what I'm thinking, if his parents, which a lot of us, whether we had 2 parents or 1 parent, modeled the relationship between a man and a woman. So I don't think he's asking too much or whatever. I think
y'all not answering my question. What the hell is wrong with women? We know
what's wrong with the women. Well, the women are. You know, I don't think they're willing to fit the mold that he has presented to them.
But how? Because this is all I've been hearing women say they be looking for.
Well, I mean, depends on. Well, in general, that's what they're looking for. But I don't necessarily. Maybe he doesn't come in contact with the person who wants to have that position that he wants in a relationship.
Okay, Sin, what the hell? How this lottery ticket been out here for decades?
I don't know, because I've been out too, and he ain't found me, so I'm quite pissed off about it. But I digress. I've been out here too. The same set of circumstances in terms of, but it was just the polar opposite of what his family had. We were, well, not we, but my aunts and uncles and parents on both sides were poorly educated. Most of them picked cotton. All of their relationships were toxic and disastrous. So my thing is, I see where Shauna was going, as far as asking what the mother was doing. I think because, we've heard be submissive so much, but we've heard it in men that did not have their shit together nowhere near Mandrell.
Good point.
So they've been wanting to demand something. In order to get submission, there's got to be something given, number one, on the man's part. And I commend his family for being that, because we hear about generational curses all the time, being a generational blessing for him in this day to understand that if this is what I want for my woman, and he's not even asking for all of that, that he has to bring something to the table. And clearly he has.
Right. Like for example, to tell you what happened with my sister and I, okay? Like my sister is a successful actress and
Does she have a husband?
Video editor.
Is she in a
No,
long-term relationship?
no, she keeps meeting bums. And I tell her all the time, listen, baby girl, you fuck stupid. You don't marry it. And to her credit, she listens. My sister was always the one. I was the experimental one. You know what I'm saying? I would go out and try things and explore and all this kind of stuff. And she would just wait and watch and see how it worked out. You know what I'm saying? But she would listen and learn and take heed to advice. You know what I'm saying? Me, I was a boy. They let me fall. My parents did. Here's the thing. But here's the thing. What they
the free fall.
Right. But conscious, what I did not know, my parents never let me know is they would let me fall, but they would never let me hit rock bottom.
Of course not.
The trick is to not let me know that. They never let me know that they would never let me hit rock bottom. They let me fall and pull myself back up. You know what I'm saying? And that kind of thing builds character. They tell me, okay, yeah, you didn't make it. You didn't do so well in this, right? Okay, now what do you need to do better next time? Or what do you need to do to be better at this? Where did you fail? What did you come up short at? And they let me figure this shit out. They helped me think. They taught me critical thinking skills. So my sister was on the outskirts listening in.
Job parenting.
Right. My parents actually parented. You know what I'm saying? So my sister would be on the outskirts listening in to these conversations. You know what I'm saying? She learned from my mistakes.
Has been better raised, you or her, considering the outcome.
It depends on the personality of the person. Like my sister is outstanding. Today she's a successful actress and video editor. You know what I'm saying? Like I guarantee you that you people have seen her in things that she's done. She's been in Law and Order. She was in The Wire. She's been in a whole lot of. If you watch HBO shows, you guaranteed to see her. You've seen my sister in movies and TV shows. You have. The Big Fish. She was in that. She was in she has been in a lot of stuff, right? She has a college degree. I got 2 college degrees. You know what I'm saying? I was in the special forces in the Army, but I'm not crazy. You know what I'm saying? I don't demand a lot of ridiculous bullshit from women. Just be a human being and don't be a dick. Don't be an asshole. That's all. That's my biggest requirement. Don't be an asshole.
A female.
For some reason, the people I've run into. I would never say this about all women because that just would not be true. Yeah, I have run into, unfortunately, a lot of selfish people who are unwilling. Yeah, who are unwilling to understand.
Like most men, he believes that his lack of attaining a relationship is because of how horrible women is.
No. It's not because women are not horrible. They're not. You know what I'm saying? Women. Women are I'm a firm believer in this. Women are the way that they are, however horrible or great they are. Let's stick with horrible. Let's stick with that. Let's stick with it when you brought up women. If women are horrible, it's because of men. Because men talk about women don't follow our lead. Women don't follow our lead. They have been following our lead, and this is where we let them.
So you believe that it took you this long to land a fishing partner because you kept encountering a lot of women that men had abused and done wrong.
The damage is done. Here's the thing: if women are told their whole life, if women are told their whole life that okay, you meet a man is supposed to do this, he's supposed to do that, supposed to do this, that, and the other, but they meet man after man who don't do that, who don't measure up. 2 or 3 of them, they're done.
Can I ask you a question? Were you the same man you are at 45 that you were at 28.
In terms of chivalry, how I treat women, how I look at relationships, how I view marriage, absolutely.
You're the same. So you don't think that you matured?
Of course I'm matured, but how I prioritize personal relationships with women. You know what I'm saying? Like that. If you're going to be my woman, I'm expecting you to be my ace. I'm expecting to be able to depend on you for advice.
But what if you?
Here's the thing: if you see me going in the wrong direction, I'm not expecting you to sit there and watch me go in the wrong direction and lead you into a train wreck. Say, hey, babe, listen, I don't think it's gonna work. Me, I've always been the person to stop what I'm doing and stop moving forward and say, hey, wait, what do you see that I don't? What do you see that I don't? And I will listen to you and heed your advice and make adjustments from there. I've always been that person.
Bambina is doing the same thing I'm doing. She's trying to figure out what the hell the problem was.
Well, here's the thing.
I feel like a lot of women know, a lot of men are similar to him, have the same mindset, but they are going to become kind of codependent on that woman that they want to be with. And if a woman says, okay, I'll take care of me, it's not that simple. That then becomes part of him. She becomes an extension of him. And in a sense, she kind of becomes, in his mind, I'm not saying yours specifically, but I'm saying
absolutely,
like property to him. And yeah, you do. You
do. Me looking at a woman as property,
well,
it's kind of disgusting. When you say extension of me, I subscribe more so to that. Like as far as like you are to be my right arm.
Compliment.
Like I want, a compliment. I want, like the lady I'm with now,
compatible.
I think of her as a part of me, as my, because I'm right-handed. My sister's left-handed. I'm right-handed. She's a part of me as my right, not just my right hand, my entire right side of my body is.
She's the feminine. She is the feminine part of you personified as well.
Right. You know, because everyone looks at me as this rigid guy who never bends and never breaks. I'm like, no, I do bend. I don't break on my principles, my core values, my principles.
Break condoms.
You know, I don't break those. However, everything else is complete. Everything else is negotiable. Everything else is a negotiation. Our core values, our principles, our beliefs, you know what I'm saying? That stays what it is, and it only grows from where it is. It grows. Those things only grow. Now, everything else is a negotiation. Like I said, hold on, Conscious. Like I said, baby, you want to get shows done? I don't give you allowance, you know what I'm saying? Of like say 2,800.
Yes,
but
you're gonna pay the tab. We got
right. Here's $150. Go get your pedicure, manicure, whatever you want. Okay. Here's $500 for groceries. You know what I'm saying?
All right. So put a pin in it, Mr. Drunk. All right, put a pin in it right there. I need to pull a reverse Uno. Tyrus, I need to know if you're laughing at Mandrell or laughing with him. What is your experience?
It's a little bit of both, but mostly with Mandrell. I feel him a lot. It's like you know, in April I'll be married for 16 years, and man, it's like up and down, but I love it because this is exactly what I wanted. Like it's I guess I got lucky, but you know, when people are talking about you know, what a man should do and things like that, I just gotta be honest, Conscious. I don't know if it's because I grew up in a normal family, but that shit just came standard. Mandrell, we used to talk about that, man. Like, yo, the shit they talking about on here, we be looking like, oh wait, you gonna say that out loud? Like,
you and I would laugh at it.
Yeah, we was like,
you and I would laugh at it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I thought that was standard issue. I thought that was a feature, not an option.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like,
it's not no. Like my lady now, like I said, my lady now, she's in the Air Force. I still send her $500 a month for whatever, groceries, shoes, whatever you want to do. I don't give a shit what you do with it. Here's $500.
So like, here's the thing that I found in my situation when it comes to joint finances. That shit goes into a pot. My paycheck, her paycheck, right? My accounts, joint, credit card, joint. You know what I mean? No questions asked. Guess what? You do all that, you out front, out the gate. There's no questions to ask. There's no controversies to address. One of the things was like when we first got to the States, I was the only one bringing in income, and my wife was going through nursing school. Well, bam, okay, cool. I'm gonna cover every bill. I'm gonna penny pinch, and guess what? I'm gonna hold up my end of being like the private wealth manager, and you're gonna live out your dream, which is holding out your end and get through nursing school and becoming a RN and graduate from O State. She held up her end. I held up on my end. But guess what? That wasn't even like a partnership. That's what just things we believed in each other that we were gonna do, because I came up with a plan and we executed. Like women, like for me, bro, like 15 years. Yes, there's up and downs, but it's so easy for my wife to, I guess, follow me because I keep making correct decisions. Moving from Germany to Ohio, it worked. You know what I mean? She's educated. The girls are in a great school district, right? I'm already teaching them financial literacy and things like that. Kaya's already graduated, balling out of control. And the one thing, here's a big insecurity I used to have, bro. I'm like, man, if Kaya get this bag, if she gets this degree, man, she gonna fucking leave me, dog. She gonna level up. No, the exact opposite. And I realized that's actually not taking anything from my wife, because my wife is top. But a lot of women, bro, when they see a man actually ride for them, that brings them closer. That bond is like, there's no breaking that bond. Like when you got the ability as a man to make your queen operate on the chessboard where she ain't got to play defense, you don't like, nothing's got to be said, man, because that's the safety and security she's asking for. You know what I mean? And like, but that just, guess what? That came with me holding up my end of the deal. I knew that just on this little dumbass VA pension or whatever, dude, I can't fucking get a house and build generational wealth. So I gotta invest. I gotta do this E-Trade stuff. That takes years to operate. You know what I mean? This wasn't overnight. This was a long-term commitment. And every day, the tedious isn't hard. What's hard is having the discipline to do the tedious every fucking day. That's what's different.
And the patience and the patience to watch your plan come into fruition.
Bro, like, and when she's going through nursing school, bro, like, I'm doing this while I'm still transitioning out the army myself. You get what I mean? And so we're doing all this with daughters is in grade school. You know what I mean? My daughters now are 15 to 13. And like, but at the end of the day, I had to show her that, yo, here's the results when you trust me with this. Guess what she showed me, Mandrill? Here are the results when you let me be me.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And so it's like people think like you got to do it like one's got one power or the other. No, man, you run parallel. And when both individuals are doing their, like, guess what? You want your wide receiver being the top dog for the team, right? You want the quarterback throwing TDs for the benefit of the team, not just throwing them in losses, not just throwing them in garbage time. But a lot of times, man, that takes gut checks. 15 years, bro. There's a lot of times I had to give myself a gut check, man, because it get rough. But at the end of the day, man, when you actually bond with because guess what? A lot of that's feature. It just took you a while, Mandro, because it's just chemistry, bro. And like how we grew up and then how we was in the military, bro, that's just a different flavor. We ain't for everyone. We know how it is, you know what I mean?
Hey, I got a question for
we either gonna get married really early or maybe later on in life. There's
I got a question for you.
There's no in between with us, Charus. It's either early or really late.
So I got a question, man. Are these Wonder Women in your lives so wonderful that they're willing to share y'all with the rest of us?
No.
But they ain't that damn wonderful, if you ask.
She's
Happily married.
Mine is not. She's not. And I
Y'all
don't
could
blame
be
her.
happily
The thing
married
is,
to the whole community.
but the thing is, I don't blame her. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you finally find someone like that who's ambitious, because I've always been passionate about learning. You know what I'm saying? And I've always done what I said I was going to do. You know what I'm saying? And when you're, my thing is, yeah, ladies, you have no idea how much. I don't think women today realize the power that they wield with their men. You know, if you pick the right man, right? If you pick the right man, you are the battery in his back. You are the kick in his ass when he gets out the door.
Okay, but hold on, wait, Major. Before you get any further, that's exactly why I asked what I just asked. Because the problem is the pickings are slim, which is why good men need to be shared amongst, like, need to become community property. The pickings are slim.
I think y'all need to start taking more layups.
I'm dead ass serious. Do y'all know that there are more women in this country than there are even men? So literally, like, women outnumber men. There's not going to be enough men for every one woman.
Well, Conscious,
We're gonna have to start.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. That means that, ladies, one thing I've learned in my life, and with all my brushes with death, because I served in the special U.S. Army Special Forces, right? Tip of the spear, best of the best. What I've learned is intentions matter. And when it comes to figuring anything out, if you don't have the why, you don't have an answer. So if a guy says, if you tell the guy, hey, baby, I want you to go right. I want you to turn right. Well, I want to go left. If you don't ask him why he does that, you don't have an answer. And what I notice about women is you don't ask questions. Or the questions that you do answer are insignificant. You don't ask the right questions. You need to know why this guy is making the decisions that he's making. You need to know, because once you know why he's making the decisions he's making, now you got insight into his character and the way he thinks. And if he don't think the way you want your man to think, leave him alone. He is unworthy of you. He is unqualified for you. It's the same things I tell my beloved sister. If he doesn't think the way that you want your man to think, leave him where he is, or don't take him seriously. I told my sister one day she was dating some guy who was a boxer. She's like, he's hot, he's really hot, and he's cute, and I really like him. And then she told me more about him. I said, yeah, so he's stupid. You think so? I'm like, well, you said this, you said that, you said this and that, this, that, and the other, right? Yeah. What do you think that is? Yeah. I said, well, here's the thing, baby. You fuck stupid, honey. You don't marry it. My sister listens to me, and she dropped him.
Okay, but
now now she's dating a corporate lawyer, multimillionaire. You know what I'm saying? Happy relationship. She understands that this guy's time, this guy has to devote a lot of his time to his job, but to the guy's credit, he devotes the rest of his time to her. To his credit. If he's interested in you, he's interested in you, and he will show you by spending time with you. Because men like that and men like myself, our time is extremely valuable. I fly out to see my lady, and I spend weeks with her at a time. I do business at her place. Weeks at a time. You know what I'm saying? I just got back here last Wednesday. No, this past Wednesday. Yeah, this past Wednesday.
Oh, so that's what you meant by busy.
Yeah, I'm going to be back with her in 3 weeks. 3 weeks from now, I'm going to be on a plane. Back to her place.
Pussy whooped.
I wouldn't say that, but it is nice. I ain't gonna lie. It's shit. Yeah. But anyway, that's not important. So Fuck you, conscious. But that's the point. The guy will spend his time. Our currency is in time. Tarus spends time with his wife. He spends time with his children because that's important to him. What's important to us? We will spend time with that. Okay, money. Who gives a fuck about money? It's only money. I don't give a shit about money. I'm in the 40% tax bracket. If I don't itemize, which I do every single year, but I don't give a shit about money. It's only money. I'll make more. Who cares? So you look, if a woman is looking at how much money I'm spending on her and she's enamored with that, I'm not interested. I've met too many of you who are like that. He spent this on me. He spent that on me. I'm like, yeah, I'm soft. I can't even get hard for this anymore.
All right. So, question.
It's the time that I spend with you, because that's important to me. It should be important to you, because time is something you can never get back. So I'm sharing with you something I can never get back, no matter how much money I got, no matter how awesome I am. Time is something I will never in my life get back, and I'm sharing it with you.
So then, question. Since I got two successfully. Hold on. Is anybody else here in a successful relationship?
I
Yes.
Okay. It's no. And who said yes?
I did.
Valid.
Nope.
Who?
Bambina, I am as well.
Okay. Bambina, successful. How long have you been with a male or female?
A male.
Okay. And Vala, you said so are you sure?
Yes.
Oh,
But you said hold on. Who said somebody had said when I asked him if
No, I said yes.
no, I heard did anybody else hear
No,
I heard
said no.
Somebody said
no, I did too, but relationships have their moments. So that's what I meant. But...
Oh, you the one who said
Yeah,
okay.
I want to conscious, if I may, I want to warn the ladies about this too. Ladies, a 6-figure guy can be full of shit too, just as full of shit as a $20,000 a year guy.
Oh, trust me, they know.
A 6-figure guy is not a man of means.
And look at Kevin Samuels, trash.
A 6-figure guy is not a man of means. Six figures
future
is average money.
Trash. Right.
That's
correct.
middle class. Okay.
Middle clean, trash.
So if you ever, ladies, if you ever meet a guy of means, real means, and he's spending his time with you, that's a telltale sign that he's
spiritual and emotional means too.
That means he is interested. He's spending his time with you on a consistent basis. It can't be one time every 3 weeks. My lady, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, this break we have here, but I spend weeks with that woman, weeks at a time. You know what I'm saying? As much time as I possibly can with her, I give to her. All I got to give, I give to her. All I got to give, I give to her.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Because that's what I have to offer. You know what I'm saying? The money, I don't give a shit. You can have that.
Okay.
My
Question.
time,
what? Okay, yes. Thank you, Hennessy. Okay. I got a question for all y'all.
Hennessy. I don't drink Hennessy. I drink whiskey.
I got a question for all y'all relationship folk then. How important, Tarus, Mandrell, Vala, Bambina, is physical attraction? How much does physical attraction make up the value on your partner? Starting with you, Tarus. Percentage-wise, does this give me a percentage?
That's hard. It matters. I'd probably say like 40.
40% of okay, so 40% of your value for your wife is rooted in physical attraction. Okay, Amandrell, a percentage of physical attraction.
Well, for me,
that only requires numbers, not a context, not an origin story, just numbers.
Okay.
How much?
I can't put context to it. That's difficult. Because like at first, that's the first thing you notice about a person is the physical attraction.
Bro, just throwing up, bro.
I'll
It's
say
no judgment.
okay.
Mr. J,
In,
dog.
in the grand scheme
I'll
of
judge
things,
y'all afterwards.
gotcha. In the grand scheme of things, I would agree with Tarus, 40%.
Okay, hold on. It sounds like it's a little bit higher for you.
What Tarus say?
He said 40, but I'm saying my spirit telling me that you want to say a little bit of a higher number.
No, I don't want to say that. I mean, because in the grand scheme of it, in the big picture here, 40%. It's less than half.
Okay. Vala, how?
40.
You know what? Goddamn it. Damn, being a 40.
For me, 100. It's 100%. Not gonna lie, and that's not a good thing.
It ain't even nothing left for the man, baby. 100%.
That's one of my downfalls. Yes, for me, I have to be very physically attracted to you. Yeah.
Oh
I think 100% is the right answer. You should be 100% attracted. Nobody's saying they got to be a supermodel. If I want to get with you, it's because I'm 100% attracted to you.
It doesn't mean that they're good looking or
that's
whatever.
What I'm saying. Yeah, that's exactly.
Okay. I see. You got clever, Bambi.
No.
I specified what I said: sensual attraction.
Oh,
not emotional attraction.
Right.
Not to their intellect. Not none of that.
Yes.
Sensual attraction. Bambina saying 100%.
Yes. I agree with her.
But there's nothing left of the man. I mean,
what do you mean there's nothing left for the man?
There's nothing left. I mean, he doesn't. He doesn't even have to have a life expectancy of 45 years. It's not attractive. But Bambina did say that's her downfall, is that she could be with a total shithead as long as the wop. As long as the WAP factor was there. I mean, but at least you're honest, Bambina, that sexual attraction is your kryptonite. That's your Achilles heels. That's your okay. All right. So to the 40%ers, I find somebody lying, first of all, because the fact that y'all all on code and landed on this damn 40%, somebody ass is definitely lined up in her, but I ain't gonna even deal with that.
Here's the thing. Okay. Here's where you find out who's lying and who's not. Okay, ask them why, because I can tell you why me and Tarus are saying 40%. I think I can answer for Tarus on this one. Okay, and ladies, here's why 40% should be your answer to.
Tarus' percentage is actually around between 60 and 70. I gotta feel it. It's a lot higher than.
Here's the thing. I'm
pretty confident.
I'll give you an example. Like, my lady is 5'5", and in her heaviest times of the year, she's 135 pounds. Okay, now she's sexy, athletic build, the whole 9 yards. But if she got up to 170 pounds, I wouldn't give a shit. I still get a massive chub for that woman because of who the fuck she is. Your character. That's what, ladies, that's where you all fall short. And it's something I drilled in my sister's head when she was a child. You know what I'm saying? Up to adulthood. Look at a man's character. Because that's when he shows you who he is. That's who you are.
Wait, let me say something. That's what I was going to say. The 40% was about his looks, right? 6'4", exactly. Good looking guy, whatever. The other 60% is how he treats me, what he does for me, I'm a person who's attracted to the brain. So that's more important to me than the looks. But yes, the looks is important because I don't want to be sleeping with no ugly man I had to put a garbage bag over. But that also counts. That's why I said 40%. But the 60%, oh no, baby. The way he treats me and the way he takes care of me, oh yeah.
Navilla, here's what you're missing from that. Hey, hold on. If I may, ma'am. Villa, here's what you're missing from that. How he treats other people too.
Exactly.
Because here's the thing. It's not okay if he's good to you, but a complete dick to everybody else. That's not okay. Because eventually, somewhere down the road, that attitude is going to come back to you. And you don't want to deal with that. Guarantee you don't. So his character, how he treats not only you, but other people as well. Like I have a good relationship with my mother.
Ain't none of her damn business.
I got even me. I have a good. I'm no mama's boy. I was never raised to be one. My mama never wanted me to be one. She didn't raise me like that. You know what I'm saying? She didn't want me to be a. She understood the importance of me not being a mama's boy. So did my father. You know what I'm saying? That's why they're way harder on me than they were on my sister. You know what I'm saying? I never got jealous. There's never been any jealous or malice between my sister. None of that bullshit. How a guy treats not only you, but how he treats other people. Pay attention to that. But that was the
first thing that I said. That was the first thing I said. His character.
Okay, cool. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I must have missed that part. I apologize.
Yeah. It's okay. I know you're feeling real good right now.
A man, like I do, because I say this to ladies all the time. A man's character should be your number one priority. I know you like the way the pretty things and how they look, but ladies, I'll tell you, like I told my sister, you fuck stupid, ladies. You don't marry it.
Well, what I was trying to say is, you know, for me, looks also include swags and personality and all that. It's not just the physical. There's, you know,
that really raised the bar.
What?
No, but I'm saying, to me, personality goes a long way. What you might find attractive, all that goes together. Like it all, to me, it all goes together. And what, like how you know, attractive that person is, how they carry themselves, that all goes in one box.
I thought Conscious was talking about my cat for a minute. She was over here looking for attention.
A pussy always is.
Oh, what's that cat's name?
Shiva.
She's like, let me go back to bed.
She was. She is.
Please.
Look at the camera.
She's cute. She's not into it.
No, she's not.
Leave her alone.
You was going to get a female companion by all means necessary, Tyrus. I know that's real.
Yeah, put your arm out like a chivalrous man.
Yeah.
Help her down.
Yeah. But yeah, ladies, chivalry is not dead completely. There are still a few of us who believe in it and live by it. I dated a woman who didn't want me to open doors for her the whole 9 yards, and that was a complete turn off. I was completely turned off, and I was really physically really attracted to her. But she didn't want to open doors. Chivalry, she didn't like any of that. I was like, I don't understand that when I meet women, when I met women like that. I just don't get it. You know what I'm saying? Women who turn it away.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Well, you don't know if she knew someone that could have molested her or did something to her that was also very chivalrous. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, ma'am, fair enough. I give grace and credence to women who've been through abuse and been through trauma. I give grace to that. You know what I'm saying? If that were the case and I knew it, fair enough. I'll work with you through that. You know what I'm saying? But
because a lot of abusers, I'm not saying you're an abuser, but a lot of abusers are that way. Like, oh, I'm going to treat you so nice. I'm going to make you feel super like a lady, and then take her back to her place and do some horrible things to her. So
right. And see, for me, I always wanted a woman. The women in my family are strong and independent. This whole independent, strong, independent woman type deal. They're all that. All of the women on my family are that. However, when it comes to the men, they work with him. All of them have all worked with their men. It's pretty much when it came to the guys, it was theirs to fuck up.
Do you know
when it came to my aunts, it was the men's to when it came to men, it was theirs to fuck up. Only one of them did. My aunt married a guy. It didn't work out. She got divorced. It is what it is. However, when it came to the men, yeah, they got their backs. So I'm just like, that's what I want. Again, that's the only thing I know, and I'm grateful for it. You know, like my cousins, the ones who are married, still married. Still married. You don't break up over frivolous bullshit. Someone got on your is getting on your nerves. Oh, I need a break. I need to break up. No, you don't do that. You say, hey, this is fucking with me. I need you to work on this. And you have to give him the time to change and the space to fail, because he's going to relapse. If it's a habit, he's going to relapse and do it again. He's going to, the same way you're going to do it. If it's a habit that you have, you're going to do it. It's just men are less likely to point it out to you. You know what I'm saying? So, ladies.
So, question. Let's get a little bit deeper. Speaking of frivolous.
Go ahead.
Are we not going to challenge the notion of sexual attraction when it seems that it has gotten so many people absolutely no damn where? Because couldn't everybody here have been in a successful relationship sooner than later, had it not even mattered what the person looked like, as long as they had all of the internal attributes necessary for a sound quality partner?
I'll say this: it's possible, because you got some fuck ugly dudes out there who have the gall to think they're the shit. And that's one of the biggest downfalls of the whole Kevin Samuels thing. You have some average ass dudes out there who are unworthy, unproven, unchallenged, who had the nerve to think that women owe you fucking something. No one owes you a goddamn fucking thing. If you're a man, you earn what you get. You earn it, motherfucker. Go get it. Earn it.
I think what Kevin Samuels.
If let me finish.
Okay.
Kevin Samuels' message. He talked about the high value man, thus and so, right? He wasn't talking about the average Joe, because women. He said women are hypergamous, and they are. All women are hypergamous, and you should be. You should be looking for the best deal for you. You absolutely should be. You absolutely should be looking for the best deal for you. Don't settle for less. I agree with that. Women are hypergamous. Yes, they are. And they fucking should be. I want my sister to be hypergamous. I want her to look for the best deal for her. My mother, my dear departed father died in 2008. My mother has a boyfriend. She's been dating him for years. I have nothing to fucking worry about with this guy, because I believe in him. He takes care of my mother. I have no doubt this dude loves my mother with all his heart. And they're getting married this year. Okay? Women, you should be hypergamous. You should challenge your men. You should go for the cream of the crop if you can. If you can't get them, get the next best thing.
Lesbianism.
No. No, let's not do that. I mean,
more and more lesbian.
Oh my god.
No, ladies, let's not go crazy, okay? If you're not an actual lesbian, don't be a lesbian. Don't fake the funk. But if you are a lesbian, circumstance. But if you are a lesbian, hey, cool. I got no problem with that. Be a lesbian. That's what you are. You get no argument from me. But if you're not,
so y'all okay with a GMO watermelons, but not circumstantial lesbians?
No, I'm not okay with GMO watermelons. I prefer my watermelons with seeds. Thank you. Okay. Okay. I prefer my watermelons with seeds. All right. But no, ladies, if you are a lesbian, you're attracted to women, you like women, cool. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with being attracted to the same sex. I don't see it. This whole Christian thing, what the fuck ever. Okay?
What?
This whole Christian thing against the gays.
How Jesus gonna catch strays?
Hey, listen, it ain't Jesus catching strays. It's the church. I got no problem with Jesus. Here's the thing. I don't think Jesus judged gay people for being gay. because Jesus never said a word about gay people. Neither did St. Paul. He said, no, Jesus never said a word about gay people. Neither did St. Paul. Okay? And that's the Christian. St. Paul, he never said a word about gay people. Old Testament did, but that's the Jewish Bible, not the Christian Bible. The Christian Bible is the New Testament. I challenge you to find something against gay people in the Christian Bible, which is the New Testament. Go ahead and find it. You're not going to. Okay? So if you find someone you love that person, you're attracted to them, you love that person, you get along, they make you happy, you make them happy, I salute. Good for you. Go get it. Go be happy. You only live once. Make it fucking count. That's my thing. You only live once. Make it fucking count. We ain't coming back here again. Yeah.
Man of the fucking year, right?
I don't know about that, but you know.
Man of the goddamn year.
Oh my god. Okay.
You are encouraging, Mandrell, people to keep hope alive.
Yeah, here's the thing, ladies. There's plenty of dudes out here who ain't worth a goddamn. I feel you. Hey, listen, I would say I feel your pain, but that wouldn't be genuine because I felt pain from women and not from men. Okay, so I don't understand what your pain is like. I understand what my pain is like, and other men who went through it with women's pain is like. I can relate to that. Can't relate to yours, but I do feel for you. You know what I'm saying? I have a sister. I have a mother. You know what I'm saying? My father, again, my mother and father were married for 32 years. They were literally together until death did them part. That's what I saw growing up. That's what I know. I don't know the other bullshit y'all going through. I don't understand why dudes aren't doing what the fuck they're supposed to do. All my uncles did the fuck they're supposed to do. All my cousins are doing it right now.
Well, I think you answered the question because obviously, like, those dudes didn't have it modeled to them. You're talking about being raised out of models of
here's the thing, perhaps, but those guys can't tell me they have no clue how to treat a woman. You don't treat a woman well. You know it's not okay to call a woman a bitch. You know it's not.
They don't.
Here's the thing. But here's my thing. If you call her a bitch,
all their favorite rappers doing it.
But here's the thing. You're that fucking Simple Simon that a rapper dictates how you treat a woman.
Yeah.
You know women don't like you calling them a bitch. Why would you do that?
Because they see those bitches going their draws at those niggas. They see those niggas.
Okay, got something for that too, ladies.
The mixed messaging.
If a man even ever calls you a bitch, even in jest, break up with him.
But some of these guys are not even taught any chivalry or anything.
All the same. Vala, if they're not taught chivalry, and if they're not learning it on their own, leave them niggas where they at.
Well,
the thing is, I think the biggest problem is you ladies don't know. You ladies don't know where to find men like me. We're on a golf course. Look, we're on a golf course. We're in a country club.
And there's only two of y'all there.
A cigar lounge. You can find us at comic book conventions. Because I mean, truth be told, I'm a fucking nerd. I love science fiction. I love science. I love to learn. You know what I'm saying? I love to improve myself. I'm at the gym 6 days a week.
So you're telling me that a woman gotta dress up like Sonic the Hedgehog and come down to the Comic-Con convention to find you damn niggas?
You can, and you'd be surprised at what you find. You will be ladies, especially sisters.
You ain't lying.
Especially sisters, you will be astonished at the caliber of men you find at a comic book convention. Or these days, an anime convention. You'd be astonished at the caliber of men you find.
In other words, ladies, look for y'all's men in all the places y'all expect boys to be.
Yeah, no, it ain't boys. It's just the men
you expect boys to be. I didn't say
Here's the thing: the kind of men they want The kind of men that they're going to treat them the way they want to be treated.
You're saying that the kind of men that these women need don't even not coming in the packages they expected.
They're not at all. Exactly. Exactly.
They think don't come in.
Exactly. If you're expecting the guy to come in the package you want, you're going wrong. They're not going to be this super smooth, suave guy. No, we're going to be very direct with you. Cynthia, you there?
Yes, sweetie, I'm here.
Okay, Cynthia. Okay. Say you're not together, and Dragon Con is coming up. Hey, baby, I'm going to Dragon Con over in Atlanta. You want to come?
Sure, I've never been.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I would say that, because at this point, I'm not ruling anything out because, and I understand where the ladies are coming from, just a skosh bit on the disheartened side for them to not realize that you keep making the same mistakes because you keep putting the same variables in the equation and expect a different result.
Yeah,
right.
And I'm 50, mind you. I'm learning how to break out of that now.
Right. You should be looking for fucking nerds. That's what you should be looking for. The kind of men that you are looking for, ladies, are nerds.
Okay, so hold on, Mandrea.
In studios rapping, I'm telling you, they have some horrible psychiatric and psychological undiagnosed tendencies. That's the reason why we have so much with the abuses and all that shit, the shade room shit with folks like Blueface. Those guys are not it. They're suave, big dick, and all of that. They come with their own set of troubles that in 2024, I have to agree with Mandrill. You do not want. I'm a level 1 trauma ER nurse. Them be the same bastards that have these women in the trauma units fighting for their lives in the trauma EDs and in the trauma ICUs over there at Grady because they get enraged. I don't know what the fuck their problem is. They have no emotional intelligence. They don't know how to even be able to express themselves in a way without using their hands. They're abusive, they're unlearned, and they just think that because they could wear some chains, they got a big package in their pants, and they may got some money from rapping or sports or entertainment, that's what all that we want and what we see. And we've been stupid enough to go and fall for that bullshit. And then we wonder why it's so much slow singing and flower bringing when it comes to sisters being abused and unalived by it. Do something different.
Let me jump in.
Hold on. Now, Mandrill, put me in the same situation that you just put Sin in.
Depends on what kind of guy you're looking for, man.
No. I said, put me in the same.
That's my way back.
Put me in the same scenario that you just put.
Well, here's the thing. For you, I would definitely
simulate the same line of questions that you just asked in to me.
Okay, Conscious.
Yes.
What kind of dude you looking for?
That ain't what you asked in.
What did I say?
You asked about a Comic-Con.
Oh yeah. If I say Conscious, I'm going to Comic-Con this weekend. You want to come?
Yes. Now ask me why I'm gonna come.
Why?
To keep them other bitches dressed like Pamela Anderson off your motherfucking ass. That's why I'm coming.
Because there are women who are going to be dressed like that at Comic-Cons. And all
if you think you're going down there to be in a room full of vultures by your damn self, you got another thing coming, my nigga.
Ladies, it goes down at them conventions. You think the nerds don't fuck? Please. Okay? Listen, here's the thing. The men you're looking for, the success, because here's the thing. I heard this so many times, and I had a good friend of mine tell me that I was wrong. I said, listen, if you're looking for a guy who's kind of has that edge like a thug, but he's a businessman, white collar guy and everything like that, I said, that doesn't exist. She said, yes, it does. I said, it does not. She said, why do you say that? It's because to have a white collar job that pays you 6 figures or more, that comes with to achieve that in the first place comes with a certain mindset. The thug mindset is not it. If you have a thug mindset, you're never going to get there. Ever. Never. You will never get there. And here's the thing, ladies. If you want to get to my level, you most for certainly won't even get fucking close to me.
Is Donald Trump not a thug?
No, he's not. I can tell you, ma'am.
He's a grifter.
Hold on, ma'am.
Not a thug. He's a grifter.
I can tell you from first. I can tell you firsthand information. This is firsthand information for me. On election night, when Donald Trump won the presidency, there was no one on the planet more surprised that Donald Trump won that election than Donald Trump. No one on the planet was more surprised than he was. No, it's not that. Donald Trump wasn't trying to win the presidency. You have any idea how much power he lost by becoming president?
That motherfucker.
He's a billionaire. You know how much power he lost by becoming president?
He didn't lose any though. He just transferred all his assets.
No.
His son's name. That's all he did. He transferred his towers. He didn't even do a lot of. He didn't even transfer a lot of things he should have.
No. Here's the thing. His son is a fucking idiot. Okay, his son is dumb. His son is just. He has that classical white Anglo-Saxon handsome look thing going. That's the best thing about that retard that he has. He's an idiot. He has no clue what he's doing when it comes to running a business, let alone any of Donald Trump's businesses. Donald Trump, once Trump's gone, that fortune's gone.
It was only by default. We know that Trump was still obviously running the show. He just had to transfer
Absolutely.
Technically.
Exactly. He had to put it on paper that he wasn't running
those businesses. It had to be on paper transfer.
Yeah, it had to be on paper that he was running the business.
The brains of the operation.
Right. Trump didn't want Donald Trump. Listen, ladies, people. Donald Trump didn't.
Why is he not a thug? Because he got 391 charges right now.
He's not a thug.
And 4 baby mamas.
I don't know
4 baby mamas.
I don't know the damn difference between Trump and Suge Knight at this damn point.
Here's why. Here's why. I'll tell you why. Donald, a man of his stature and exposure, cannot afford to lose face. Losing face is currency for him. Positive or negative press is currency for him. Okay? It's advertisement. When he was president, people bought Trump shit. Trump. Anything with Trump's name on it, people bought it. You know what I'm saying? He lost the election. That makes him synonymous with a loser. He's going to lose money, which he did with losing that election. Okay, now, of course, he had some of his core supporters, the rednecks, and the people in the Appalachians and the like that. Of course, they did. But Trump's name was mud. Okay, Donald Trump didn't want to be president. He did everything he could to not be president in the last 3 months of that election cycle. Now he has no choice but to beat these charges and become president again to regain the power and influence that he lost. He never wanted to be in that position. Melania was planning on leaving him for her boyfriend. She wanted a divorce. She sat right there on the couch. I was looking at her. She's right on the couch crying, her eyes out.
She don't even speak English.
Not important. When he married her, he was hot. She was hot to him. Doesn't matter. Here's the thing. When it comes to men like Donald Trump, when it comes to billionaires, ladies, if you didn't catch a billionaire early before he had his billions, if you catch him after he got his billions, you are a utility. You're like a fork or a tire that I put on my car. You know what I'm saying? There's no real love. There's no real relationship. You're there for a specific reason. You're there to serve a purpose.
You're saying after you marry a man after he's rich, then you're just a tire on his
you
car?
will never have a real relationship with that guy. You will not. You will not. He would because he will never trust you, ever. He would never trust you. You will never be in the top 5 most important things in his life. You will never be top 5 ever. I will argue to say
that's not true.
No, it is absolutely true. I will argue to say you meet a millionaire man. He might treat you well. He
Well,
might wine and dine and make you feel like $1 trillion. But for him, internally, you will never be top 10 to a millionaire if you catch him after he's reached his millions.
That's not true, because I'm married to a millionaire and I met him after he's reached his millions.
Gotcha. Here's the thing, though.
Okay.
What I just told you, you ain't supposed to know.
Wow.
He's not. He will never admit it to you. But ever. He would never admit it to you. No. Here's why. Here's why, ma'am. And I mean no offense when I say this. Please understand this comes from a very
then they wouldn't get
place.
married.
No. They have to get married. They have to get married.
Why would he get married knowing that one day, God forbid, we could get divorced and he won't be a millionaire anymore?
Right. Because here's why. You're attractive. You look good on his arms. You are a utility. You're an accessory.
No.
Now, here's the thing. He will never admit that to you. He's not going to. And you will probably not believe what I'm saying. And that's fair enough. And I can't speak for all millionaires. I can't speak for them. You might be the lucky one of the lucky few who has a guy who genuinely cares for you and the whole nine. You just may well be that person. So I can't put that on you. Okay? I'm not going to do that. But for the vast majority of, how about to say us? I can't put my business out like that. But for the vast majority of people who are of means, you catch them after they got their millions. Because my lady, she caught me.
It depends on also young. If he's 33 years old, which is the age of my
well, here's the thing. That's a different story. If he's 33, if he's a 33-year-old millionaire, that's a different story. That's a different story. He fast-tracked his way there. Kudos to him for figuring shit out and taking advantage. You know what I'm saying? I salute those guys. I do. You know what I'm saying? And now he's got the money, and now he can go pick the one he wants, and he picked you. Salute to you for being picked. There's something about you that is above the average. Okay? You're not an average woman. That's what that says about you. Okay?
Thank you.
What I'm saying is, if you got a guy in my age, in my peer group, no, I'm not. There's no way. My lady got super lucky. I trust her. I would kill for that woman, die for that woman, and I would live for that one. You know what I'm saying? So, but that's because marriage is something I've always wanted.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? But the thing is, typically, understand this, man. Typically, your situation is not the norm when it comes to dealing with millionaires. It is not the norm.
No, it's not. But some people are born millionaires. You know, they have trust.
Yeah, that's a different story too. Again, those guys typically marry like within other millionaire families.
A lot of those people have arranged marriages.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They typically marry. I was trying to avoid saying that. Actually, I was trying to avoid saying that, but so that's why I put it the way I did. They typically married within other millionaire families, and they combine the wealth. You know what I'm saying? That's what that's about.
Or something like, you know, for millionaires, I would assume an investment.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
You're not take it just be like something for the night. No, not when you have to lose.
Well, Bambina, I see that you and I are not going to disagree on a lot. No, one thing, I think that here's the thing. The context here is understand that your situation is not. If you have a husband who honestly loves you, understand that your situation is not the norm. It is not. You know, you're very fortunate, and I'm happy for that. I really am. I don't even know you, and I'm happy. I'm happy that you one of the people who found a guy who honestly does love you, and he's a man of means.
Well, what I would like to say, it's not marrying someone with money or someone that's going to take care of you. It comes with a huge price. It comes with a huge.
Of course, it does, because he has things that he has to prioritize in order to maintain the lifestyle that he's providing for you. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of women out there who are not going to be okay with that
I'm one of those
because
women.
it's a lot of because it's a lot of time that we have to spend on other things as opposed to you. You know what I'm saying? We would rather, but my lady, I would much rather spend all my time with her.
See, my ego is so big, Mandrell, that I'm not going to be. That the only way that I am going to consider it love is if a man is willing to give up his mama for me, give up his whole, give up the business, give up the name, give it all up for me. I'm your business now. I'm your LLC. I'm your corporation. I'm your investment.
Are you
if you're so damn rich, pay somebody else to do the damn job.
No. If I built this thing up grassroots like I did,
a lot of CEOs hand their companies over.
Listen,
hand over the steering wheel.
Hey, Conscious, listen. You asking for way too goddamn much. If a guy had to,
how you gonna emphasize?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'll tell you this.
How you gonna emphasize time and then also denounce the desire for time? You saying that a billionaire, wealthy, six-figure nigga is gonna have a lot of time he got to dedicate to his business, etc. That she gonna have to get in where she fit in at. Some women ain't gonna be okay with that, rightfully so, right? Because on the same breath, time is significant. Because you're doing business right from your lady's house, so right from between my legs. You should be able to do the calculations and send emails right from between my legs.
Jesus. Okay. Well, listen.
Make yourself at home.
No, here's the thing. Here's the thing with that. If it's me, I understand because I built my shit up from grassroots, from nothing. An idea, I took an idea in my head, turned it into something significant to the point where I used the money from that to start something else. I used the money from that to start something else, and that to start something else. 4 revenue streams. You know what I'm saying? That supported one another in the start. Now with the advent of AI, I'm able to automate the vast majority of it to the point, and I've gotten it down to the point where if I invest 4 hours per week to it, nothing stops or slow down. Just 4 hours a week. You know what I'm saying? I've gotten that proficient at it. However, the work it took to get there, in fucking credible. I was doing that, and Terus, you saw me on YouTube. When you saw me on YouTube, Terus, that's the free time I had. That's the only free time I had. I had been working all goddamn day, except for going to jiu-jitsu or MMA. Jiu-jitsu, MMA, work. That was it. I would eat once, maybe twice a day. You know what I'm saying? Incredible the amount of work it takes to get there. So, ladies, you have to understand, if you catch a guy in the middle of his work, understand he's going to need time to build his things. I understand you're going to want your guy. Because I ran into a lot of guys. Holy shit. A lot of women like that. You know what I'm saying? I ran into a lot of women like that.
Are you encouraging women to be patient as a man is in the process?
Yes, you must be, ladies. You must be. Be patient and reap the rewards. Your patience will pay off. Even if he fucks another woman.
That ain't historically true for not for black women who get traded.
If he's an ambitious man, what I'm saying is, here's what I told my sister.
You are painting a very idealistic.
No.
Black women get sold down the river once black men get put on. Remember that black men change as they level up. Remember that men change as they upgrade. Those are your words, Mandrell.
Here's the thing. He does change.
That was your drunken truth.
Yes. Here's the thing.
Ago.
How he changes is the question. How did he change? Okay.
Oh, so that's a woman's fault too, right?
No. It's not a woman's fault. Let's take that. Let's take if he fucks another woman. Again, ladies, you don't ask the right questions. Why did he do it?
Look at Look at Kevin Hart's ex-wife got traded out.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Well,
look at
Oh, I was gonna say I went to high school and was good friends with his wife's cousin, his first cousin, and he had been cheating on her from the very beginning. Onika, from what I was told, it was not, their situation was never. I don't know if they also had an arranged marriage. I don't know what the setup was. I don't know if she was forced to marry him. I don't know anything like that. But he was always that person. Always that person. And you know, a lot of times you see beautiful women get married to a rich, powerful man to help out their families and want more for their family. And he's doing her dirty, but it's just, you know, there's always another side to it.
If these so-called trophy pieces, if these so-called exoticals are getting dragged by their ponytails, I mean, how much more are Black women going to? Look at DJ Envy's wife, who was with him from the bottom, from the scratch, and she still had to endure public humiliation. She still had to be cheated on and deal with him having multiple affairs. On top of that, she had to deal with him having 6 inches at best of dick and didn't even orgasm for the majority of her goddamn marriage. Only to now end up with a nigga who facing 37 different lawsuits in every direction from Ponzi schemes, etc. And that was the exotical package.
Well, again, like I said, sometimes these women want to do things to they love the man, they care for him, and they want to put their family on a pedestal because that's what it will come with. They want to help. I think most of those women look at it like, I want to do something to give my family a name, give them a way up. I don't think they just do it for themselves. I look at DJ Envy and wife and maybe Onika, and I look at them and I see that they didn't do it just for them in mind. I think they love them. I'm not going to say they didn't or they don't. They love that man, but when you deal with a rich man, I don't care if he's famous, if he's in the public eye, because my mom also is married to a millionaire. And her life is not sweet at all. At all. It comes with a price. It does not come easy at all for those women, unless you also can match him with your money. If you are, like, for example, Angela Bassett or Monique, or a woman that has her own, that's different. But if you're a woman that's way under his means, that's why I said a lot of these women are looked at as property, just an asset to him. And it's more than just it's a lot that they have to pay a price for, and they have to have their children and just, you know, endure what comes.
Women in this era are better off by their damn selves. These niggas trying to get y'all for the alimony. They trying to get y'all asses for the child support. Look at Mary J. Blige. Look at Britney Spears. Look at Halle Berry. Look at the position them women is in. They the damn husbands. And their husbands are the damn wives.
And that's why
y'all better off like hold on. I don't know whether it was Tyrus, I mean Drill, who said somebody who said fuck you fuck stupid. Well, most of these dudes are. So you get your sexual rocks off and you maintain the rest of, you protect your assets by staying damn single. And protect your damn legacy and your mental health and your edges by remaining single. Yes.
The Conscious, listen, because I gotta go. That's actually my lady. It's 4:19 a.m.
What's she doing calling you at 5 in the morning?
She can call me at 3, 5, 6. I don't give a shit.
Why is she up at 5:18 in the morning?
She's not. Well, she woke up and then she decided to give me a call and told me she loved me. So, I mean, what do you want me to do? Say no and not answer the phone? I'm not going to do that.
You just
I
seen
did,
it for
no.
we ain't
Listen,
seen it for all of 2024.
listen. This woman, I deny her nothing.
Okay.
Okay. I deny her nothing. So
that's gonna
yeah,
be that's gonna be downfall.
Is it? Well, maybe so. But here's the thing: every relationship or marriage is a gamble. You know what I'm saying? Think of it that way. You're rolling the dice. You don't really know what you're gonna get. You don't really know. So the thing is, I mean, you have to take a chance. You can't move in fear. You can't go into, if you're gonna go into it full regalia. You know what I'm saying? Anything short of that when it comes to marriage, the marriage ain't gonna work. It's not. It's all or nothing when it comes to marriage. It's all or nothing when it comes to building a family. You give them what you got. All of what you got.
I got a question for you, man.
Like here's the Bambina. Guarantee you, when I listen to what you say about your husband, I guarantee you he gives you everything he got.
As far as time, absolutely.
Exactly.
As far as time,
and that's his most valuable asset right there. Time. He gives you the thing that's the most valuable to him. He gives you all that he has to give. He dedicates what he has to what he needs, and the rest is yours. That's the way it's fucking done. When a man cares about you.
Yeah, but you know, it's like to spend time, like, you know, I'm not saying anything against my husband. I love him. He's great. But you know what it's like to spend your whole day with a tyrant, with a monster. Like, you know, at times he could be. That's why I said it's not always greener on the other. Is he here serenading me with a dozen roses? Absolutely fucking not.
Well, here's the thing.
Okay. He's
here's the thing.
Kind of.
Right, but here's the thing. His mind is on other. His mind is on other shit.
His mind is on other things. Taking his out. Not that he abuses me or anything like that, but the stresses of his life, the financial stresses, this and that.
Yes,
I get that.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the thing. If he didn't have those stresses, he would serenade you with.
I don't care about all that serenading, though.
I got a question for you, man.
Oh, well, there you go. What's up? What's up, Consciouztv?
You putting that damn woman first at 5:21 a.m. I got a question for you.
What's up?
I got a question for you.
What's your question, sir?
Okay, hold on. Hold on.
I would have said, ladies, don't settle for losers. Please don't.
Do you know? Hold on, do you know who this is?
No.
Jaheim.
Oh my God, he's also from Jersey.
And that means you're right, and that means what to me?
He had a hit song called "Put That Woman First." You better put that woman first. This is what he looked now. This is what he looked like now after doing so.
Oh my God.
Well, that ain't gonna be me, goddammit. Jesus.
And a bit rough for my guy, man.
Yeah. It's been a rough couple of years. Jesus. Holy shit. Wow. That's not him today.
He said you better put that woman first.
He wasn't. Here's the thing.
And this was
my best friend was in that music video. Not Put That Woman First, but another music video.
That's so wrong. It is so wrong.
So I want to hear those shit, man, Dre. Don't say so. Don't say I ain't trying to say. Don't say.
Listen.
I don't want to hear nothing.
Listen. Here's the thing. My good looks are genetic. Okay. My sister and I. You see my sister too. Conscious. You met my sister. She's also gorgeous. Our looks, our raw materials are vintage, brother. Okay, it ain't going no fucking where. They ain't an ugly duckling in my whole fucking family. Okay, we're fortunate that way, you know, and we choose not to let it go to waste. You know, so we take care of ourselves. Me personally, I exercise, I lift weights, I do cardio 6 days a week. I lift weights and do cardio 6 days a week. I also practice Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and MMA throughout the 6 days a week. I do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu probably 8 times per week. MMA 3 times a week. I love it. I do. I love combat sports. I always have. You know that about me. I started karate at 5, started boxing at 12. I did Greco-Roman wrestling, Wing Chun for 3 years, Wing Chun Kung Fu for 3 years. You know what I'm saying? Now, Muay Thai kickboxing and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. It's kept me in shape all this time, plus the lifting weights and the running. So
there are, well, you
Jaheen, and look, and I'm so confident that I gained 60 fucking pounds on purpose of nothing but fat, eating nothing but shit food, and I'm losing the weight.
Amen and congratulations. I can see that neckline.
And look, and I'm recording every workout that I do.
I see
everything that I eat. Right. Every workout that I do.
Them power walks in, hitting them Ozempic shots.
Yeah, that tire you saw me flipping, that thing really is 700 pounds. I officially had them weigh it. I had them weigh it, and I think that fucking tire you saw me flip was 700 pounds. So I mean, shit. Yeah, it ain't
shout out to Ozempic.
Yeah, but that's some thing, ladies. Go for what you want, but be realistic about it.
Well, if she don't keep you long, you need to come back here, because there are people who really just find you to be too idealistic. You just are coming off to some of the people in the chat as too perfect. It's all too packaged. They're looking for something. It's got to be, you got to have a green toenail. It's got to be cancer somewhere. It's got to be
he likes anime.
Can I ask a question?
Well, there you go. I like anime. You're right. I like. There you go. I like anime. There you go. And women might not be into that. I like shooting.
Family got to be toe up. It's got to be some type of. It's got to be a con somewhere.
No, the family ain't toe up. Man, I like going to shooting ranges. I like skydiving. You know what I'm saying? I like traveling. You know what I'm saying? I like combat sports. You know, I'm going to be doing jiu-jitsu the whole rest of my life. I love it that much. I really do. It's absolutely fantastic. It's therapeutic. It really is. Do you
secretly like to dress as a woman?
No. Okay. Can
Can
you imagine me in a dress?
Yes, I can.
I got bowling balls for shoulders.
Have you seen? You know what? I'm not even gonna go there.
Right? No, dude. No.
I was gonna. You know what? Nope. Don't even do it. CTV. Nope.
Look at Justin. Justin Sanchez. He told us, yes. No, you don't, Justin. Stop. You know what I'm saying? So no, that wouldn't work. And
okay. Well, go ahead and talk to her so you can get back here. She might not be keeping you long.
Okay, no problem. Ladies, it has been an absolute pleasure talking to you all and meeting you. Tarun,
because she ain't gonna keep you long at 5:27 in the morning. Is she gonna keep you long at 5? Do she wake up with these type of midnight cravings?
No, I hope not. At least,
yeah, I mean, she probably gonna keep you long because she probably tired. She carrying a child now. So
yeah, I mean, if it's like this, then fuck it, I'll be on a plane in the morning. I'll just tell her, baby, don't worry about it. I'll be there in a few hours.
Well, we know your strong ass will. We know. We know. I ain't seen you all damn year.
It's not even that. It's just, I mean, if she's carrying my child, dude. Again, the buck stops there. If she's carrying my child, she is the number one priority, period. Above the money, above the business and success, above all else. She is the priority. Yes. And she's in it with me together. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, we met each other 16 years ago? She was super young then. I was like,
you know, I'm a big supporter and champion of friendships being converted into romances.
Nice.
Yep.
I'm a real big champion of that.
Yeah.
I be telling people all the time, you know, I don't know why they be, you know, not considering the people they put in friend zones, because that's where most of everybody's damn lovers is in the damn friend zone.
He knows all of your good your soft spots, your pleasure points. He also knows the pain points to avoid, ladies.
Yeah.
So those guys you put in the friend zone, consider them. Consider giving them a shot. Because again, ladies, the guys you're looking for, when I hear women talk about the kind of guys they're looking for, I'm like, oh, she's looking for a nerd. Every single time without fail. Every single time without fail. Millionaires and billionaires are fucking nerds. They're nerds. Jeff Bezos, nerd. Bill Gates, nerd. What was the man who owns Tesla? He's a fucking weirdo.
He's just AI.
Yeah. He's a fucking weirdo, but a nerd nonetheless. Ladies,
I believe that Elon Musk is artificial.
Ladies, if you're looking for a guy with means and who means well to you, you're looking for a fucking nerd. Do not push nerds out. Put nerds off the table. Don't do that. Me, I happen to not be a nerd. I happen to be a jock who's just really fucking smart.
So they really should be fetching from it at the Taekwondo shop.
I mean, you can go there if you want to, but I mean, go find a millionaire there. You might, but they pay for private classes. Because I do the regular classes and I pay for private ones. That's why I go so much. I pay for private classes too. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, ladies, do not. If you're shunning nerds, you're doing yourself a disservice because there's some really outstanding people there, and it goes for men too. If you find a woman and she's a nerd, you're really doing yourself a disservice, man. You really are. You really are. I mean, Taros is a fucking nerd. He's married with kids.
You already telling that putting that woman first.
His wife is smart. You know?
Am I invited to the wedding, Montreal?
You got to send me the address.
Okay. How long do you think it'll be? Like, how soon are y'all looking to actually do the ceremony?
Late summer.
Summer wedding. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. All right. Well, I'm gonna have to meet this. I'm gonna have to talk to the woman who's carrying my godchild. I'm gonna have to talk to her. I'm gonna have to vet her.
She's cool as fuck, man. You love her.
Well, you better tell her.
Listen. Yeah. Especially if you met her, man. Yeah, you love her. You love her to death.
I'm gonna meet this woman carrying my child. I'm gonna be her.
Because this whole thing about a man doesn't want a woman who's got too much mouth. I'm like, I want a woman with a mouth. If I'm going the wrong way, listen. I told you you're going the wrong fucking way. Tighten up. I want you to tell me that. Get your shit together. I want you to be blunt. Be honest. It's honesty I'm looking for. I don't need a yes man or a woman who's going to just stroke my ego and that's it. No, if I'm wrong, tell me I'm fucking wrong and tell me why. That's what I need you. That's what I need you to do. Be honest. Yeah. And she's honest. Through and through. That's a rare thing to find, man. It is not to be taken for granted.
An honest black woman with a mouth is not hard to find.
Yeah, it is. A black woman with a mouth is not hard to find. An honest black woman with a mouth is hard to find.
Women.
No, I'm not.
Do y'all hear this indictment?
No, I'm not. Yeah, but here's the thing.
What they not honest about?
Yeah, it is. Because a lot of black women go through hardships. It's like I said earlier. Women are told men are supposed to be this, that, and the other, thus and so, right? But when they go out there and they date and they meet men who are full of shit, 2 or 3 of them, they're done. They've learned their lesson. But the lesson is too extreme. They've learned to not trust anybody. Trauma set in. And the guy that they meet, who's the real deal, he has to deal with that trauma from that woman. But why should he do that? Why didn't she do the work that she needed to do to deal with those traumas? Because she was taught not to. You don't trust psychologists and psychiatrists. That's white folks shit. All kind of other crazy bullshit. They're talking about psychoanalysis. You know what I'm saying?
What?
We don't teach ourselves to take care of ourselves in a proper way. We still eat pork and bullshit like that. You know what I'm saying? We don't work out the way we need to. And sisters, you might get pissed off at me, but I spend so much time in so many different gyms nationwide. Listen, ladies, I'm gonna tell you honestly, sisters in particular, y'all ain't in the gym like that. Stop the bullshit. Black women work out only when you're 50 and over. Or
well, maybe they're wearing condoms, something you can learn from them.
Yeah, don't you have somewhere to go, Mandrell?
Okay. So when I start talking about sister shortcomings, I gotta go now. I got a Shauna.
Nice try. No, that ain't it.
We all have our shortcomings, men and women both. You know
a lot of sweeping generalizations. But
the thing is, that's the way people understand things. Most things are anecdotal, or you have to take on a case by case basis, and that's how I live my life. I take people and events on a case by case basis. That's how I live my life. I don't judge black women.
Also accept infidelity.
No, black women. If a black woman is not okay with infidelity, she should not accept it under any circumstances. That's disrespect. No, she should not. If she's not okay with it, do not accept it.
Should men accept infidelity?
If he's not okay with it, he should not accept it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That's my thing. Like, here's my thing with that and the polyamorous relationships. I don't know if you're speaking out of school or whatever, but it's just how I see it. Okay. There's no way you're going to be in a polyamorous relationship and honestly expect that to turn out good, because none of them do.
That's not true.
It is.
I know plenty of people who are successful polygamists and polyamorous.
Okay. How many partners? Okay, let's say the two people in a relationship or in a polyamorous relationship. How many different partners have they been through outside of their companion?
The same amount of single people have been through.
No, tons. That shit don't work.
You got tons. You got tons of people on your credit score.
No, I don't actually. Believe it or not.
You just got out of
Here's the thing.
Here's the whole engagement within 1 year.
Here's the thing. I'll tell you something about me. First time I ever got laid, I was 17. Right?
Early. You started early. That's premature.
That ain't premature. 17 is about.
It's supposed to be premature.
Yeah, 16, 17 is about it.
Your brain don't develop till you're 25. It is premature.
Amazing. I went to college. 2 in college. So when I joined the Army, all 6 years of that, nothing. I was deployed and in training. Pretty much all 6 years I was in the Army. I didn't start getting laid like that until I was in my 30s. Until I turned 30 years old. That's when it started for me. But I didn't have a problem with that. I've always been selective with who I had sex with. Always been very selective. I never slept with a woman on the first date. Not once in my life. I always got to know that person first. Always. But that's just me. I've even had women like walk away from me because I wouldn't fuck them on the first date or second or third. You know what I'm saying? And I was okay with that. I don't know you. Why would I stick my dick in you?
For the same reason that you don't want to waste no time on the third date, and the dick ain't no good on the fourth date.
It's good. I never had any complaints. Hey, look, I never had any complaints. I never had a woman not come back for it. Ever. So there's that. You know what I'm saying? Some people know what the fuck they're doing because I pay attention to women. I know the clitoris is. I know how to stimulate it.
You ain't know how to get it to marry you until you was 45.
Oh man, well, listen. It's because it wasn't because that. It's because I was building towards something, and I didn't have the time that they wanted me to have for them at that time.
Oh, now all of a sudden,
Which, like I said, that's fair. I didn't like it. Was I hurt? Yeah, I didn't like it, but it was fair. It was fair for her to go and seek it elsewhere. I didn't have the time for it. It was fair.
What does it got to do with an indictment though against polyamory relationships?
I just don't believe that that's going to work long term. There's no way
polyamory ain't a religion. It don't require belief. It's not a belief system.
I ain't say it was a belief system. It's just I don't see how that's going to work for long term. Like, how does that help your relationship?
But they do.
Yeah,
most people are in polygamous and polyamory relationships right now and just don't know it.
Okay.
Most people in successful polygamous relationships right now. They just don't know that they sharing their woman or sharing their nigga.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you don't know, you're not in a polyamorous relationship. That motherfucker just cheating. Or that chick is just cheating.
Successfully.
That's the difference. Yeah, successfully cheating.
Exactly.
Without getting caught.
Just imagine, but then all you gotta imagine is the inverse, that all a polygamy or polyamory situation is a situation where people now know. But it ain't got to be no more of an issue than it is when people are completely oblivious to the fact that their partners are already.
It is no. That's different. If the other person doesn't know that you're out there fucking somebody else, you're a fucking liar. No. That makes you a fucking liar. I'm saying
that it's not. Obviously, polyamory and polygamy relationships are a thing for a reason. It's because they work. These are relationship dynamics that people actually desire to be in. They prefer these type of relationship structures. I mean, I'm one of those people. I'm not interested in monogamy. The only thing that would work for me going forward is a less rigid relationship style.
Well, the only thing that's gonna work for me is monogamy. Period. Because that's what I come with, that's what I bring, that's what I stand on. And I'm not moving, and this will not change. I'm gonna be monogamous with.
Who actually it's not a religion, so it's no conversion necessary. I mean, monogamous people exist, polyamory people exist, people exist.
Fair enough.
One over the other. It's like everybody get in where they fit.
Fair enough.
There are people who are not interested in marriage, but they are interested in a long-term relationship. They don't want to do marriage. There's nothing wrong with not wanting.
Right. You know, you're right, and that's for them. It ain't for me. You know what I'm saying? I got my thing. I'm a serial monogamous. Always have been my whole life long.
Well, the problem is y'all monogamous for whatever reason have heat for these other alternative relationships. But
I don't. I don't. It's just I don't know enough about it to condemn it.
So I mean, but it was a lot of condemnation though. It don't work. It don't work. I don't see how that works.
I just said I don't see how it works, and I don't. Look, here's the thing, Conscious. That's fair. I don't see how it works. I don't understand it.
It wasn't fair because I'm
not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying people are wrong for it.
It was loaded with all types of judgment.
No, it's not judgment.
It wasn't like a question like, well, help me to understand.
Because I don't have the time right now. I mean, I don't have the time to get into that. That's gonna hold
time. You'd have been here since you've been off the phone.
I ain't off the phone. My lady's still on the phone. And she has everything.
You had time to make a judgment. You had time to talk about how the hell it don't work.
Well, here's the thing. We'll have to have that conversation another time because I want to understand how that works. I do actually want to understand how that works.
Okay, so
I don't think for me, I don't see how it works. But I also yield the floor to. That's because I don't know anything about it per se. You know what I'm saying?
I've been encouraging you to go and return our pregnant wife's phone call so that you can return back here to this conversation.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm going to talk to my lady
our lady and call us back.
You guys have a good night.
Yeah, man.
Back. Y'all take it easy. Conscious, thank you for having me.
Anytime, come right on back.
Happy New Year.
If we still here when she gone, come right on back.
So Tarus, Happy New Year, brother. All right, y'all have a good one. I call Tarus my brother. He's my brother in arms. He's fellow former army.
Mm-hmm. The Green Brothers.
Yeah. All right, I'll tell you that later.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Good morning. Good night.
Anybody here against polygamy and polyamory?
It's not for me.
I think there's a lot of room for abuse in those situations.
Oh God, here we go. Who said that? Who said that? Bambino.
Yeah.
Why do you think there's a lot of room for abuse in those relationships?
Because when people are all together under one roof and they're all intimate people, just in general, there's always going to be someone who's going to kind of be scapegoated. And then when there's sex involved and finances involved, there's a lot of leeway for someone to be exploited. So that's why I don't like it. I don't think it's safe. Unless, it's a room full of billionaires. Okay.
Oh.
Or millionaires. People who got money, then that's different. But because a lot of those times, those relationships depend on a lot of finances being pulled together. You know what I'm saying? So.
Anybody want to weigh in on that?
I say polyamory, yes. Polygamy, probably not, since it's not really legal in majority or all the states except for one, I guess. I don't know. I think polyamory is definitely possible. Makes more sense.
I'm gonna tell all the people. Go ahead.
I'm not against it, but it's just not for me though. But some people it's gonna work out for them because they don't want that, serious relationship. So
that's another misconception. Polygamists are serious relationships.
What?
I agree.
I think it's both.
Me than polyamory, because at least polygamy is organized. In those instances, the women and the men, they don't live under the same roof. They're not all sleeping, there's not one man and 5 women sleeping in one bed.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
That's more of a cartoony though arrangement. That's not how it plays out practically a lot of times.
In poly or in polygamy? Because in polygamy, they all have to have their separate homes.
In poly, you can be. You can also have your own separate homes as well. It just means poly is just people who have a covenant amongst a group. You can still have your own autonomy. You have your own living quarters. It's just that you're in an intimate relationship with more than one person. You're in a consenting relationship with a bunch of other partners who are also in a covenant with those partners. So it's like a friendship group, just being all romantically tied and committed to each other. So think of you and your girlfriends as a polyamory relationship. Just add the sex and the intimacy and the romance to it. And y'all all are in a relationship together. Y'all can also have your own places. Y'all can have your own lives, your own careers, etc. And y'all all are involved with each other romantically, sexually, etc.
Are these situations always hygienic?
Look, y'all really think that poly and polygamy is some type. Do y'all think it doesn't come from it's not a I don't understand what y'all imagine. Why would 5 people in a relationship be any less hygienic than any other human being would who's also just casually dating or participating in hookup culture, having sex you know, routinely with different people on dating apps or down to the bar
So
or whatever. I mean, it's not, the people themselves aren't any dirtier, and they're not any more pure of heart. They're just people.
But I feel like if
Mhm.
God intended everyone to sleep around, then STDs would not exist. So
oh
and
no.
and a lot of times a
That's
woman finds out her man
argument.
is cheating because she'll develop an odor down there. Because two women's pHs shouldn't really be together, let alone four women's pHs be all mixing together. So if a man is sleeping unprotected with four different women, I could a lot of times they're not meant to mix together. So he's bringing her one, two, three different pHs and bacterial vaginosis. That's not how it's supposed to be, and it's gonna smell like a fish party.
Women are, there are women who do this for a living, who literally are porn stars and escorts, who literally are in a whole sex industry and do this routinely. Their hygiene is not a issue. Now they may have to do more to regulate and to make sure that they are taking extra good care of themselves because of the circumstances, but it doesn't default you to being a fish market because you have more than one sex partner. Not in and of yourself. You have to be not understanding your own body, and also coupled with that, not taking care of yourself how you should.
Agreed.
Well, you know, if they like it, I love it for them. But I was raised as an only child. I don't like to share, so it's just
And this is
not pass for me.
and this is another thing about polygamy and polyamory. A lot of people are attracted to it because it actually almost counters infidelity. It's kind of a counter movement to infidelity. It allows people to be honest about what they like, what they want, and to have access to other like-minded people where those needs can be met. Because as I said earlier, right, you have a lot of people who are in polygamous, really in polyamory relationships right now and just don't know it. So it's not that monogamy is some immunity or is keeping you from sharing your partner, having your pH balance thrown off because men are cheating, women are cheating. Polyamory and polygamy just allows people to be upfront, and it allows people to know exactly what they're getting themselves into. It allows people to, actually sign up willfully for this versus you thinking you're in a monogamous relationship when your partner is romantically, sexually involved with other people behind your back. So poly and polygamy are also relationship spaces that kind of like try to prioritize integrity more and honesty more rather than people walking around trying to fit themselves into monogamous relationship types that don't fit their capacity. It don't fit their sexual capacity. It don't fit their love capacity. It just doesn't work for them per se because everybody has a different capacity sexually and emotionally and sensually, etc.
So
So
do you think
speaking
that's
to
gonna
that,
be the new normal?
Hmm.
Do you think that's gonna be the new normal?
Well, me and Tyrus, I think we was on a live stream a few nights ago, and we were talking about. I don't know if it was he and I, but it was me and somebody. But a lot of relationships are going extinct. A lot of
Yeah.
this generation coming up behind us, they are less
Mhm.
sexually active. They are
Mhm.
into more kind of abstract dynamics, more so like companionship versus like traditional
Mhm.
relationship types. More people are in it's complicated than ever before. So we are seeing a revision. We are seeing a
Mhm.
reconstruction era, if you will, as it relates to relationships. And I think that's partially because people have more options. You know, social media, dating apps allow people to have more opportunity to, and a lot of people to have more access. And I think this encourages people to kind of be a bit more honest about the fact that they want to, that they want to be free enough to explore, to indulge, to figure out who they are by way of exploring these options, etc. So I don't know if it'll become the normal, but it's just there are a lot more options available. And I think this is a good thing because, right, wouldn't you prefer a cheating ass motherfucker to realize that he ain't got to lie and that there are plenty of women who will sign up to be with other sister wives? Or there are other women who don't have to cheat because they have the space, to actually go be with men who don't mind all sharing her, etc. This will help the cheaters to kind of move out of the monogamous space, because for a long time that was the only relationship model. And so you had a lot of people.
I have a question for you, Conscious, on this topic. Specifically, have you ever heard of the crime of passion law?
Of course.
Okay, so when it comes to, and again, polyamory, I think for certain people it can work, but and that's why I said polygamy, I believe, could work for people, but polyamory is a little bit different. If they, in 35 states, have acknowledged that there is a certain type of there's a certain part of someone's psyche that could black out, go crazy, go insane, and not be held accountable for their actions when sharing their intimate partner or finding that out. And that's why I personally believe that polyamory, again, depending on the circumstances and the people, because some people are okay with it and certain personality types, it could work. But there's a lot of leeway for issues. Because again, if the law could acknowledge, so let's say a woman is married to a man and she tells him that, she wants to be poly. And then all of a sudden she's there sleeping with his two best friends, and he walks in and he is enraged because he said, "Oh, you want to be poly now, but you didn't invite me. You didn't invite me to this party that you have." And he walks in and he shoots her in the head, kills her. He walks off. He doesn't do no time, because even the law can agree that can turn someone insane.
The law is not agreeing that polyamory he can drive somebody. That's a misrepresentation.
Because
but I'm saying the law, that's the crime of passion law. That's the crime of passion law.
Crime of passion laws apply to monogamous people as well. It's not it has nothing to do with poly or polygamy.
Because in poly, everybody agrees.
Yeah.
It's open. Everybody agrees. So
you are just in a relationship with other consenting people. It's a plural instead of a singular phenomenon.
And it's usually betrayal. I won't say usually, I don't know the statistic, but a main component of a crime of passion is a betrayal, feelings of betrayal. Now, can you be betrayed when you're in a polyamorous relationship? Of course. But there's some sort of compounding factor when you're cheated on, and you're invested in what a relationship, what was supposed to be a monogamous relationship, or somebody. I mean, this could happen too with a polyamorous relationship. I don't know if you're all in have an agreement, but you break up with somebody to be with someone else and not be with them. That also is a component of a betrayal. Whereas if you're like, hey, I'm me and I want to be with both y'all cool, and they're like, yeah, that it doesn't. I would
so
say
if you have a daughter one day, and she tells you, "Hey, mom, I want to be poly, and I want 3 different penises in my vagina every week," are you going to say, "Yeah, be poly"?
Well, I would hope she wouldn't be that explicit. But
I mean, even as a father,
13 years old.
Are you going to say, again, cheating's one thing and things like that. I just don't think too much of a good thing is never
That's yeah. I don't know about that.
Or if your daughter gets it, what if your daughter's monogamous and she's like, I love this guy, he's everything to me, and he wants me to be polymom, so we have 3 other women moving in with us. So your daughter is laying down every night with a man who's been in 4 different women. Are you
Again,
gonna go and bring them fried
as
chicken
long
every
as she's
night?
not 13 years old and she's an adult, there ain't shit I can do about it. I'll try to be supportive, but again, if she's over 18, there ain't shit I can do about it.
Can I just get in just real quick? I want to also say that I think it's a little bit disingenuous to reduce poly and polygamy to like the attraction to multiple dicks at one time. It's not. It's not. The focus isn't per se sex when it comes to polyamory. It literally works like any other. Just the best way I can describe poly is just imagine a world where, let's say you, Bambina, you find your husband, but in this world, your man doesn't limit you to just developing that chemistry with him. But that if you happen to work alongside a man that you also like, that you have good chemistry with, etc., that you are also able to allow that relationship to unfold in a romantic capacity, if you so will, except that you're just not limited. Now we know this would naturally unfold, right? Which is why we try to create so many gender rules in relationships a lot of time, whereas in you have the man who don't want his woman to have a bunch of male companions in her life because of the reality that a ring or an engagement does not necessarily prohibit or stop human nature from prevailing. That chemistry, bond, being attracted to someone is a natural phenomenon. So we create these gender constructs and laws in relationships, where you don't want your man having a bunch of female companions. You don't mind him having homeboys, maybe having homegirls, maybe a little problem. We try to we try to prohibit those things because the reality is, so polyamory people just live in the reality. These are people who don't possess especially for polyamory people, they don't wrestle as much with feelings around territorialism. They don't wrestle a lot around like, I don't want to call it insecurities, but the best way I can illustrate it just for the sake of this talk is they don't have those type of insecurities. Their worth in someone's life is not determined by this one person belonging to them. That if this person wanted to belong to other people, that would have nothing to do with their worth, their value, the significance of the relationship, etc. Because the reality is, right, we're all polyamory to a certain extent. Like, you have multiple friends, you have multiple relatives who you love, you have a lot of people in your life who you're close to. You may have more than one pet, more than one child. You're already in polyamory relationships. You're in relationships to people who are all in relationships to each other. I mean, a nuclear household could be a general reference for that, where you have everybody who's close, everybody loves each other, everybody's in community to each other, everybody is in relationship to each other, etc. It works, it's functional, life goes on. So that's all poly people are participating in. It's just a working system of community. It's just that romance and sex also are integrated into those experiences. But the general principles of just a working community is what's at work for poly people. It's just a bunch of people in community to each other who also, well, in this case, who just are romantically in community to each other. But it's community. It's any community, a workspace community, a church community, a neighborhood community, a neighborhood watch. It's just people who have an agreement and an understanding, a love and like for each other, who are in community together. And it's not, the focus isn't per se sex, you know, it's literally people's motivations are the same for any other type of relationship where you are looking for things emotionally, things mentally, things spiritually, and sometimes things sexually, etc. But it's not like, it's not sex, it's not the focus. It's just like like it's just the regular things that work that drive you to want to be with somebody. You know, you just like people, you're bonding with people, you're co-creating with people, you're finding, you know, other people to be of interest as well. There's not just one person who can take up that space in your life.
So you're saying that polyamory does have some discipline to it?
Yes.
Yeah, because it's, I mean, the level of discipline, you know, is going to be brought about by the people themselves, you know. Mm-hmm. Yes, there's infrastructure, there's law, and there's order, you know. It is considered cheating if we're all like, if let's say all of us, it's 6 of us here, we're all in a poly community. Cheating still exists because we all have an agreement to be with each other. Mm-hmm. We all have an agreement to be with each other. We're all in the coven together. So if you were to go off and there's a partner we don't know about that you're dealing with, you hooking up with, etc., you haven't integrated that person into the fold. You haven't made us aware that there's another person who you are considering, who you also are connecting with, who you would like to also present to the group, etc. Because poly is, we're all involved with each other and any other potential partners. So we all have to court this person. We all have to like this person. We all have to agree upon this person being integrated into this fold, etc. So cheating can still exist, betrayal can still exist. It's the same relationship dynamics. It just involves multiple people. Mm-hmm. That's all. But all the same virtues can be there. All the same expectations can be there that you would expect out of any other relationship. Time, love, attention, etc. You know, healthy dynamics, romance, etc. It's just multiple people, and people. It's interesting to me that people think like they struggle to kind of conceptualize poly when, once again, we're already doing that, and all we got to do is just look at our friendship groups and just imagine that they're poly instead. Like when you and the girls, me and the boys, we all get together, we do our thing. We are a community at that point. We are us. It's the Avengers uniting. We have each other's back. We're partying together. We're taking care of each other. If we go clubbing or vacationing together, one fight, we all fight. We all are in unison. We're all connected. We all are linked and tied together. So you just sprinkle the sex and romance factor in there, and you got poly. That's what poly pretty much looks like.
I see what you're saying, and I think there's a certain type of mindset that people have that are poly, and you know, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but even in friendship groups, people get possessive over other people and they have nothing sexual going on. You know, if I have a girlfriend and she introduces me to another girl, and you know, we're all friends, we go out to eat, we go out clubbing, and me and the girl that she introduced me to go out clubbing without her, all hell will break loose. So I'm just saying there's a part of human nature that is possessive over people that they like and that they care for without sex being involved. And I think that is very common. Even at work, you see it. Like, you know, you might be close with someone at work, and like someone, you might talk to someone. You know, people
You
are
can also see it
people
directly, right, in your own relationship, because you have people who will be jealous. You got partners who will be jealous of you being with other people who you're not even romantically involved with.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, but that's to my point. Poly doesn't create that. You just literally said it's human nature that can exist in a monogamous context. You have a lot of possessive monogamous people who know that. Okay, like me and you. Let's say that I'm your good Judy. We good Judys. Your man could still feel a way about your relationship to me, and you spending time with me, and us having our own relationship. You being in a monogamous relationship with him does not keep him from experiencing feelings of jealousy. It wouldn't keep you from necessarily experiencing feelings of jealousy, because I'm sure that if he was to go spend time with another woman outside of your company and they were to go see a movie and they're so-called just friends, that you would experience feelings of inferiority or jealousy, etc. So we just don't make these things synonymous to poly. Like, these are things that anybody can experience in any relationship style. Poly doesn't really, though. It poly, like, one of the things that make poly possible is the fact that, once again, you have a subgroup of people who don't experience a lot of jealousy in general, which is why they're able to support relationships like poly. They're able to be in relationship styles like poly. Like, for me, I can be actually, I prefer to be with a man who got somebody else, knowingly, of course, and or I prefer to be in a companion-based relationship, because at this point in my life, I don't have the time, nor do I care about what people do. You know, I have dated long enough to know that men will fuck a a football with a hole in it. You know, that men literally don't even project any meaning into sex. That men can be completely compartmentalized. So I would just rather be with people who just honest. And once again, for me, because I'm in this place where my value is not wrapped up in how somebody else feels about me, or the fact that somebody else feels for somebody else, I understand, does not take away from their feeling about me. Because of where I've matured emotionally, these things are no longer a problem for me. So I could be with someone who also has, you know, another person. You know, I'm right now, I have best friends who have best friends. That does not take anything away from my relationship to my best friend. That don't got shit to do with me. That don't take nothing away. I get all the time I need with my best friends. I get the energy I need. I get the commitment I need. I get the investment I need. It don't got nothing to do with nothing. So I think, you know, like, you're not going to find super jealous people involved in polygamy or poly style relationships, because it kind of takes the opposite of that quality in order to even, you know, be fulfilled and to desire those type of relationship styles. Like, somebody who's very kind of, who's more prone to jealousy and who have certain insecurities will not find themselves pursuing poly and polygamy relationships largely. Now, to your point, jealousy can still exist, because that's just at some point a part of human nature. So those things can be aroused for whatever reason, but largely and generally, you're not going to find like jealous oriented people who are intentionally seeking these type of relationship styles, because they don't, their ego isn't inflamed in this area of their life. Does that make sense?
No, that
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. It does.
Yes. Yes, it does.
Yeah. Tyrus, you over there mighty quiet. What are your thoughts about polygamy, poly relationships?
To be honest, I didn't have any. I was just really listening.
Hey man, for the first time in your life. Is there anybody here who is poly or polygamy?
Nope.
Base? No? Okay, everybody. Okay, so everybody is a monogamor. A monogamy, except for me. That's interesting. So you think that my pH balance is knocked off, Bambi, because I'm interested in poly?
Yes, I do think your pH balance is knocked off. I definitely do. I'm a registered nurse as well, and yeah,
I'm not even sexually active.
Well,
I'm not even in penetrative experiences. I'm largely in having a lot of emotional relationships.
Your pH balance could be thrown off spiritually. It can. I'm not even trying to judge you like that.
But what determines the knockoff? Like, what would that look like? What would that look like?
Well, you might make decisions when you're talking to a friend and giving them advice based on your selfish insights. You know.
Okay, but what's that look like? I don't know what that means. Like, explain
it
a little
bit. You might want one of your friends, like, one of your friends is trying to accomplish a goal, and you're a very supportive person to them. But that person's talking to somebody else who's also supportive, and you might be in competition because who could be the most supportive.
Oh no.
So is your goal now to support them and help them achieve their goal, or is your goal to outbeat the other person that that's also supporting?
Okay, but once again, my issue with it is that you keep trying to reduce certain characteristics to poly, and you're talking about things that exist can exist in any.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, real quick, Conscious, I'm gonna call in the morning, man. I gotta go.
All right, take your ass to sleep.
This was great, Conscious. Hey, great talking to everyone. This was awesome.
Good night. Good morning.
Good morning, Tyrus.
Conscious, I'm gonna go too, baby, because
okay,
I need to lay out because I'm hurting a little bit. But I love y'all. God bless y'all. It was fun, and I'm giving y'all flowers. You all are amazing women, and Conscious, I love you long time.
Period. Love you too, but thank you for being here.
That was outstanding. Good night.
It's like the Squid Games, honey. Down to 4, down to 3. But that's the thing, baby, that you keep this is not stuff that's exclusive to poly people at all. I know
no,
a bunch
it's not.
of
no, you're right.
I know a bunch of raggedy ass single people, a bunch of raggedy ass monogamy people, a bunch of raggedy ass married people with terrible qualities, have ulterior motives, insincere, liars, deceptive, insecure as hell, raging narcissists. I mean, these aren't things.
No, where I'm coming from is a place of living life. I'll be honest with you. I've lived life, for 35 years, and I know people are not as kind as we would hope they are. And I hope they are more kind and loving and caring. And I just don't want people to put themselves in positions of getting hurt, because emotional scars are sometimes worse than physical scars. So that's where I'm coming from.
Okay. But I was asking you those questions as it pertains specifically to your thoughts and perceptions of poly people.
Well, poly people, I look at poly people and I think they're good people, nice people. I'll be honest, I don't know. I know I have a very close friend that I grew up with whose husband kind of forced her into having threesomes often. They were kind of poly, but while they were in the act and while they were all hanging out, she was like, "Oh, I'm all about it. I'm all about it." But would come to me on the side and be like, "I really don't like this. I really have a problem with this."
And that's the problem. You have
Yeah,
observed
maybe she
people who
was a
were
good
not
fit
like
with me. Maybe she really liked it, and maybe she
no,
felt
she didn't.
No,
No.
she
It's
didn't.
it's safe
No.
to it's safe to say that obviously like there's a disconnect. She wasn't happy with something and she wasn't
Exactly.
being honest with herself. And that's what you have observed. You have observed people who not genuinely poly. You just said that this was a situation where someone who didn't want this felt pressured into doing it and did it maybe because they thought they would lose the guy or whatever the reasons were that they ultimately greenlit the situation. And then even after being in the situation, still expressed a dissatisfaction and discomfort around having to do this. So yeah, you never go like so those are not genuine poly situations. Forcing somebody or pressuring somebody to do stuff that they don't want to do. You're never going to get an accurate description of like people who once again are willfully signing up for stuff like this and they seek out these relationship structures. They're not being forced, they're not being coerced. These are things that fit their lifestyle, it fits their worldview, it fits their capacity for love, etc.
And that's what they want.
Yeah.
because the other girl, we were all friends. The other girl that they involved in it, she never came back and said she had an issue. So what you're saying makes a lot of sense, but so maybe that's what I compare it to and things like that. Someone who's
because on the opposite, right? It happens like you got men who forcing themselves to be monogamous who genuinely don't want to be. And they are trying their best to be a one person, but they are finding that struggle to be really real because they don't genuinely want to be with just one person.
What's your sign, Conscious?
Scorpio.
Oh, okay. So I'm surprised you're poly.
Right, I know. I consider myself to be evolved Scorpio because I know why you're saying that. Because of our characteristics.
Scorpios are very possessive. Very possessive.
I like to say very protective.
Yeah. Water signs are protective.
Yes, very protective. We're very, very serious. We take our relationships very serious.
Very serious.
Very, very, very.
Very serious. Yeah. If a Scorpio doesn't evolve, they can end up a hot, dark-sided ass mess. Like most signs, have their duality. You have the strengths, and then you have those weaknesses. And then, if the zodiac sign doesn't do their work, then they can end up with a lot of the negative traits regarding their astrological makeup, etc. But it did take me 38 years to evolve out of being. I've never been territorial to begin with, though. I've always been very open and made a lot of space for my partners to do whatever. My whole thing has always been integrity. Like, you don't have to lie to me because I'm a very reasonable person. I'm a very diplomatic person. But once you start lying to me and deceiving and being manipulative, and like that's what's going to distort the trust. And that's what's going to lead to breakdown in the situation. I can make space for your humanity. I can make space for whoever you are as a person. You just have to be willing to communicate and be upfront. You don't know what I can wrap my mind around. You just have to be integral and solid enough to just afford me the opportunity to figure out if there's something in me that can accommodate that or that can welcome that. So I've learned.
So being as you are, and you could see, again, not just as a Scorpio, I'm into astrology, but I know Scorpios can see into people, read people. If you could see that someone else is not going to be okay with you being poly or okay with you cheating, are you still going to go after that person you really like and hope that they want to accommodate to what you like? Or are you...
Well, I would never expect somebody to be okay with me cheating because I'm not a cheater for one. So I've never had a cheating problem, but I also don't make I don't make assumptions. You know, like if there's somebody that I want to be with, maybe I want to be with them in a monogamous fashion because I'm a very energy based person as well. Like I can do monogamy, I can also do a poly. It just really depends on what our chemistry feels like. Everybody feels very different to me. There are people that I may feel inclined to be monogamous with, and there are people that I may feel inclined to be more a poly with, etc. And you know, I would just be honest and give people the opportunity to respond to that. And if they don't want to be monogamous or they don't want to be poly, they can go bye-bye because I'm not pressed over no one person. I don't want nobody bad enough to be trying to force poly or monogamy down their throats. I'm fine as fuck. And it's too many people who want me for me to have to be pressed about anybody. So it's nothing for me to transfer the deed and the title and get on with my business. If a person ain't with shit.
I think if you try to force somebody, that's just it's not gonna bring you any kind of happiness. It's just gonna keep you miserable. You shouldn't have to force anybody to conform to what you want. If that person is not into it, then it's not even worth it. Look for somebody who is into what you're into or want what you want. No? Did that make sense?
Yeah, like it's also, yeah. But see, like that's a part of the maturity. It's okay to like let situations expire. You know, if you grow out of something, or you grow into something and your partner is not there, that may be the point in which, you know, expiration date happens. I think in America we do a lot of idealizing, we do a lot of over romanticizing the situations, and I think that this makes it hard for us to move on when it's time to move on. I think a lot of this over romanticism keeps us in things longer than what we should. It makes us draw out things longer than it should. It makes us remix shit in ways that we really don't have to, which is why I hate when I hear stories like what Bambina shared about like women who, for the sake of for the sake of staying with somebody they've been invested in, they may actually, compromise themselves sexually, etc. Open up the bedroom, and you don't really want that, or allow your partner to step out and have other people when you don't want that, because it's not necessary. It's like it's okay if you don't want that, and you need to know that it's okay to let it go if it doesn't serve you, because not all relationships are destined, designed, and ordained to be a forever thing. But in America, there is so much emphasis on forever, 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 especially after we have fallen in love. And my attitude about even short-term relationships that may last for a few months or a year or a few years or etc. is that it's not the length of the relationship that holds the meaning. It's the quality of that experience. So even short-term relationships are still can still have fairy tale endings. Like it's not any less of a fairy tale because the relationship dissolved. It doesn't make the relationship unsuccessful because it dissolved. It doesn't mean that you two failed at it because it dissolved. Especially when it dissolved, just because you guys were growing apart. Y'all didn't dissolve because one person was cheating or abusing the other, but like when the circumstances were just more organic, where y'all was just becoming two different people. Y'all wanted two different things. Y'all were just outgrowing each other. Like those relationships are just as successful. And we should take more pride in even the relationships that don't work out. But I kind of hate this idea that the only relationships worth celebrating are the ones that lead to marriage and leads to death, does us part, and leads to us both being skeletals in a damn casket together. Like
that's not success. But I have a question. So do you feel like poly people are two opposite ends of the spectrum? Like they can have either very low self-esteem or very high self-esteem, overinflated?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to answer your questions because it's I don't think of people per se in these ways. Like it's just like people in
I
general,
know you don't think of people
like people in general can be that, but I mean, yes, like I mean, you have people who don't feel that there's anybody who will commit to them solely, who will want to be with them solely, who, because of that perception based upon maybe their experiences and how they've been treated in the past with a lot of rejection, or constantly finding themselves cheated on, they then in response just say, hell, if you can't beat them, fucking join them. I'd rather know I'm getting cheated on by participating willfully in a situation rather than thinking that I'm in a monogamous, faithful relationship, only to find myself in a polygamous situation. So let me just go ahead and be with a polygamist, So yeah, there are people who can exist on the like gay for pay spectrum, on the like I'm doing this not from a clarity of self. I'm doing this not from a higher perspective. I'm doing this from a place of pain, of distortion, of trauma, etc. And I feel that way about people in monogamous relationships too, that it's a lot of religious and social conditioning that has coerced and groomed people to try to fit themselves within a monogamous structure. And then when they fail at it, the same community has the audacity to be upset at people who fail at monogamy when the society for a long time never made space for any other type of relationship structure. And you had people who knew the whole time that they enjoyed, that they had a higher sex drive, that they enjoyed having a diverse pool of partners to choose from and to connect to. But because the only thing that the family would accept, the church would accept, society would accept, the only thing that looked right socially was monogamy, tried to do the monogamous thing and then ended up as serial and proverbial cheaters. And a part of that is failure on society's part, unfortunately. Because the less open and progressive a society is, the least options that people have to get in where they in fact fit in at. And this can cause a disaster. The same thing that we're seeing like with the DL community. The DL community is a result of orientation shaming and religious conditioning and conviction and homophobia. So you got people who can't live in a truth, for better or for worse, because the stakes are too high to do so.
Could you say that DL men aren't completely sure what they like? Like maybe they're not. Again, I can't speak for all. I don't know. But can you say maybe they're completely not sure? Like maybe they're afraid to come out because they're not sure.
No. All people clearly know what they are. The issue is DL people not comfortable with who they are. because you have to be aware already, of what you like to even find yourself confused. But what you're confused about is not what you like. If clearly you're dealing with urges, you already know what you like. You are experiencing what you like. Now, what you are wrestling against is all of the conflicting ideology, all of the condemnation. What you are dealing with is the fear of your parents, of your boys, of your girls, of your community, of your children, of etc. It's all the other shit that's compounding, and that leads to this inability to properly to accept oneself, to love oneself unconditionally. But if you are down low, you're down low in principle because you already are experiencing your orientation. You just don't know what it means. You just don't know how you're supposed to feel about it. But nonetheless, it's already your reality. If you find yourself wrestling, so-called wrestling with there really is no such thing as wrestling with your orientation. What we wrestle with is the expectation that our community have as it relates to that orientation. And then we end up trying to pray the orientation away in order to maintain the social equity that comes with being a part of a family or an occupation or our role or whatever it is, to maintain the conditional love that we have in our lives. Because here's the gag, even about the down low community, is that this is also a bunch of people who subconsciously know that they're being unconditionally loved, which is why, who knows that they're being conditionally loved, which is why they are so afraid to begin with. I gotta use the bathroom, so you guys can chit chat real quick. I'll be right back.
Guys, it's always leaving me. Yeah. Oh my god. But that was a good question, though. That was a very good question.
What, the DL question or
the DL? With my ex-husband, I remember we had purchased the small building was like 14 units, and as we were remodeling, the units one by one, because the area that it was located with was like coming back up, and there was a gay guy upstairs, but he was a prostitute, and the DL men that came, that was like a shock to me because I didn't know what the DL thing was about, and they were like doctors. They came in nice cars. They were thugs, and I'm like, wait, what? And then when I remember one day going to the store walking to the store with them, and ran into like one of the guys that was supposed to be a thug, and he was like pushing a stroller with twins in it, and he just paused, and the fear on his face, and in my mind I couldn't wrap myself around it. I was like, okay, if you're gay, just say you're gay and just live your life, because that's always been my mentality. Like, live your life. You shouldn't worry about what people say. Nobody's not gonna pay your bills. Nobody's not doing nothing for you. So you just live your life, living your truth. But I couldn't wrap my mind around it until he explained it to me. But I'm like, but at the end of the day, he's coming and sleeping with you. You're a prostitute. You're sleeping with a lot of other men, but he's taking that home to his wife. So to cut all that off, why don't he just live in his truth? But just like you said, just like Conscious just been saying, society, they think about society, what society gonna think of them, with their family, their friends, and all of that. So they rather stay yeah. They rather stay in that space.
Yeah, I had a couple good friends that, were, I guess you could say, we're on the DL. I don't know, when you're in high school and you're young, I don't know if that's necessarily considered the DL, because you don't,
yeah,
there's only like 2 or 3 guys that are going to come out, or girls
right.
that are going to come out, but I had a good friend. She was like a sister to me, And, you know, this guy that I wasn't like, I'll be honest, I wasn't like romantically like
Mhm.
him, but, you know, we did have sex. And
Mhm.
then later on, I found out he was bisexual, whatever the case may be. So I felt kind of like, not like involved because I wasn't like romantically involved with him. We were like close friends.
Mhm.
But so my close friend was dating the guy that he wanted to be with, and he tried to break them up. Like he tried
Mhm.
everything he could to break them up and
Wow.
get in their head and all this. And I was like, why is he doing all of this? You know what I mean? He would talk
Mhm.
so much shit about, and he was acting like her best friend as well.
Mhm.
That never like left me. Like I was like, why is he doing? He lied. He made this up. This girl is obsessed with this boy, loves
Mhm.
him more than anything in the world, and you're gonna lie on her and make her seem like this horrible person. So I just thought it just opened my eyes up to a whole different like secret world. And it's
Yeah,
like
I got.
you're never gonna come out and be with him. You know that's never gonna happen. You know what I
Right.
mean? And it's still, you know, that's never gonna happen.
Mhm. Let me ask
So
you a
what's the
question.
point of ruining her life when you know that she's a good person, she loves him, she cares for him? What's the point of ruining their love? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
In a
and those are
sense,
the people that you
that is,
remove out of your life.
yeah.
Let me
Mm,
ask you a question. I have a question. Let's say you just met a guy, right?
Hmm.
The guy's really good to you. He treats you the way you want to be treated, and he wants to make it official. But he also tells you he has a history where he has been with men before. Is that a deal breaker?
shots
For
fired.
me, yes, it is a deal breaker. Yes,
Okay.
when I'm talking about when I was younger and I didn't know, like that
Mhm.
guy that I was dating, I didn't date him. Like I said, I was young and, a
No, but
little
I was
stupid.
talking about in today's time.
But
Like,
no, 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 no. But I'm saying no, no. I wouldn't be with a man, knowing that he, uh, like men. No, I wouldn't. No,
in
Why?
the past,
Why?
meaning in the
no,
past,
no,
not
no,
no.
no, no.
Why? Why, Bambina?
Because I'm very possessive, very jealous. I don't care if it's, and a man is something I can't compete with.
Yes, you can. It's called a strap on.
I can't
Conscious, you gonna
compete.
make my
I
face
can't
hurt.
compete with the androgynous energy. And I don't think I would ever want to fuck my man with a strap on. I don't, maybe a finger, let me stop being explicit, but like maybe a finger, like I don't think I could put something on and, no, I don't think I'm comfortable with that.
You
No.
wouldn't
But
be.
even if he says
I
he wants
wouldn't
to be
want to
with you,
like strap something to me and fuck a man. No, no,
So you wouldn't
okay,
be.
no, okay.
no.
I'm sorry, CTV.
Go
Let me answer this question real quick.
ahead.
So what I'm trying to say is not for you to put on a strap on. CTV's playing around. What I'm saying in his
Oh,
past,
was I?
he
Or was he? Was he
had
playing?
no, but in his past, right? Say, let's say when he was in college, he had a gay experience, but he's committed to you. He only wants to be with you. So does that one
No,
gay
I can forgive.
experience?
I can forgive that. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Okay.
Yeah, I can. That, I mean, not forgive that, but yeah, yeah.
Okay, listen. You are interesting, Bambina, because you have a lot of like preconceived notions about things. What made you automatically feel that if a man had been with men in the past, that means you had something to compete with?
Well, because like I said, growing up with a certain group of boys, I saw a lot of things that I should not have probably seen, and I was told things that none of the other girls were told. like, and a lot of the times I didn't know that I'm like, what are you telling me? What is a top? What's a bottom? What's versatile? Like I was 14, 15 years old, and my best friend at the time is explaining these things to me. I'm like, what is this? And I'm like, you like girls, don't you? Because you're trying to, he did like women. He definitely did. He definitely did like women. But he also liked men. And I saw a lot of things that he did with other men, like when they thought we weren't, and I was kind of traumatized by it because it was like, I wasn't expecting that. You get what I'm saying? Because I would assume, because I had gay friends, gay guys who would never touch a woman. You know what I'm saying? They would never no, they might I also had a gay guy, my best friend, who was like my brother. He was gay. He was not bi. He did not like women at all. But he would sometimes grab my boobs, grab my ass. Like he was kind of I don't know if he was attracted to me in a way like that.
A lot of gay men be flirty with their
very
Jewish.
Flirty. He would tell me. He would he would take his dick out. It was a lot. He would take his dick out. Yeah, he would, and I'd be
he's very futuristic.
We'd be sitting on the couch watching TV, or if I was dressed a little scantily sometimes around him, I'm like, are you gay? Are you fucking straight? What do you do? It was weird. And then there were times where I would have just to get him to relax, I'd be like, okay, do you want me to fuck you? Do you want me? And then he'd run away. And I'm like, exactly. So don't touch, because nobody wants to be groped. You know what I'm saying? I don't want you to grope me. I don't want you to touch me. I don't want you to take your dick out. Just act like a normal person. That's where I was coming from. And so that is what put my mind into it. I don't know if he's 100%. I don't know what this is.
And he might have not been, he might have, because that's what's interesting, right, about sexuality, is because it's on a spectrum. Have a lot of people who are on the extreme ends. You have the extreme heteros, you have the extreme homos, and then you have people who are closer to one end over the other, but they're not, to your point, they're not all the way. So they may be 90% same gender loving, but may every now and then find or come across somebody of the opposite sex who piques their attention or who arouses them in that way, even though they may be predominantly attracted to women or predominantly attracted to men. So with sexuality being a spectrum, kind of like frequencies on a radio dial, from 1 to 200, then you get a lot of range. And because we don't live in a society that wants to really unpack orientation, a lot of people don't have a lot of, or for a long time, especially before social media and the internet existed, they didn't have a lot of understanding. There wasn't a lot of accessible information for people to explore and to educate themselves about, to figure out what the hell is going on with me. What is this? Why? Yeah, I feel like I'm gay, but sometimes I find girls, and I want to squeeze titties, and I want to rub on some puss, or you have a gay woman who may find, every now and again she's attracted to a man and she wants to have that experience, or she's emotionally or sensually aroused, etc. And so, yeah, there are sexuality is interesting, and there are people who are not completely clear. They may, the most they may know is what they, for the most part, are attracted to. But there may be a certain percentage of their attraction that is opposite sex based or homo. There's you have a lot of, I hear from straight women, there are a lot of straight women who have been through so-called, they like to call it gay phases, that maybe they've been through in high school or college, where they've had their rendezvous with women, but they classify themselves as straight. And or you have women who, I have some homegirls who are, for who are predominantly attracted to the opposite sex, but you know, a few cocktails and a lonely night, you know, they might be able to, you know, shawty can swing their way. You know, they might be open to some things, you know, if the air is still and the moon is sitting at the right degree, you know, anything's possible. So sexuality is interesting. Orientation is very interesting at how we compartmentalize our orientation and all the variations of it. So
Yeah.
have a lot of men who are into being pegged. They do not consider themselves bisexual men, but they do like their prostates massage, and they will let their girls finger them or peg them or dildo them.
But I don't think that makes you gay necessarily.
And it doesn't.
I don't think that does. I mean, I don't
think that sexual acts have orientations. I think that a sexual act is just a sexual act. So whether it's a man who likes his cakes to be eaten, or it's a woman who likes to dominate a man in the bedroom through pegging, I don't think that those things have to do with orientations. I think that sexual pleasure is just that. You don't get to decide what feels good to your body. If a woman, you know, fucks around and puts a finger up your ass and that feels good to your ass, then that feels good to your ass. It doesn't mean that you want a dick up there, or that you want a hairy ass man pounding your cakes out, or that you want a male body. But it does mean that finger up your ass feels great. Or a woman who likes a woman fucks around and, you know, decides, hey, I want to know what anal sex feels like, and then she enjoys being penetrated anally. That doesn't mean she's having gay sex because she likes it in the ass. I mean,
Would you say a man who likes to have exclusively anal sex with a woman is would you say he's homosexual? But he's no, right? Because a woman's ass is very different from a man's ass.
Ain't even about it being different to me. It's just about the fact that he prefers that ass just on a woman's, because he's attracted to a woman and he wants her ass, not his ass. He's attracted to women, and for whatever reason, he's attracted to anal sex. Maybe because it's just a freakier alternative hole to have sex in that gets him off on. Is this like taboo area that you're not supposed to be penetrating? There's something that turns him on about that alternative area. And but if you were to trade that woman's body out for a man, he'll be completely turned off. Not because the ass is different, because both holes are an exit on both individuals, but because it's a man, that would just give him the limp dick. You know, it would give him a limp dick. You know, they're like, it's a man. It's a beard. Where it's balls here. There's a beard here. There's testosterone here. These are things that he's not attracted to sexually. So so a man who solely likes anal sex from women, no, I wouldn't say he's gay because he likes anal sex. He just has a affinity toward anal sex, but his orientation. I like what Larry said it this way. He said, what he said? He said, sexual. I forgot how he said it. He had worded it so perfectly. But no, that does not determine somebody's sexual acts, sexual positions, sexual pleasure does not per se determine orientation. Your orientation is decided by the sex, the gender in which you prefer sex from, that you desire sex from. Now, whatever you decide to do in the bedroom regarding that sex becomes your sexual preference. Like your orientation, Bambina, is males. Now your sexual preference may be vaginal intercourse. It may be fellatio. You may have some fetishes. You may like nipple play or role playing. Like those would be your sexual preferences, like what you prefer to do with the gender you are attracted to. The sensual things that get you off, etc., make up your preferences. So, but living in a homophobic society, these things will be side-eyed by men because people are like playing the download detective and think that there are like these cues that they can translate as automatically meaning that, okay, this man is on the download. If he's too pretty, if he likes his feet done, if he is well kept, if he likes anal sex, if he orgasms with a high pitch frequency, if he like
for me, like from what I've seen, again, like I think if he's doing homosexual acts and you see those acts and you witness those acts, and then that gives you a reason to assume. You know what I'm saying? At
no,
least
what do you mean by acts? So like if you see him in these acts, like
if you see him sucking another dick.
If what?
If you see
him, if he sucks a man's dick.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. So there's a porn star, right? There's an actual porn star.
Yeah, there's the side of him that's gay. Yeah, if you're sucking dick.
And there's a porn star who just got dragged. I forgot her name, but she just got dragged on social media because she had did a sex scene with 2 gay adult stars. Obviously, they had to have some pan bisexual capacity in order to have sex with a woman, but they predominantly.
Is that true?
Huh?
Wait, I'm sorry, not to take off. So if 2 men have sex with a woman, they're bisexual?
Well, it's not about if there's 2 of them, but I mean, if well, actually, I'm gonna strap everything that I just said. You actually don't have to be pan or bi because once again, we're talking about adult entertainment, so you can be straight for pay, just like you can be gay for pay, because this is a craft. This is an art form. So you have a lot of adult entertainers who can do both genres because they can compartmentalize, because their incentive is, I'm an entertainer, I'm a performer. So they can compartmentalize sex because they don't look at sex as something that has to be connected to their orientation or even their preferences. You know, like sex in the context of being an adult entertainer is more so about a way of life and a livelihood. And it's, once again, an art form. It's like somebody being an actor. Like you got people who can act gay, who can play a gay character, or you got gay people who can play a straight character, because you can perform mechanically these things. So between your ability to act and you being able to take a bunch of drugs that can keep you aroused, technically, yeah, you'll be able to use your penis, even if you have to manufacture a hard-on, even if you have to manufacture a erection. I mean, once it's erect, you can yield it, you know, to whatever, you know, you can do what you want with it from there, including put it into a woman. You know, if you know how to have sex, then you're just having sex with a woman instead of a man. But this woman, she's also a well-known adult star. She got dragged because she did the sex scene with both of these gay adult entertainers. And, you know, there was just people who were doing the most, who were crucifying her and trolling her and was just feeling away about all of that, all of the stereotypical stigmas you would expect people to slap at her, like, you need to go get tested and blah, 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 was all projected on her. But she combated those things by saying, hey, I'm a straight woman who also gets off to gay porn. I like gay porn. It arouses me to see 2 men having sex. Now, I also have heard women and know a lot of women who like gay porn. They do get off. are completely aroused at men hooking up, having sex, dominating each other. And just like you have men who are aroused at women hooking up, getting off, etc. And so it was her fantasy to be sandwiched in between two gay men and getting it popping. But those gay men per se didn't have to be straight in order to perform those sex acts on her, because you can manufacture sex. A lot of porn stars take sex, drugs, and stimulants in order to get them through their scenes. I mean, they don't even get to largely choose a lot of the partners they hook up with. So sometimes they got to have sex with people they're not even attracted to. But because they're not there for this to be a genuine experience, this is literally a craft. I'm here to work. So I don't, so you're here to work. The entire thing is manufactured. Once again, it's just like acting. Actors have to kiss and have sex scenes and romantic scenes and perform. And an adult entertainer is performing. So it gets fascinating.
For the life of me, I do not understand why people have to be worried about what other people doing in the bedroom, whether it's on camera or
nosy as hell.
Jesus Christ! Like let people live and I don't know. That just annoys me. That really annoys me. I get onto those comments like, shouldn't you be worrying about what's going on in your bedroom? What your man doing or what your woman doing? Why are you worrying about what somebody else is doing? I never did understand that. And I can't wrap my head around it. Let people live their lives. It's their life. Worry about yours. Because I guarantee you, for a lot of people, worry about what's going on in their lives, in their relationships, they won't have time to be worried about what's going on in somebody else's life. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, it is like this conformity or this like hive-mindedness where people just like think that other people are supposed to be like them for whatever reason, or supposed to feel like them, or supposed to operate like them. It's like, yeah, the world is different. It's filled with people who have all type of interests and likes and arousals. Like none of us are the same, even if we are the same in certain ways. We're not the same entirely.
And the ones that are so judgmental be the ones that be having the most problems in their relationships. Like for real. I just don't get it, but it is what it is,
I was watching this. So I don't know if y'all ever was a fan of the reality show on MTV. What's the name? It was what's the name of the? It done slipped me. It was real popular on MTV. It was like a documentary series that they used to do like in the early 2000s, where they would just document people's lives. On one of these documentaries, they had a gay for pay episode, and this young white couple were involved, and the girl, her boyfriend was a gay porn star, and so they just like kind of documented their journey and experience, and he hid it from her initially and everything. She didn't know that he did that type of work and did not know that he was doing that specifically on top of that. And when he would have to do these scenes, he would like have a whole routine regarding various pill bottles he would pop to stimulate arousal, to keep his penis hard, etc. And for a long time, pay was a lot higher for gay entertainers than it was for straight entertainers. So you had a lot of straight men doing gay for pay scenes because it was more lucrative than heterosexual porn was. And that was a big part of his motivation, was the money. He was trying to get his bread up. He had things he was trying to do, things he was trying to accomplish, and he didn't mind slinging ping for a living, and he was going to sling it in the most lucrative direction, it was to swing it. So, you know, he was doing the gay for pay. And then when he finally had to confess it because he couldn't hide it anymore, she ended up accepting it and being okay with it. And I think they went on to get engaged and married or whatever the case may be. But yeah, it was kind of like grueling though to watch what he had to go through in order to get through his work, because the work is completely manufactured. Like, yeah, you don't have to be.
That's not how real people have sex,
right?
No matter if you're heterosexual, homosexual, right?
Yeah, a lot of porn stars, because I've watched a lot of their interviews and stuff, a lot of them describe the work, you know, even if they are genuinely heterosexual doing heterosexual porn, or genuinely homo doing homo porn, that porn is completely manufactured. Like it's an edit. You're not even able to enjoy what you're doing in the way that most people think, because like you have to do this at this angle and you got to make sure the camera can see this, and you're being directed by producers as well in the room, in the scene. You're having to cut. So just when things are getting good, you may have to, you know, you may have to switch positions. So it's not a fluid experience at all. It's very controlled. It's very contrived. And it's very, very man-made. And the end result, you know, makes it what it is. But the process of that is very synthetic.
Yeah.
Do you feel that pornography messes up people's perceptions of sex?
Oh yeah, like that. Yes. There's science and data to back that up, of course. Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. And sometimes, you know, a woman think that she's gonna orgasm every single time, and that doesn't happen all the time. Or yeah, it does. I don't watch porn. It never did enough for me, because to me it was just not realistic. Even before I had sex, it just wasn't realistic.
Now, me personally, I'm a connoisseur. I love porn. Porn has largely contributed personally to me being able to keep my body count down. Like I can still count on two hands how many partners I've had, and I'm 38 years old.
You don't think that's like raised your threshold though for like real sex and expectations?
No, because the world is filled with so many interesting people that I've been able to find like-minded people, even as it relates to the things that I like sensually. So, like for me, I'm into very hardcore sex personally. Like I'm into very intense sex. I must now this is where the Scorpio traits come in at. Y'all heard what Tyrese at Scorpio, and aside the love making, he just had to let out a yep. He even had the word to describe us because we just off the chain like that. So me personally, you know, but all of the partners that I have had have all, you know, they also like the same stuff. So you know, it's I ain't have no problem with compatibility in that area. Yep. So you gotta find. I mean, like there is if you go to these porn sites, literally the fetish categories are infinite, which simply means that there is somebody who like what the fuck you like. You just and because the internet now is easy to link up with people who like exactly what you like. Yeah, like people are into people got feet fetishes, spit fetishes, people are into role playing, they're into water sports. I mean, it's infinite in terms of, you know, the type of things that get people's rocks off, etc. So yeah, you can always find somebody who want what you want. But
it's also communicating with your partner to see what he likes and also what you like as well. As long as you have that, that communication,
Yeah, that
then
understanding.
you'll be able to satisfy each other, you know?
And that's what I want men to do a lot of, because I think, like, especially when it comes to hetero dynamics, I feel like women do a better job at communicating what they like, but because Black men are like really stigmatized terribly and policed horribly when it comes to the things they like, because some of the things that they like may be considered by society to be feminine, which then makes it a homo thing. So a lot of men, unfortunately, are not being upfront with their women about what they like sexually out of fear of being judged, rejected. And then men will then use that fear to justify cheating then. Like, okay, well, I'll go find the sleaze bag who I don't care about, like, rejecting me or whatever, like, because I'm not even invested like that. Or, I will go and find the escort, or find the trans woman, or find the gay man, or find the whoever the partner is that has whatever equipment necessary to maybe do the things that the woman could do too. But because he just will have a fear of communicating that, he'll either sit in that relationship repressed and not ever really get the sensual experience he wants from his woman, or he'll use that repression and the fear around that to justify cheating on his woman. And I'm just like, that's why on this platform we always talk a lot about, we gotta create better spaces for everybody to be able to really show up, because if we don't, people are going to placate to being deceptive, and they're not going to show up as their authentic selves, and we're all going to pay the cost for people not being themselves, because those people are going to be deceiving us and cheating on us and hurting us and putting us in situations that we don't deserve to be in, all because of their shit. So I'm a big component of, we need to really humanize people as much as we can, so that people have the wherewithal to be upfront and to be able to be confident in who they are, which allows them to put themselves fully on the table for you then to decide, reasonably, if that's what you want or don't want. But as long as there's this aggressive pushback, and there are this big, there's this large, like, as long as we're so defensive about other people's identities and authenticities, then we're going to have a lot of people living in secret, both men and women, living secret and double lives of all kinds.
I agree. I have been lucky enough to have had, like, whether it's my ex husband or who I'm dating now, where we have been able to have, like, honest, serious, open conversations about, what we want, our wants, needs, and expectations. So I've been lucky on that, but I do understand what you're saying. People have to let go of what they think what they think is traditional or should be done and not be done, and just be open, because just because you like something doesn't mean that the other person is going to like it. You have to be open minded, and just like you said, that way nobody gets hurt. I totally agree with that. I hope that makes sense. I know it's early in the morning,
It
child.
does. It does. I feel like a lot of men are scared
Yeah,
Absolutely.
to learn
absolutely.
how to please a woman and things like that. A lot of men are scared. Some men aren't. Some men, like, know what they're doing, but I feel like a lot of guys are scared.
And sometimes they don't want to learn
They don't
because they
want to,
feel like they're men. They should already know everything.
Uh-huh.
But you
or they feel
can't.
like they're, just a lot of guys don't take the time.
Yeah.
Because I think
If,
women, to please a woman, it probably is a little bit more complicated. It's not as easy, not as simple.
Well, here's the thing: if you're not communicating with women, then you are defaulting to
A
not
lot of women fake
capable
it.
of satisfying them, because how the hell are you, like, how else can you please a body that's not your own biological body unless you are in open communication about how that body works? Like, you would
Well,
need women to tell you, or at least like the women you're dealing with to tell you what their hot spots are and what makes them squirt and wop and tear up the room, what drives them mad, etc.
A lot of women fake it. A lot of women,
Shout out
imitate.
to DJ Envy wife. Shots
Yeah,
fired.
yeah. A lot of I've faked it a lot of times.
Now why?
Um, because I mean, I'm not saying like for me personally, like I get off with penetration, but I'm saying like a lot of times before you're penetrated, they don't a lot. Not a lot of guys don't know what they're doing when
but
it comes to
sometimes you have to
body.
teach them though.
But if you thinking
And
it,
they
they
and when
ain't
you
gonna never
want to
know how.
stop, when you do some guys, when you do stop and try to show them like what to do properly, they're like, no, 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 I don't. They like you get a reaction from them that's like, no, like I
But you
know.
don't have to stop them. Sometimes you can just guide them.
That's what I'm saying. I've guided, there's got like from my experience, and
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to sound like I'm super. There's guys who know what they're doing, who are open to like being guided, and there's guys who are just like, no, I'm gonna lead the show. You're not gonna tell me.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're
Right.
not gonna tell me how to do this, and I'm like, oh, okay. So then, sometimes you might want to fake it to kind of hurry up and get it over with.
Oh, what? Yeah, and that does happen. A lot of women are very accommodating, unfortunately, of the male ego. Unfortunately, like in the short run, like to your point, Bambina, it just gets it over with, and maybe even keeps a lot of violence and bullshit down, because men can be scary when their egos are bruised. So I understand why a lot of women will attempt to protect a man's ego. But in the long run, it creates a big problem because it allows men to sustain a space of being uninformed as long as the information is being kept from them. So men will continue to be under the belief that they know what they're doing and that they're doing it well, because you are accommodating that delusion. So if you are involved with a man who you do feel safe with emotionally, even if you know it may hurt his ego, but once again, you don't believe that the consequences of bruising it will be him like trying to Tina Turner you or anything, then I would encourage like don't spare his ego, and if he objects, then you close the pussy up, because you don't have to force yourself to endure any more of that raggedy ass sex. Like, if I'm not about to enjoy the next 5 minutes, guess what? The next 5 minutes ain't gonna happen then, because it's not gonna be you getting the fuck off and me just waiting for this to be over. So get the fuck up off me, call my cab, and where's the door?
Yeah, I think there's certain guys that are like intimidated by the female body. Like they get intimidated by it,
And they should be. It's gushy.
That's
It's
the feeling that I got from
I
it.
mean, it's a whole. That's a whole. Y'all body's a whole universe.
Yes, it is.
It's a whole universe. There are things that shoot out. There are projectiles. I mean, it's a wonderland. It's a wonderland.
But see me, I like a man to explore my body, because you might find a spot that I didn't even know I had. I enjoy that. And I think, communicating, I'm like, look, babe, explore. Find my spots. You're gonna know when you find it because you're gonna get the reaction. I like that. I don't know why. If somebody's been with somebody for a long time, I don't even see why the ego gets in the way. Be honest with you, that's just my opinion. If you don't, if it's something new, yeah, I could understand that. But if you've been with that person for a while, I mean, the ego should not be in the way. Explore, have fun.
I think sometimes people are scared that they're gonna go and tell someone or say something. You know, not that it should like you when it comes to certain intimate acts, you should never. It's not expected someone's gonna go off and tell, but that's why I believe in never kissing and telling. Like you never go off and tell.
Or you could practice the other philosophy. Don't get mad, get even.
That part too.
Oh, and tell everybody about them in bed.
Yeah, and you can even lie and make up things that happened that didn't even.
Because guys talk so much.
If she says, if a girl says, hey, if she go tell her girls, he let me put a finger up his ass, girl. He can go and tell his boys. He can go and tell his boys, hey, that damn girl wanted to eat my asshole.
No, but I think guys talk more about women
No,
explicitly.
both sexes talk equally.
No, both. Both.
Yeah, it's an equal because the salon sound just like the barbershops do.
Yes, it does. Mm-hmm.
It's equal. The locker room, the girls' locker room, and the boys' locker room are the same. The gossip city is I think it's 50-50. And I done been in both spaces. I done been in barbershops and watching men be completely uncensored in their rhetoric and they bullshit about women. And I done sat in women's spaces and then seen women unfiltered in their dialogue about men. I think it's equal.
I think men talk, for me, I think men talk a little bit more explicitly. I think women might withhold certain things.
All these women out here on social media talking about how good the dick is, how big the dick is, all this conversation going on about everybody knowing how good, which I never understood that type of bullshit to begin with, but I guess.
Well, see, I have a daughter and 2 sons, right? And they don't go to that. They tell me everything. Some things I'm like, oh my God, why is he telling me this? And I find it to be equal. Like for real, I find it to be equal. I don't.
My girlfriends tell me all the explicit details.
Explicit.
You know that girlfriend that I was telling you about, whose husband, like they had 3 sons and all that stuff. She, and look at me telling, you know, you guys don't know that.
And look at her telling you. Your point. She's telling you all the details.
It was like I was like, I swore he had to have the biggest dick in the world because the stuff he would have her doing. I was like, you know, he's got something special. So I remember I was at her house one day. I'm going through her phone. Not going through her phone. I'm using her phone because I don't go through people's phones like that. I'm using her phone. And and I was like, give me your phone real quick. And she had her photo album out. And I don't know if she was sending him porn, because when they weren't together, she would always be talking to him on the phone, sending him pictures, and they've been married. Like they were very codependent like that. So I guess it was up. And there was a video of them having sex. And I saw his size. And I was like, this is what you're going crazy for? He beats your ass. He cheats on you. He makes you have sex with other women and makes you have sex. And his dick is like 3 inches big, bitch. And that's what I was thinking. Because I was like, wow. Like, I never saw I never, cared. But on her phone, I was like, you're going crazy over this?
She might have
It was very.
She may have a small front door, which makes that 3 inches feel like 15.
No, it could work. Regardless, that's not my business, and I'm not trying to act like I care. But I'm just saying, on the other side, I was like, he must have something going on to have her going crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Like she's doing all these things she's not comfortable with. He beats you. He's this. You guys are having sex, and like to look and see. I was shocked.
But I think some guys that have like they're smaller at the bottom, they do other things and then
Real
they
well.
finish. Yeah. And then they finish. So she's getting all that other good stuff. So by the time he's nearing, the end, and then he goes in there and it's by the time she already kaboom. You know what I mean?
And let's be
No,
honest
they
too.
definitely had good sex. They definitely, because I was always around, like when I, not when I say always around, but when I slept over,
It's
I was
okay,
around
Bambina, to admit that you wanted you some too.
of him. Of him?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely not.
I'm done.
Absolutely not. But as a
Bambina was
friend,
at those sleepovers like, give me some.
absolutely fucking not. But as a friend, I was wondering, like, what is the big deal about him? Because I'm like, why are you doing, if you knew the extent, like, if someone beats your ass while you're pregnant and then you piss on yourself when you're 2 weeks from giving birth and you think that your water breaks because he hit you so hard, as a friend, you're going to think, like, okay, you're going to visit your friend in the hospital and she's about to go on early, like all this crazy shit, he's beating your ass through all your pregnant, you're, as a friend, you're gonna go through your mind like, what is it? What's keeping her there? So you're gonna think like there's something sexually, and then when you find out, like, okay, well, I couldn't be satisfied by that, but I don't know what it is.
So
But has she ever, I'm
Mm.
sorry, Conscious, but has she ever told you that it was the sexual part of it?
Yes, because when I would be around them and they would have sex, she's always fucking screaming. Like I know they had good sex. Again, that's not my, like, I'm
Well,
just,
okay, so hold on. Say it's a lot of things here. She could be screaming because little pains also hurt. So she could be screaming in pain. But anyway, talk about the abuse. When you talk about the abuse factor, then what we're talking about is more like this man has performed a lot of psychological damage on her. Coupled with whatever pre-existing trauma she already has coming into the relationship, and coupled with the level of attraction she has to this man, because most of sex is mental anyway. So if you are attracted physically to the person, you can get very creative in your mind as it relates to the way you experience them sexually, even if the dick is small or whatever the case may be. Once you are attracted to somebody, yeah, it can be a mental thing as well that's amplifying or even substituting the lack of physical stimulation. Because when you love somebody, you got that emotional arousal that's there. If you're attracted to them physically, you got that physical attraction that's there. So those things can also greatly substitute the lack thereof. But when you got somebody who's also abusive, she's it sounds like to me that she exaggerates these areas with him, like how good the sex is, etc., because of, I had it right there at the tip of my brain. I had it right there. She enjoys or she revs up. It'll come back to me. I lost it.
well, you know what's weird is
Mm-hmm.
that they would have a lot of group sex, and I remember I'm not into that. And I remember, there were times that they approached me with it and I'm like, I'm not into that. And she had told them like, she's not like that, whatever. And he was trying to entice me to be with another man. And he'd be like, he has a big ass dick. I'm like, how the fuck he's got a big ass dick? And why are you trying to entice me with his big dick? You know what I'm saying? Like there's just a lot that.
So that also made me come to the like, why do you care about, like, that was before I knew what he was working with. And I was like, okay, so now, and like when I went around after I found out, not that it matters what he's working with, but like I said, as a person who cared for a friend, cared for someone, you know, that's with someone like that, it doesn't matter. I don't care about his size, but like someone, their relationship was so revolved around sex, and you kind of wonder why they were still with them, and you couldn't understand it. Like for me, I couldn't understand why she was still with them. And so when they would be having these escapades and stuff like that, I just didn't get, I just couldn't
It
connect
came
with
back to me. A lot of people will rev up lackluster sex and make it more than what it is, especially when it comes to somebody who's abusing them, because the act of sex itself to that person with low self-esteem, they translate as a expression of love, that their partner loves them.
I was about to say the same thing.
Yeah, so that's the massive mental and emotional reward that a lot of abused people take away from sex with their abusers, is that it's an act of affection, and it's a way for them to convince themselves that their partner actually does love them and want them and desire them. So they take great pride in maintaining that sex life by any means necessary. To your girlfriend's point, you know, she pretty much allows anything to go. He wants to have other women. Okay, let's do it, because as long as he's choosing her, whether he's choosing to stay in a relationship to her, continue to choose to have sex with her, then she believes that she has value, and she's extracting her value from him picking her, which is why we call these type of women pick-mishas. Like, like women who are extracting their value and sense of self from the attention a man is giving to them, etc., and them doing anything in return to keep that or to obtain that, even if it means enduring abuse, even if it means subjecting themselves to abuse and to disrespect and dishonor. When you have a trauma, it can open you up to a lot of buffoonery. And it's unfortunate.
And I'm not saying I might be a little bit of a size queen, a little bit, but like I could see like a big dick got you doing crazy shit you'll never do before. I can understand it, but like not a small one.
So let's talk about that.
Not a little one. No, absolutely.
Can I ask a question real quick though?
Yeah.
Conscious, do you think that sometimes some women use sex and try to over exaggerate the sex so that they could distract from the abuse?
Yeah,
as
sure.
in like like they tell their girlfriend,
it's the only time,
yeah, you know, he beats me up, but the sex is so good I can't leave, and then it's
or
really not good.
or is that sex is the only time in which they don't feel that they're being abused?
Yeah, that too.
It's the only time that everything is good. It's the only time that things are okay, that things are mutual, that things are consenting, that things are, you know, what they should be. Also, we have to talk a little bit about like when people have a lot of trauma and internal agony, what all people in pain look for is an outlet. So sex, we also know, is it's an alchemical process. So there are literally hormonal releases when you are engaging in any type of pleasure. That also means sexual pleasure. So people are experiencing dopamine releases and all the other chemicals that are responsible for ecstasy or pleasurable sensations. Now, if you are somebody in pain, then these opportunities to have these dopamine hits are going to be addicting to you, because it's almost like a form of self-medicating. Like, and if this person is bringing you a pleasure because once again you have attached all this equity onto them. You've attached, you know, all this attraction, all this value onto them, and now you're engaging in this sensual act, and that's also once again going to rev up your imagination too. Like, she's going to imagine that dick to be the best dick in the world because she believes it's connected to the best man in the world, regardless of how fucked up, you know, he seems to those of us outside the relationship. To her, he is what she wants. He represents you know, some great manifestation out of her wildest fantasies, and she's willing to take the bad in order to get the good. So her experience of sex is going to be delusional with him as well. But because of that sex, because, you know, sex ain't just all penetration, to Vala's point, you know, he's also kissing her, he's performing oral sex on her, he's doing all type of other things that are stimulating her, arousing her. And because once again, sex is also largely mental as well, you know, this all is going to lead and can still lead to an orgasm. Even if he got a 3-inch dick, she can orgasm just off the way she is emotionally and mentally experiencing him in that moment, etc. Can trigger off orgasms and all of that. So she's getting those dopamine shots, those serotonin shots, just dot. So, you know, she's going to be coming back for more, and then she's going to be rightfully so dickmatized as hell. Not even because of the dick per se, but because of the person behind the dick. It's who she's
makes a whole lot of sense.
It does. It does. Yeah.
And it's also why, like, a lot of people who have been sexually abused can sometimes enter into a hyper promiscuity and can be hypersexual because they are experiencing those massive serotonin and dopamine shots and releases. And that's really what they're after. They're not a hoe per se, but they're after this high, this like crack cocaine high, this ecstasy high. It's the result of sex, and that's what people are pursuing and addicted to. Matter of fact, we have science that shows us that the same region of the brain that's stimulated when you are in love is the same region of the brain that's stimulated when you are high on cocaine. That both of those regions are the same regions. That, I mean, both of those phenomenons are happening in the same region of the brain. The same region of the brain that's responsible for addiction is also responsible for why you're having perceptions of being in love. So when we talk about crimes of passions and why people put up with so much in relationships, they're literally in an addictive state. They're in an active addictive state. They're not per se in their right mind.
You just open a whole Pandora box in my brain because I had a lot of childhood trauma, and when I got married, it was like an overload of sex, and it was always, how do I put it? It was always me, and it was more of, now I have control, if that makes sense. I was like the man in the relationship when it came to the bedroom, because I needed to be in control, because my past trauma, I was not in control. So wow, thank you.
And you know how else that also connects dots for me? When people go to AA meetings, they're newly sober, they tell them not to be in relationships for 2 years. And that's because
what you end up doing is just going from one drug to the other, because relationships can trigger the in love phenomenon, which can re-stimulate the addiction center of the brain. So if you're trying to neutralize or decentralize that part of the brain, you don't want to continue to stimulate and arouse that part of the brain until you learn the self-control and the disciplines, and you cure up the trauma that allows you to have or be more prone to a addictive personality type.
And do you know if that's sex or is that love? Because I know for like the sex addicts, it's the same thing as drugs, but is love the same? Like, is it the same thing?
Is love like a drug?
Well, is it under the same, scope? Like, I guess, because, sex and love are two different things.
Well, I'm of a different train of thought when it comes to love. I largely disagree with this society's definition of love. I know a lot of people consider like attachment to be love, and dependency to be love, and all of that. To me, those are actually byproducts of codependency issues and addictive personality type phenomenon. That's not necessarily indicative of love per se. So I think we need to revisit our entire perception of what we define as love, to be honest. I think a lot of what this society constitutes as love is actually a byproduct of a lot of undealt with trauma and a lot of brain chemistry that has little to do with love. But because once again we define love based upon attachment, then usually anything that we become attached to, we will likely also say we love. And love and attachment are not mutually exclusive.
Do you feel like gay men and hetero or gay women, I know you're not a gay woman, but or straight women, straight people have the same perceptions of like how they date and falling in love? Is it the same type of feelings or is it different? Is one like more sexual, like based on sex, or is it...
Like what are you comparing it to like a heterosexual?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's the same. I mean, it's all of it. Yeah, all of it is human phenomenon. I mean, it's the same shit, really. I remember like years ago, I was listening to this sermon, and this man was talking about, this preacher was like, he was trying his best to convince his congregation that gay people do not love each other, that the only people who could that love can only be achieved between man and woman, and that what gay people are experiencing and calling love is everything but love. I mean, he had all these excuses for it, and I'm just like, it's just funny to me because you can't. What do you think is the driving force responsible for a man jumping in front of a speeding bullet to save his wife? It's the same phenomenon that's responsible for a man jumping in front of a speeding bullet to save his husband. Or the same force at work that would make a gay woman run into a burning house to save her wife is the same force that's at work that's compelling a woman to run toward danger to save her husband. It's the same force. It's just, I mean, these works and virtues and traits of love are not synonymous to any particular agenda. Gender, we know that love knows no color, it knows no race, it obviously knows no sex as well. People can fall in love and find themselves experiencing intimacy under all type of circumstances, and all type of ways. So I remember hearing the love story. It was a gay couple on the I don't watch them, but at the time I had stumbled across them in my algorithm. This gay couple, they're really, 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 really big on YouTube, and they're pretty like a young couple. Like I think both of these guys were in their 20s, but they met in high school, and one of the partners initially was a heterosexual identifying man, and the other was a outward gay affirming individual. And they actually, the birth of their relationship was at the hands of a bet that the heterosexual partner adhered to, which was, hey, they had betted him to go over and kiss the gay guy after this football game or whatever. And the guy, he acted on the bet, and he went up to the gay guy after the football game. He asked him, could he kiss him? The gay guy was with the shits, and he kissed him, and there was an entire fireworks, an entire veil that just disintegrated, which also confused, obviously. You have to imagine how shocked the heterosexual guy was, which initially he didn't even communicate his experience and reality to that partner because he was in a state of shock, and he had to go off and really unpack that and deal with that. And he had to go through all of the layers of self-discovery and self-conflict and everything, but ultimately came full circle because the feelings that he felt were just undeniable. And what that kiss and that intimate encounter opened him up to was something that he couldn't unsee now that he saw it. And it was so powerful and compelling that he stood in his paint, and that was the birth of their love story was at the hands of a bet. And this man had no idea that he had the capacity to be with a man in that way. So it was wide open. And look, here's the big look. We have dawned upon a very epic portion of the dialogue, because here's the reality. What we call the conscious self makes up a very small percent of the actual self. Most of the real self is in the unconscious. Who we think we know as ourselves, and what we call ourselves, and what we are aware of as it relates to being a self, is actually like the very small percentage of the iceberg that's peeking out from the water. The larger portion of the iceberg exists under the water. That's us. So the reason why these type of experiences can happen is because sometimes experience is required for us to know who we are. Everything that you are and you believe and that you know of yourself is not like self-generated information that just is. Like, you ever ate a food that's been out there and advertised to you forever, and then finally, for whatever reason, you finally sat down and ate chitlins, or you ate some cuisine finally for whatever reason, and then it became your favorite. But before you dawned upon it, you looked at that thing from afar and decided, no, I don't. I know a lot of people who don't like the smell of chitlins. They made a lot of preconceived notions about chitlins before they actually ate chitlins, and now they at the chitlin circuit. They at the damn chitlin festival every damn year. They have to have this now. You ever thought that from afar you didn't like the way that a dress looked, or a shirt looked, or a pair of shoes looked, and then you put them on, and it was like, oh my God, it's a whole new world. You ever, like, we do it all the time where we assume one thing because we don't have an experience. We're just taking a situation at face value. Or even this is the beginning of a lot of people's love stories. A lot of people wasn't even attracted to their partners. You know, they kind of was just like trying to friend zone the motherfucker. Like, I really wasn't, like, I never really thought of this person in this way. And then, you know, the person just kind of wore them down, and they open themselves up to a date that end up leading to another date, that end up leading to another date, that led to the next 10 years together in holy matrimony with 3 kids in a playground out back. Like, there's so much information that that's not going to be made available to us until we have the experience. And that's why experiences are important. It's important for us. Like, that's what self-discovery is. Go out into the world, go try shit, go do shit, go kiss on people, go have dates, go expose yourself to things that you never have been exposed to, things outside of your culture, things outside of your normality, because you can't safely really say that you know who you are when you've lived in a bubble your entire life, and you have allowed your only information about yourself to be generated from the simulation that you make a routine out of. You have to go live. You have to go do shit. You have to go be a part of shit. You have to go be amongst people. You have to go put yourself in those positions to really know who the fuck you really are. So a lot of people have been shell shocked about, you know, things that were lying dormant in themselves until they made contact of the third kind with a phenomenon, and then were turned the fuck out. Like, that's what we call being turned out. You know, when you just had no reference for an experience, and you just knew that something wouldn't be for you, and then you got in it, and now it's very much so you. And you had no fucking idea that this been you. You had no idea that this was your stilo, because most of the real self is in the unconscious self, and God only knows what the fuck is in there. God only knows what all the data is in the unconscious self. And a lot of that data cannot bob to the surface without us affording ourselves experiences. And that's the principle behind people ending up turned out, is that this was information that was never going to be made aware to them, as long as they made assumptions about themselves, as long as they, you know, kept their hand off the off the iron. But then once they did, you realize, oh bitch, I am fire. I am fire, and I like the way that feel.
Wow.
I like who I am when my hand is on the skillet. I like the part of me that, and this is why we also are largely attracted to the people that we are attracted to in friendship groups, and even romantically as well, right? Because these people that we keep in our lives are bringing out a version of ourselves that we like. Like, oh, I like the way that I feel being connected to that. I like who I become. I like who I believe I am with these people in my life.
Yes.
You know, like, that's where we get to saying he or she brings something out of me. Sure. That experience is arousing certain things in yourself that seem to only be connected to the experience of that person or that thing or that hobby or that whatever. You know, but religion has kept us in a great state of fear, a great state of paranoia, societal norms, family conditioning, cultural conditioning, you know, has a lot of us being made in the image of everybody else. Most of us know very little about ourselves. What we tend to be is a byproduct of the expectations of the church, the expectations of our family, of our parents, the expectations of the society we live in. That's what we're largely walking around as a byproduct of everybody else's image that we've allowed this culture to make us in its image, rather than us really have any real autonomy and true substantive identity of our own.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
That's why In Vogue said, free your mind. You got to free that motherfucker to know what your real mind is. You got to let go of the socially constructed self in order to give space for the genuine, authentic self to reveal itself. As long as you sustain the culturally inauthentic, constructed self, you're not actually being yourself. And you are identifying with the false self. You are identifying with the inauthentic self. You're not actually identifying with the true you.
Conscious, you want to be hired as my therapist?
Sure.
No, he's such a good therapist.
No, because everything he said is like I'm just sitting here thinking. Because even as a child, I always felt different. I never was. I never fell for the social construct. I was always my own person. I always thought differently. I didn't care per se about what's going on in other people's lives. I always felt like that's their business. I need to mind my business. I need to be worried about what's over here. Even as a child. And I always was different from everybody else in my family. Because they, oh, the church said, or, the neighbors are going to see. What I didn't care. And that's probably why I have the mindset that I have, now. I just listen. You're happy. I'm happy for you. What you do is none of my business. It's not hurting me in any kind of way physically or emotionally. I don't care.
Yeah.
Enjoy your life. We only have one life to live. And I've always had that mentality, no matter what the subject was on. But unfortunately we don't live in that world. There's only a few of us that are like that. Unfortunately.
Well, in some
But
instances, how other people live their lives do influence how we live. Not when in terms of sexuality and stuff,
mhm,
but for example, if you want to think about like the homeless situation,
mhm,
most of those people who are homeless and want to live in the streets or have mental health issues, so they don't necessarily choose that. They can't control
mhm.
those things, but that does impact us when you're sitting on the subway in New York City and someone's covered in fecal matter. And you know what I'm saying? Like
I
that,
understand.
yeah, it impacts. So,
It impacts your life in a way where, for me, it kind of hurts you to see somebody living like that, whether it's a mental issue or they kind of have no other choice. But it's, I, I don't know, for me, it's how would I say, acknowledge it in my head. Thanksgiving, I feed the homeless with a couple of churches down here. And yes, I do see those with mental issues. I do see those who the drug problem brought them to be homeless. I see those, that, they lost their job and lost everything. You know what I mean? But I don't, it impacts your life in a certain way, but I don't let it impact my life where it's a constant. It's more become normal, kind of. If that, I don't know if that makes sense. 'Cause like I said, it's early, but I don't let it personally impact me. I just know it's a part of life, and what I can do, and what I need to do to help make it a little bit better. I don't know if that part made sense.
No, it makes sense.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
No, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Some people are inherently born
Mhm.
closer to the curb than others.
Mhm.
We have like those archetypal pathologies in society. We tend to call this particular archetype the black sheep, somebody
Yeah.
who just seems to inherently be born separate from the fold. So some people come into this experience like I will also Vala consider myself to be one of those people. I was never really a
Mhm.
conformist. I identified very uniquely and very individually very early on in my life, and I was also treated very differently before I even
Mhm.
understood my own difference and what even made me different. I didn't even have a full understanding of what even made me different, but yet it was still having an impact on the system around me.
Yeah.
Because
I was that way as well.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, but if don't you have to look at the people that raised you to think about why they would make you a black sheep on anyway? Like, isn't that messed up? Like, of them, because everyone's different. We all know there's people who are different around us all the time, but for you to single them out and treat them differently shows you a little bit about the people that you've been around.
Well, in my case, my family. They are bougie. They think they're above everybody anyway. So I've always been the only one who's always thought differently than them. So I've always been the black sheep. They think they're above everybody. They're gonna look at the homeless person and like, ugh, they're just lazy, or the stereotypes.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I look at it as, okay, that person's down on their luck, whatever the situation may be. Okay, what can I do to help? You know what I mean? What outlets can I, go to see if I could get them some help? Whether it's mental help, help them find a job, help them find a home. I don't look down on people because they're people, and they're in that position for a reason. That doesn't mean that you have to look down on them because they're not wearing the nice clothes you have, or they're wearing dirty clothes, or they don't smell good. They're still human beings. And so, believe it or not, it's a lot of them down here in Miami, and a lot of them, they want the help.
Mm-hmm.
They want the help, but unfortunately, we have some people who just pass them by. Oh no, ew, yuck. No, that's a human being. This is my opinion, though.
Even when it comes to like our formative years and kind of like taking our cues on who we supposed to be from the society around us, a lot of times that for people who are born closer to the curb than those who not, uh even with that influence and that social pressure to conform, that ends up being something that is actually a struggle for us. Like we end up being what you call rebellious.
Yeah.
Like it's actually our that's what challenges us is actually trying to fit in, is actually trying to give the system what it is asking for or wanting from us, etc. And this is why I don't believe in the saying of like birds of a feather flock together, because I know for me,
Mm-mm.
because I had like a adaptable personality type, and I was able to be like flexible in that way, I was able to be in a lot of groups that did not reflect my personal values, that did not necessarily reflect my personality itself. I was able to hang out with the drug dealers, the hoes, the
Yep.
jocks.
the weirdos, the band kids, I was somebody who jumped around and moved around because I just didn't have any like one set personality type. And I was just able to kind of just get along with people in general, or find ways to relate to people, or find something to relate to that could put me in a group that predominantly did not represent me, when I was only there relating to one aspect of them, maybe not even the part of the not even like relating to what they maybe were known for, but just other aspects of what the group had going on, etc. So the archetypal black sheep figure is very interesting. And this also why gay people are able to exist, which is why like the society should get over these silly archaic ideas that you can make someone gay, because if that was the case, gay people have lived in a system that has enough heteronormativity and provides enough heteronormative pressure for them to have been indoctrinated into heterosexuality by now. Like most of us had two parents of the opposite sex growing up. We lived in a predominantly heterosexual society. We saw heterosexual love stories, heterosexual cartoons. We were surrounded predominantly solely a lot of times by heterosexuals. All these social cues and all of the stimuli should have been able to brainwash us into being straight, if that's the way it actually worked. It just does not work that way. You can allow yourself to perform for other people the expectations they have of you, but it does not make you something that you're not. And so some of us, like those who are more impressionable, those who are, I'm just going to say respectfully, more impressionable, end up being those who have to fake it until they make it, or who end up living these like dualistic lives, or who end up like conforming to the expectations of their community, while people who are kind of like who are born more closely to themselves will always kind of stand out and always kind of have marched to the beat of their own drum, and have been able to resist all of that call to action from the world around them to get information, etc. So it's just a very interesting thing.
Absolutely true, because I know my birther wanted to put me into a mental hospital because she couldn't understand why I was different from the rest of the family, and why I thought the way that I thought. Like seriously, she's gonna put me, start labeling me crazy to put me in a mental hospital because I was different from everybody else in the family.
Yeah.
I was just not gonna conform. I just felt like things that were coming out of their mouth, their teachings, or raising you or whatever, it just didn't make sense to me. Why do you feel like you're better than this person? What makes you think that you're better than this person? I was always interested in the mind and how it works, and that was a big problem with them because I would always question why, because I was curious to know why you behave this way. Why do you think this way? This person's a person just like you. So then I got labeled crazy, child. They almost put me in the cuckoo home because they thought something was wrong with me. But at the end of the day, I am who I am. I'm glad God made me the way that I am, because I look at the world through different lenses. And I'm happy about that. And it makes me proud of myself. So
Well, it says more about them than it does about you.
exactly. And I've always been that person. Is nothing's going to change. I haven't changed from when I was a child to an adult. Yes, as you grow, you learn, you go through things, and I've always been one person that you cannot break. I've been through hell and back, but I've never been broken.
Oh, and the more different you are from the system, the more hell you're going to be met with. Yeah, you're going to be absolutely crucified and witch hunted against. And that witch hunt and that pressure to be something else, be what we want you to be, and the treatment you experience from the people that you love as a result of not giving them what they want, it actually can lead to the development of psychosis and mental health. Like the way we're treated can lead to the development of mental illness. Which is why, like, it's so funny to me when you look at the statistics amongst any minority community, whether you're talking about Black and brown people, whether you're talking about queer people, you have like high DV rates. You may have high crime rates in their communities. You may have high addiction rates. That's not surprising to me, because when you live in a system where most minority groups are going to be mistreated and misaligned and disenfranchised, then the byproduct is going to be depleted mental health. You should expect to see high mental health issues. You should expect to see hyper promiscuity. You should expect to see all of the ills that come when you have groups that are experiencing profound emotional and physical violence and systemic rejections and just outright explicit violence and rejection. Like, and that's why I say that there's no issue that any minority group is dealing with that's not ultimately rooted and doesn't trace itself back to pale supremacy. All those issues, they trickle down. Those ideologies, the mentality of this country, the way that it's actually treated non-pale people has been brutal and ruthless, and that blood is on this country's hands. But bringing it back to an anecdotal perspective, yes, like the way you're treated can lead to the development. Like I know for me, growing up as a same gender loving man, having people tell me what the fuck I am and trying to convince me of what the fuck I am and telling me, like, first of all, you're not the phenomenon. So how dare you even act as an authority on something that you're not? Like, that's like us looking at the sky thinking that we got more knowledge of what the sky is than the sky does of the sky.
Yeah.
Or looking at a fish and thinking that we are the experts on what it means to be a fish.
Exactly.
Or so then the fish is an expert on what it means to be a damn fish. So, you know, when you live under all of that psychological warfare, where you have people treating you a certain kind of way because of the color of your skin, because of your complexion, because of your hair texture, because of your social status, maybe you grew up poor, etc., or you grow up, or you're very different, you're very artistic, you're very unique, or you're queer, etc. Yeah, you can experience profound psychological warfare and physical warfare that can lead to a disaster on your mental health. You know, when your self-esteem is constantly being challenged because every time you step outside your house, you are being met with insults. You're being met with mistreatment from people because of one reason or another. And that's can lead to people taking their lives. It can lead to the development of suicidal ideation. It can lead to all type of distortions within the soul when you have this level of assault upon you. And what's funny about that too is that right? We have scientists who have discovered that your intent upon the molecules of water can actually influence the molecular structure of water. They literally have done these studies over and over and over and over and over again, where they will have people speaking into a bowl of water, beautiful affirmations, loving affirmations, and then observe that water under a microscope and see these very intricate molecular structures in the designs of diamonds and snowflakes, these very beautiful universal patterns. And then they have people speak hate and curses and pain into that water, and then observe that water under a microscope and see that that molecular structure now has been broken down in these grotesque designs, these these distorted designs are in their place. The molecules are scattered, or they take on these like weird obtuse shapes, etc. And if that's, now imagine 70% of our bodies is made up of what? Water. So when we're being literally hateful toward people verbally, when we are literally being spiteful, when we are literally physically, emotionally, verbally abusing people, we're literally affecting people's brain chemistry. We are literally disintegrating, breaking down neurological pathways in people's brains. This is also, think about the science behind a prayer. Prayer is birthed out of this sacred knowledge that what you say, what you visualize, your intent can create realities, because it literally does. Those realities begin their inception on a quantum level, on a molecular level, in the unseen world first. And once again, because of technology, we can observe the creation of a quantum realities based upon the quality of our thinking and the quality of our feeling. And if we can do that in liquid, separated and externalized from ourselves, and most of our bodies is made up of a reflective surface, is liquefied, is water, then how we think of ourselves, what we say unto ourselves, the nature of our thoughts also contribute to the wellness of our bodies. Now look at the country as a whole, and how every health issue is completely escalated. Alzheimer's, dementia, high blood, hypertension, strokes, autism, almost every fucking atrocity is escalated. Well, of course it is, because the country has also been in a growing state of political and socio-economic upheaval as well. So if people are in a constant state of stress, worry, concern, their money ain't right, their economy ain't right, their personal safety is at liberty, etc., then yes, you're going to have people, unbeknownst to them, executing psychological warfare on themselves by way of opening themselves up to worryation, to anxiety, to hopelessness, to despair, to frustration. So the system is actually getting us to turn the GUN inwardly by upsetting us from the outside in, by messing with our livelihood, by constantly putting negativity into the algorithms of society, by centering world news and local news largely around fear and fear-based propaganda, by distorting the food and creating GMO products in place of things that grow organically, by polluting the water with fluoride, which leads to the shrinking of your pineal gland, which is responsible for your capacity and ability to experience the multi-infinities of God. That there's literally all of the psychological and chemical and physical warfare that is being exhibited and projected onto the inhabitants of the earth, unto the American people. So if you're keeping everybody in a state of crazy, the body is going to have its own independent response to that stimuli. That worry is going to turn into hypertension. It's going to turn into a massive heart attack. It turns into a stroke. It turns into the development, because once again, they are literally changing our emotional algorithm through the fuck shit. They're literally diluting and polluting and dissolving our spiritual nature at its core. And it's showing up from the inside out, from the outside in. This is why if you get sick, your doctors don't tell you to go get more worry. They're telling you, I remember when my mother started having strokes, it was due to her being a worrier. My mama was empathic. She didn't know she was empathic. She didn't know that that's where her worry came from, and that was the byproduct of her worry. She got it from my grandmother, who is the head empath in charge. My grandmother really didn't know she was empathic either. They didn't have this type of language for, this love nature, etc. But that's what it was. And my mother never got a grip on her empathic nature, and it ended up cursing her more so than blessing her. And when she started having strokes as a result of her capacity to be able to take on everybody else's issues, and her capacity to emotionally Bluetooth into other people's shoes and make herself also responsible for being the solution to everybody's issues and problems, etc., it caused her to greatly neglect herself emotionally. She never was able to centralize her nervous system, and that resulted in her having perpetual strokes until they eventually unalived her by blowing vessels in her brain.
Wow.
And I remember the last appointment that she had before she had the final stroke that took her life. The doctor literally told my mother, she says, "Miss CTV, you're going to have to stop worrying." And my mother was literally arguing with her pathologist all these reasons and excuses she had. Well, I can't stop because and I got it, and I got that, and and the doctor was like, basically like, I don't really give a fuck what you're saying. If you don't find a way to centralize your nervous system, baby, you're out of here. and my mother's inability to find the proper coping mechanisms and to regulate herself and to center herself and have better coping skills led to her death. It led to her execution. She executed herself.
Wow.
Her own empathic nature, because she did not know how to steer it, recklessly, you know, was basically a high-speed car out of control on the interstate, and it was bound to ultimately self-destruct because there was nothing guiding it and centering it and using it for the greater good. This is why Paul tells us in the scriptures that we need to take responsibility and we need to be intentional about the cultivation of any spiritual gifts and talents that we have, because if we don't, those gifts unfortunately will prevail against us by way of becoming curses, and we'll end up cursing our own lives, not because we are cursed, but because we are ignorant, and ignorance leads to the cursing of our lives.
Yeah, that's why I love to listen to you, because I'm an empath, and like I see things, I sense things, I have vision dreams. I mean, like, there's so many different aspects of the gift. But when I was younger, I was such a worry. I was always worrying, and then on top of that, everybody think that you're the strong one, so everybody's calling you for their problems, and it became overwhelming. And then I remember when I uh went back into therapy, and then I find myself, that's supposed to be the client, giving therapy to the therapist. And I said, okay, well, this is not working at all. But with no guidance, I had to learn to focus myself. I had to learn to detach for a couple of days just for my own sanity. So it's like, at my age right now, I reached that point where nothing shocks me. Nothing shocks me. And I don't yes, I still listen to people's problems because everybody comes to me, but I know when to detach, and I know not to take their problems and turn it into my problems, if that makes sense. Because I was literally feeling, when I was younger and no guidance, that at times I was losing my mind. I was like, oh my God, and you have like 3-4 people talking to you. You have 3-4 things in your head, plus everything that you're going through. It was too much. I used to literally go in a corner and just bawl and just want to just be left alone. But like when I got in my late 30s, early 40s and stuff, and I was like, you have to stop. Sometimes I take a break from social media for a couple of days. Sometimes, I just don't answer my phone. Or I just tell everybody, listen, I need a couple of days. Do not come over. Just to center myself, because I don't want to go back to that place of always being worried and about to lose my mind, because it was overwhelming. And I felt like, since I would have heart palpitations, I would literally balled up in a fetal position in the closet. And what you said, oh my God, you just don't know. Listen, I'm in class. I know it's early in the morning, but this right here, and it's crazy
For
cat.
real. A lot of empaths don't know how to empty out, how to let go, how to detach, because it's in our nature to actually take it in. What we're supposed to do with the ability to take it in is to transmute what we're taking in. But because, especially empaths in the West, we don't have community, we're not given community, our families are not also given information, in society at large has just been deaf, dumb, and blind in terms of being able to even recognize empaths, yet alone be able to provide them the proper affirmation and space to be cultivated in. And empaths have largely also not had information and understanding of their own selves. We don't know any better but to just allow the nature and that hoarding of people's issues, that hoarding of people's problems, that large capacity to be of service, to be of need, that hero complex, when you don't feel you can meet those burdens and you can fulfill or add to a solution, or you don't know how to, after being a solution, know how to unplug, yeah, it can lead to a cataclysm in your own health, your mental health, etc. I know that I learned through watching all of the empaths in my life what not the fuck to do, and all of them, to your point, had the flaw and had the inability to be able to let go and to detach. My grandmother constantly stays in a constant state of worry. Now she is in her 90s, but she is also not in her glory years though, because her unregulated empathic nature caused her 2 heart pacers, swollen feet, a lack of energy. And even now in her 90s, like just last year, she had to have another heart procedure done as a 94-year-old woman. And my grandma, she's a prayerful woman. She's, a Christian woman. That has been her avenue. That has been her saving grace. That has been her fuel, her recharge. That has been the thing to help her to recalibrate, or to give her a space to leave some of her stress in. But my grandma would also largely take on a lot of that stuff that she was supposed to leave in the hands of God, or whatever, her, because everybody has their altar or has whatever they use to let go with or to transfer into. And for her, it was supposed to be Jesus. It was supposed to be the arms of the Lord, but largely that stuff would be in her damn arms. And now the end result is, all these health complications that have stunted the quality of her life as an elder, even though she's still here, and she's lived to an impressive 94, etc. But Iyanla, somebody had mentioned, godmother Iyanla, she said something so pivotal that literally changed my life in the blink of an eye when she said it, when she talked about the fact that as a light worker, as an empath, as somebody who is called to be of service to humanity, that it is important that we understand that we are to give from our overflow. Empaths make the mistake of giving from what's in the cup rather than giving from the residual of the overflow or the spillover. The spillover, the abundance, is what you are supposed to provide charity to your community, whether that be your occupation, your family, your friends, your children, whatever the case may be. Whoever you are of service to comes from the overflow. But because we don't know any better, we ignorantly give from within the cup. And then when the community or the mission has raped us of all of our resources, we wonder why we're left feeling so depleted and empty and depressed and mentally fatigued and spiritually tired, etc. And it's because we are erroneously giving from the cup. So now I don't give from within the cup. I give from the overflow, and that has changed the quality of my energetic existence, because I no longer find myself at the bottom with nothing left for myself at the end of the day, after I have given myself away to every individual. I have been able to actually take rest and afford myself rest and have a quality experience of being of service now. And I thank the great mystics like Mother Iyanla for, you know, divulging those wisdoms, etc., because once again, we're largely in a system that is just now awakening to the empathic nature and the empathic personality and gift, etc. And I am grateful that, you know, we live in a space now because the empaths behind us are going to be able to inherit a lot more data and information and be afforded a lot more community at earlier times in their life than the rest of us who kind of lived alongside something that we never really fully understood. So you know, I'm very grateful, but I want to welcome my Holly to the panel. Hey, Bo.
Hello, my great shaman. Good morning, Sister Bela Dina. Good morning, dear
Good
sister.
morning.
This is what I wanted to say. I was thinking about when the Asian mystics speak about yin and yang. Here in the Western culture, we don't really understand when they say light and darkness, and if you can't have, you have to balance those two things out. What I was thinking when I was listening to you speak, I was thinking about that because I grew up a Christian, and to be interested in anything else other than the Bible was considered wrong and demonic. But I was always interested in what they would mean when they said the yin and the yang. And I know for myself, I can be overly empathetic. And it's dangerous to be overly empathetic. And I remember I had one nice gentleman pull me to the side and say, Michelle, this is how this works. Total power corrupts. That's too much of the darkness. But also he said, Michelle, you have a lot of compassion. Total total compassion can also be dangerous to you and also to a collective community when you have a person who don't know how to balance those two things out. So that's what it made me think about that. And a lot of times when people hear the word darkness, they attach the devil to that.
Right.
No, darkness could mean that darkness can fall under the scope of intelligence. It can fall under the scope of wisdom and shrewdness. And the light can be all those other things, compassion, empathy for people, but you need a collective balance of both those things in order to really do good by any society.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, another way, and that is good stuff there, Sister Michelle. Another way that I also interpret darkness is raw energy. And I look at light as the foundation and structure that can be provided for that raw energy to be utilized in a productive way. But when we lack the light, we are left to this raw energy, and that raw energy can have a destructive impact on our lives if we don't understand the way that we are to direct it or stream it or manage it the way that we're able to utilize, because all of the universe is constructed out of this energy. But spirit, the creator, has also the wisdom and understanding in order to use and harness those forces accordingly to create, you know, from. And us being demigods and incarnations of this creative force, we also have this energy that moves through us, that makes us up. And when we lack the knowledge to be able to stream that energy and to use it productively, then yes, it can lead to the development of an incredible shadow self. And some people's shadow self becomes their predominant self I think a lot of things in our world, or us as a humanity, like in terms of the bad stuff, the negative stuff, is the result of, at its base, just ignorance. I think we're seeing the collective be reduced to their primal impulses, etc., simply because like we're watching the collective perish for a lack of knowledge. We don't have true understanding of ourselves. We are not being told the truth, not even by religion, of the nature of reality. Therefore, we don't even understand the basic principles of reality. Even though we're literally we're looking at the magic of consciousness and spirit at work, and still can't even solely identify it. Like most people are having an experience of deja vu. Most people experience synchronicity. Most people are seeing the pixels of reality come together. They see the correlations, but they don't know what's at work behind it, or they're giving these very diluted terms to try to left brain the phenomenon, like, oh, coincidence. No, there's no fucking such thing as goddamn coincidence. There's only created reality, and that's either out of the conscious mind or unconscious creations. But there's not like lightning is just striking from the sky for the hell of it. There's no for the hell of it phenomenon. Everything is being created either intentionally or unintentionally, and by us not being able, or not being afforded largely, especially in the West, because my brain is shutting down because I've been up all fucking day. I'm like pushing through right now to hold on to my brain cells. But
Shannon, can I say? I'm sorry for cutting you
go
off.
ahead, go ahead.
Can I say another thing? I was listening to your segment the other day, and you were talking about we really need to examine power. And I was listening to that, and in my bathroom here, I was having a whole conversation with you as you were speaking, and I was saying, it's not. I don't think it's so much as power as it is the idea of superiority, inferiority. And you name some baseline examples. You say a girl can get a new weave and she thinks she's Beyonce. Well, that's got an idea of, it's not so much as power, but I'm up here, and all of you other people who haven't gotten your hair done, you're down there. Or a person who can now afford a Lamborghini car. I'm up here, and you. I don't think it's so much as power or a power dynamic, so much as the whole idea of superior, inferior, because we all have been curated under superior, inferior. So we understand that. And also, Shaman, do I have your permission to say, do I have your permission to say the name Bishop Carlton Pearson? Do I have your permission to say that?
Absolutely.
Well, no. I want to I want to show respect, because in his passing, I watched his segments, and I learned so much from how his passing away happened. And it ties into what I just said. Not anybody can do what beloved ancestor Bishop Pearson did. He put everything on the line, and then even in his transitioning over to an angelic spirit to teach us, because he's still teaching. I've never had the honor and the privilege of meeting Bishop Pearson in life, but even in his spirit being, I find myself talking to him. If that makes any sense, I find myself talking about and learning things about what happened. Anybody and everybody can't lay it on the line and do what he did, and it takes something to do that. It takes something to walk away from being at the top to go down to being at the bottom, which is also power, and not so much as power, superiority, inferiority. That's why our white brothers and sisters are not going to say anything about white. I'm here because of white privilege, because it takes something. And all of this what I'm saying does tie into having empathy, because you have to work from that side of the brain and say, what we did was wrong. It takes something to do that. So that's basically what I wanted to say. But blessed shaman.
No, that was, I'm glad that you said that. And Bishop is another great example, because I had also did a segment about the gems that we could take away from his passing, because Bishop was able to also come to an understanding on his dying bed that his cancer was the result of him hoarding unresolved grief regarding the way that he was ejected from the church, the way that he was abandoned by those he trusted. He went into a lot of detail around how no one checked on him. All the doors closed, all the phone calls stopped, that nobody even thought as much to even check on him for the sake of checking on his children, who also had to experience the byproduct of being ejected and removed from the church, which obviously changed things profoundly, financially, etc. That there's there's an entire world that was turned upside down, and nobody cared. And there were interviews that you guys can look up on the internet where Bishop couldn't even, when he would go to even speak or even start hinting to and talking about that part of his life, that he would almost burst into tears just at the thought of even revisiting a little bit of that stuff. And so that grief was sitting right to the edge of his heart this whole time. Now, because he had already endured cancer, his immune system and his chakra system was more susceptible to the recreation or the realignment of a disease of that nature. So by him hoarding now this substance that pretty much acted as a door opener, it kept the door open for these frequencies of cancers and diseases like it to be able to come and go again. That's exactly what it ended up doing, which is why, to Mother Iyana's point, I can't stress enough to everybody here and everybody who's going to hear the replay and to the world at large how important it is for us to do our work. We are literally underestimating the power of healing. And I know we think of these things in some hallmark romantic, mythological, philosophical ways, but no, we're talking about life and death when we're talking about your healing. We're talking about the extreme consequence of not unearthing and unpacking the things that grieve you, that have saddened you, that have hurt you, that have darkened your spirit, your optimism, the quality of your heart, etc. That these things can actually cost you this incarnation entirely. I don't want that to be slept on. I don't want people to think of healing as a luxury, but as a necessity that will amplify everything in your life if you allowed yourself to challenge that pain, to transmute that pain, to confront that pain, to heal that stuff that's corroding at you on a quantum level, which then ends up being reflected in your biological makeup as an aneurysm or as a stroke or as a massive heart attack or as the development of Alzheimer's. Like for my grandfather, Alzheimer's, dementia killed him.
Yes.
And as far as I'm concerned, Alzheimer's is just the result of severe trauma that results in the brain attempting to go into extreme self-preservation by deleting files, by just starting to delete fucking memory at random, which eventually comes down to deleting the caches and deleting the inputs responsible for your body remembering to actually pump blood to the heart, that are responsible for maintaining your internal reality, which happens largely on an involuntary level. That all this shit just gets attacked as a result of trying to heal the body, or to find someone to get rid of this thing that even on a biological level our body goes into trying to protect us, but can sometimes, as a result of trying to protect us, end up also killing us, because once again, everything in our lives needs to be intentional. Nothing needs to be in that way self-operated. We need to be self-aware, lucid people who are intentional in the way we move, in the way that we live, in the way that we exist, in the way that we be, etc. And Bishop Carlton left behind a world of information and testimony for other empathic light workers in the world who have a great calling in this world, who are to be of service to the communities that, you know, they are ordained to, and are telling us all to straighten up, to straighten up, because that would be all of our ending if we don't learn how to master this gift that, yes, can be a curse, that we all may find ourselves on the unfortunate end of misfortune in life. So we got to get it together. I got to take my ass to sleep.
Okay, I love you, Great Shaman. Thank you for having me on.
I'm going to email you, sister, because I want to bring, like, we need to do a show, and I just want to bring you in, and we just do kind of what we did here tonight, like just share, speak. I'm interested in getting into your experience, your lived experience, how you became who you are, your spiritual intersections, what you have been through as a soul, as a woman, etc. Us unpacking that, exploring that, and just giving you a space to have your story told, and to, you know, speak whatever it is that is on your heart to speak to regarding, you know, people of this platform.
Sounds good, but beautiful.
Is that for me or for both of us, or for her?
Huh?
Was that for her or for both of us, or just having another platform like that? I got lost there for a minute.
That's for you too, Viola. If you
I don't know if they're gonna be ready to hear my story, but I don't mind telling it. I did enough therapy that I'm okay with telling it.
Well, you know what? I always tell the conscious crew. Well, guess what? I always tell the conscious crew to stay ready, so they ain't got to get ready. So if their asses ain't ready, that's gonna be on them.
Okay.
That's good. Okay. That's gonna be on them. I be telling them, stay ready, y'all. Y'all don't know what the hell coming down the pipeline. Y'all don't know what's coming in the next 24 hours, baby. But stay on your ready. But I want to thank y'all, beautiful women, for being here. Thank y'all for sharing. This was an incredible 9 hours. This was not supposed to be this way, but
okay.
we just had time. We had time this weekend, so I'm gonna go get my ass. I'm gonna go into the astral plane and let the spirit take me away. And we'll be back. If not tonight, then definitely I will see y'all out live and in color tomorrow.
All right. We love you, and thank you so much.
You too, boo, and love y'all.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, y'all. This was incredible, man. My brain is literally on its last leg, so I'm gonna go bye-bye. Please thumbs up, share, tell a friend. I told y'all we do everything here, honey. You know, we started off, me and Tarbu started off on one subject, child, and we done bled over into 53 other things, which is why I had to change this damn title. So I'll see y'all later. If you enjoyed yourself, y'all know that show a nigga some love on the old Nancy piece of cash app and PayPal, etc. And I'll see y'all later.